Sawadika! What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time it is in your time zone. It is. Wait, what is it? I keep on forgetting what time it is in your time zone. Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't particularly care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Chat, you can see here, I've got the big straw today. Some of you might know what that means. What does the big straw imply about like what's in the drink, right? What is in the drink? That's the question. That is the question I ask you. What is in the drink? My vote was Drunk Pisco. Yeah, Drunk Pisco probably votes for you too. I mean, Drunk Pisco, I don't know. He's kind of a mood. He's kind of a mood. Look, he is still like DGG's law tuber, okay? But he's a little bit less boba. Yes, yes, we have a winner. We have a winner. Somebody can tell. Somebody knows about the large straw. Yeah, it's like when you get the industrial size straw here. It's not just for looks, chat. We're rocking the boba. It's just be specific, the brown sugar konjac boba, which is my favorite new thing. I don't know. Can you get konjac in the US? Maybe I just don't go to bubble tea when I'm there, but like every place, every coffee place here in Thailand has got that as an option. Sometimes they even have some wilder options, right? Like I saw fish maw. Chat, what is it? Is it just what is it? It's a quorum. Konjac is a quorum. That I know that helps, because the next question is obviously, what is a quorum? What the fuck is a quorum? What is a quorum? Is Hikama a quorum? I feel like I should know other quorums. It's like a kind of root or rhizome or something. Anyway, you cut it and you grind it into pulp and you get a starch out of that, and that starch makes a really interesting clear jelly that can be mixed with brown sugar to be sweet. And so, yeah, what's a quorum? Like I feel like Mike from PA debating Vosh 5 years ago. What's a quorum, Vosh? What's a quorum? Vosh doesn't know about sewer socialism in Milwaukee or in Thailand, so he will never answer that question. The matcha straw seems like a whole big deal. Matcha straw? Wait, like, do people drink matcha out of a special straw? It's more like a bazooka straw or something. You know what I mean? It's big. It's like a bazooka. Like if a regular straw was like a gun or an AK-47 or something, this would be some kind of, you know, grenade launcher straw. And it does launch grenades. The grenades being the boba and the target being your brain. It launches the boba directly into your brain. Oh my god. Oh my god, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for contributing to my throne. Wow, that's really nice of you. And very surprising. But anyway, yeah, I've been gone for a little time. I mean, I guess call it the holiday doldrums. but also call it, I don't know what, right? Wait, look, there's stories that I care about. You know, I mean, I care about all the stories that I cover, right? Even the stuff that seems like drama. There's a very good likelihood that somebody's getting fucking buried and like pounded into the ground underneath that giant dog pile that usually is involved in a drama. So I do care about, like, you know, everything that I cover, but you know, this is a bit of a moral panic, right? And it's a moral panic that could give Trump the pretext that he needs to actually be able to undo people's naturalization, to unnaturalize people such as the you know, Somali people living in Minnesota, right? That's like one step further. I mean, we know that they don't give a fuck about, you know, immigration status. It's about racism. It's not about, you know, it's not about your status. It's not about your paperwork, really. It's about remigration, as they have, you know, pretty much said at this point. Check your throne, please, and have a good stream. Will you have a good night, Narwhal? You want me to check the throne? Okay. Right now. Let's check it. Yo, okay, that is, wow. Wow. Narwhal just won the game. Narwhal by nature. You just figured out the cheat code. Are you a speedrunner? Are you a professional speedrunner and you're actually like a bigger streamer than me? You know Feinberg and shit like that. You know how to do 0 cycles on the dragon? Is that what I've been missing this whole time? Like, if I type in Narwhal by nature into YouTube, will I find your channel sitting at 2 million and collabs with every famous Minecraft speedrunner? I'm sorry, chat. I'm speaking the language of speedrun. Nobody in this chat knows what a 0 cycle is, right? Anybody here a speedrunner? But yeah, thank you very much. That is very sweet of you. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Take care of yourself, get sleep if that's what you need. Yeah, I do like to touch base with people that are, you know, living in the US on complete, especially if you're on the East Coast. Like, my stream is just particularly hard to watch live to anybody watching from the East Coast, right? It's you know, it's 11 p.m. Where I'm from on the West Coast, but that means 2 o'clock in the morning. It's the butt ass hour. You know what a 0 cycle is? Okay. Anybody do a 0 cycle? Anybody want to teach me to 0 cycle? I think that might be good content, chat. And I might have a I feel like I need to do a like a New Year's what do you call it? Like I need to. Last year we did a New Year's subathon, right? I feel like I need to do. Is it killing the dragon before in one hit or before it lands? Yeah, I think it's before it lands, right? It's when you build a giant tower up to the, and you got to be so good at this, right? Like these are people that are really good at Minecraft. You like speed build a nerd pole or tower off of the obsidian tower, and then you kind of bring it out to the side a little bit, and then you then you build up like a place to put the bed. You put the bed you know, like above you, and then you, like, as the dragon comes by, you turn it to like where you can see the hitboxes, right? You know how the dragon has like multiple hitboxes, and so you time it so that when the dragon comes by, when it's in the perfect spot where you can do the most damage to it, you go boom, hit the bed, boom, hit the bed. If you don't know, chat, Minecraft has a item called a bed that you can place, and if you place the bed in the nether or in the end, you're allowed to do that, okay? But if you try to get in the bed explodes. It's a nice little joke, right? The bed's like a save point in Minecraft. Basically, if you sleep in a bed, you'll respawn there when you get killed. And so people, would like to be able to put a bed in the nether. That'd be really nice. Yeah, put a nice little bed in the nether, and, we could continue your progress even if you get killed by blazes. But unfortunately, when you do that, you find out too late that the bed will explode. And if you're standing too close to it, kill you. It's same thing in the end, right? These are, the dimensions of Minecraft. They don't want to make it easy. They don't want to give you an easy way to just respawn and stuff like that, right? So they don't allow that, but the exploit to that is like, oh, the bed explodes? Let me use it for mining. Oh, the bed explodes? Let me use it to kill the dragon. Insert Minecraft disc into the Xbox One? Damn. I had an Xbox One, I never played Minecraft on it. I've heard people say something about that, particular version of Minecraft. But I don't know if, is it good? Is it bad? Is it ugly? Boba. Okay, so I'm having a pretty good day, but yeah, like I said, it is the doldrums. It is the, holiday break, both in terms of people, traveling to, maybe your parents, or maybe where your family lives, or maybe where your loved ones are, or maybe your found family, who knows, right? And then the news kind of goes on hiatus too, but not really, because the news never goes on hiatus. And I'm wondering, chat, now if this is timed or something, if the Trump administration has been trying to find a gap in the news cycle to get something like this in. Because do you remember the eating the cats, eating the dogs? One in chat if you remember that. One in chat if you remember eating the cats, eating the dogs during the election. Yeah. So people remember, somebody remembers. Pepperidge Farms remembers. I'm just mainly checking to see if chat's awake, or if we have dream characters in chat again, which might be kind of wild. It might be a little Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm also checking the delay. Okay, so the delay is about 10 seconds. God damn it. I need to remember, chat. I can set the delay to be ultra low. I should do that. Just so I can talk to chat better. But anyway, yeah, people remember eating the cats, eating the dogs. We got a new eating the cats, eating the dogs. And it also dropped during, kind of a holiday break. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but the eating the cats, eating the dogs thing, I think happened right before the second debate. And the second debate, I believe, happened right after Labor Day. Do they do this shit on purpose during holidays? I feel like there's always a new minority getting flamed when Trump gets bored. Yeah, well, in this case, right, it allows him to do something that he wants to do anyway. Trump doesn't like birthright citizenship. He doesn't believe in that, right? And not only does MAGA and Trump, they don't just want to, remember how they sold this, right? Biden is letting in criminals because they're Latino, right? He's like, oh, it'd be racist, Jack, to prosecute though. We love immigrants, Jack. We're not going to prosecute them for any of their illegal crimes. They can go on murder sprees. That's the feeling. If you watch Trump, that's the feeling you got, right? That Biden, that somehow the murderer of Laken Riley didn't even get punished or something because it wouldn't be PC, Jack. It wouldn't be we can't be doing that, Jack. These people are the victims of structural discrimination. So, we let them do a little murder spree now and then. Yeah, you get this completely distorted idea of things, in order to sell the idea of do you want violent immigrants, brutally murdering people in a horrendous way? Probably not. So vote for Trump, because Trump will stop that. And people are like, yeah, I don't like the violent murders. Those are really bad. I mean, if people are getting into the country, they shouldn't be, people are on board for in for a penny, in for a pound on Trump's anti-immigration agenda. But I don't know how many people realized that even though we warned them that agenda would necessarily would necessarily include concentration camps, right? And that wasn't where it was going to end. Of course, it's never where it ends. It's never where it ends. It's not about following the law. It's not about assimilation, okay? It's not about, citizenship. It's not about paperwork, right? It turns out when at the end of the day, it was just about racism. It was just about racism. It was a bunch of fucking hogs that are like, there's too many foreigners in this country. I'm a legacy American. I'm Mayflower stock, Jack. Okay, why am I doing the Jack thing? That's supposed to be the Biden voice, chat. I gotta keep my voices, I gotta keep them separated. I feel like there's always, they didn't care. Even now, they do not care as long as it isn't them. That's a big part of it. Yeah, we saw that, that film, Don't Be a Sucker. This was a public service announcement by your government, by the United States of America after World War II, just kind of making sure that maybe people recognized the signs of a demagogue and the tendency of the, these kind of right-wing fascist forces to want to, blame all of our problems on the other, whether that be, whether that be a black person in the case of the 1945 PSA, Jewish person, or as the protagonist in the video finds out, even somebody that is a Freemason, right, would be targeted by these people. But nobody wants to get up and care or do anything about it until it's them. And by the time it's you, it's too fucking late. It's too fucking late, right? I'm gonna call it right now. There's no limit to Trump and Stephen Miller's ambitions when it comes to kicking people out of the country. And I don't think they really have a problem with kicking quote unquote legacy Americans. It's the most ironic phrase. It's the most ironic phrase, legacy Americans, right? Considering that we're literally talking about people whose, families came here as settlers and colonizers. That's the legacy American, I guess, But yeah, no, it's started up again, and it's during a holiday break. It seems like maybe they're taking advantage of kind of the lull in news. But yeah, it puts a lot of I don't know how to explain this. It puts more pressure on me, right? Than going over Ethan Klein's stupid ass. Deport people with bad spray tans. They're so, if these fuckers, do end up fucking around and finding out, I mean, people are mad, right? The retribution is going to be swift, and it's going to be conclusive. For Trump, for MAGA, and for the people that enabled this shit. At the very least, these people should not be taken seriously anymore, right? They can have their MAGA candidate. They can vote in their little 25% block for whatever shitty for Tucker Carlson or Marco Rubio or JD Vance or whoever they get behind. But nobody else should listen to them. It should be oh yeah, those are the assholes that fucked up our country for 10 years. Yeah, let me just vote for the opposite of who they're voting for. If people are going to be low propensity voters, they're going to make their decisions based on some really, petty, arbitrary stuff. Why not make your decision based on, all right, you've seen who the MAGA voters are. You've seen where they've got us. Maybe just watch what they're voting for and vote for the opposite from now on. That's a pretty good heuristic, honestly. That's a pretty decent, little rule of thumb if you don't want to be too cued into politics, but you don't want your country to turn into the fucking dumpster fire, the absolute clown of the world that it is right now. Then yeah, maybe just look at where the Trumpers are voting for, whatever they call themselves next, America First. They'll change their name. They were Tea Party before. They were neocons before that. Moral Majority, whatever Christian evangelical voter bloc name that they had, right? They will change their name, but just keep an eye on them. Mark them with a scarlet A and don't vote for their candidates ever again. That's how Australians vote, really? There's an anti-hog vote, Rave? Aren't the people on Trump's team turning against him? I'd be surprised if they weren't. When you say Trump's team, though, do you mean like his inner circle in the White House? Definitely Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, you know that Marjorie Taylor Greene has turned against him, but she's saying more. She's talking more about what turned her against Trump, and it was how he handled the Epstein shit. Right? He did not give a fuck about. She was a true believer, chat. She was a QAnon person. She believed that Trump was the secret agent that was sent to rid the world of the cabal of pedophiles that were behind the scenes, like, I don't know, drinking, adrenochrome out of children's like snapped, necks or something, right? She bought into the Pizzagate. She bought into all that stuff. And then when she finally got on the inside and was having conversations with Trump, he was like, I don't want to bring that. He literally said, it's going to hurt my friends. So you've got, if you trust Marjorie Taylor Greene, which I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I don't know how much we trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. But if you trust her, what she says about her conversations with Trump, it's, he straight up said that he's protecting his friends. I don't know. We should probably look at that, even though it's not on the agenda for today. Even though we're supposed to be talking about this moral panic against Somalis, and I do think that's really important, and that's what kept me off a stream yesterday, chat, was that, like, I had, the thumbnail ready, I had the concept ready, but I just didn't know if I could do it justice, and I guess I gotta get over it somehow, right? Like, on some level, as a streamer, you never do something the kind of justice that you would if you were a, let's say I was a, 750,000 strong channel doing video essays, right? And I could afford to wait a month in between video essays. I could take a month for each video essay, right? I'm never going to be able to do it the justice that I could with that much planning and stuff, but I'm not in that position. If I tried to, if I even tried to, go there from here, I would starve to death, right? I wouldn't be able to get through the bottleneck of becoming a big shit video essayist. I don't even know if people like video essays anymore. It seems more like the other way around. Anybody notice that? More and more video essayists becoming streamers or doing more streaming rather than the other way around. Yeah. So there's a lot of, and I don't know. I'm guessing. I don't know. I should watch the FD signifier video, shouldn't I? I think FD did a video about this on B-Sides, talking about just this exact dynamic and why you're seeing more of him and people like Foreign in live streams rather than video essays. His last video essay was a banger. All right, we didn't get a chance to watch it. I really wanted to watch it, but I knew there was going to be heat on that thing because he starts off showing the phenomenal amount of irony that there were in Charlie Kirk's last words, right? The last moments of Charlie Kirk's life were some darkly ironic, there were some darkly ironic things said back and forth between him and the person asking him questions. And FD shows, up to the point where what happens, and then, it goes into the video. Engagement is a lot more rewarding as viewer chatter during the live than the video. True. But the video, technically, I mean, like the downside to just doing live streaming is it's harder to grow as a live streamer. I've found a little bit of a workaround in terms of, doing some streams on shorts, doing some vertical streams, like along with my normal streams. And bringing in a whole new audience, because yeah, there is, like, I don't know, what do you call it? Organic growth, is that the word for it? I love Foreign Fridays. Foreign's doing some really good things. I like both his lives, and I like the way that he packages his lives for rewatch. I think he does. I think he's really kind of a pioneer, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can. Yeah, counting or not counting gang violence, right? I don't know. For whatever reason, chat, FD got hit over and over again on that video, right? They would not, and look, there's a thing that YouTubers do sometimes when we upload a video, we'll put it up like days ahead of when it's supposed to come out, just to give YouTube a chance. Like, all right, if you're gonna demonetize this thing, fucking demonetize it. Like, can I run with this video? You know, can I put this out? Because like the whole thing is putting out a video that gets demonetized, and I think this is really why. Do you also stream on TikTok while on here? You know, Reality Bites Back. I probably should. But I need some help from TikTok live viewers, right? We got any TikTok live viewers in the audience? Anybody watch live streams on TikTok? Because my understanding is a whole nother world. There's rules to that. The only rule I know is that I can't be like, follow me on nocommentchick on Twitch, or follow me on youtube.com nocommentchick, right? I can't do that kind of shit. I can't advertise. I can't try to sit. TikTok gets squirrely when you try to bring your TikTok audience onto other platforms where you might actually be able to support yourself. Although realistically speaking, from what I understand, if you get a decent sized stream, you can support yourself on TikTok, right? You can just be like, send me a lion. And hopefully they send you the sticker that is worth like whatever amount of money, and not you don't like hear a knock on your door and open it up and have a lion actually pounce you, like what happened in Curtis Connor's Psychic Natalia video. Oh my god, chat, I'm referring to this shit like Comic Book Guy from The Simpsons. You know Comic Book Guy? The guy that's like, I'm the comic book guy. I know every episode of, or every issue of every comic ever put out. He's the dude that runs the comic store in The Simpsons. That comic book guy. That's what I sound like when I was like, I'm like, you know, the Curtis Connor, Curtis Connor's Psychic Natalia, his, Gokunaru's epic takedown of Ethan Klein. Oh man, classic YouTube. There's a lot of words that have been censored. Oh, okay. So you got to know the words not to say. I got to have like a list, a little post-it note of the words not to say, probably starting with Zionist. All right. That's probably the first word. Like now Twitch got weird about that for a while, but I think they're mostly weird if you were to combine it with a adjective or a noun for some reason. That's when they don't like you saying Zionist. But yeah, I'm sure TikTok is now owned by the Ellison company. But you can bring a lot of eyeballs, says Reality Bites Back. Well, that's what we're looking for in the new year, is more eyeballs for sure. Also, oh my god, I love this. Okay, I gotta put this up. Here, let me. Oh shit. There's like an order of operations I gotta go in here, but Chazzer just said something really funny. I gotta work on my comic book guy impression, apparently. All right. Apparently it needs work. There's like, do you need to have a retainer in when you do his voice? Chazardus, 25-month member with a member chat saying, worst comic book guy imitation ever. I'm not doing it. Why do I think I could do... The worst thing is like thinking like, look, there's certain voices you can do. There's certain voices you can't do. The worst is thinking you can do a voice that you can't actually do. And you're like, I sound just like comic book guy, don't I? I always watch on YouTube, but my experience, people who stream on both usually have larger audiences on TikTok, even though they're on here. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I've got software I just don't know, I don't know, like, how to get started. The other thing that I need to do is start, cutting, videos for YouTube, shorts for YouTube, clips. We haven't talked about clips in a while. That was an improvement. Well, you got to get the frothing. To talk like comic, I can't do it. You got to have somehow like saliva frothing in the back of your mouth, right? I think that's the key. It's like the way that it would if you had braces or a retainer maybe, or if you're Donald Trump and you've got, it's like the way that Donald Trump talks through his dentures, kind of a little bit. I wish a little bit of an improvement. I don't know. I don't think I have the imitation, but yeah. I think you have a really great message and people would enjoy watching you. I mean, definitely like the TikTok audience. Yeah. I'm sure we'd have a lot of agreement with. I'm sure we'd get in into some kind of, circular firing squad type drama over there. I'm okay with that too. Reminds me of the old days of Twitch, right? When every liberal, Twitch streamer was trying to purge the leftists out of their ranks, right? But maybe the opposite. Maybe the opposite. I don't know. But yeah, clips. All right. When we're talking about YouTube shorts, when you're talking about TikTok videos, right? When you're talking about even Twitch clips, where do those come from? For me, they come from you, the user. You, the user, have the power in your hot little hand to be able to clip me saying something, hopefully something that makes sense, hopefully something good. I don't know. Hopefully something that resonates with you and that'll resonate with other people. And look, clips can blow up on Twitch, right? Just on Twitch, just by making a Twitch clip, you can actually blow up, right? And like if I happen to see it, which was more likely to happen if you clip something good and it actually blows up, then I could put it on YouTube or some version of it, and maybe do a little edit on it and put it on YouTube or put it on TikTok, and then maybe it blows up even more. And yes, if that happens, chat, you will get credit for that. So I am just asking people on Twitch, people that use Twitch, especially if you know how to clip, maybe make a few clips. I've definitely, I have this issue with whenever anybody clips me on Twitch, it's always something that's like, what? Like that, that I'm kind of I'm starting off, you don't know what I'm talking about, and then I start to say something kind of interesting and then it cuts off before I finish, right? That's the kind of clip I'm cursed with. Or a clip where I'm not doing anything, or a clip where it's just the chair. Okay, you got me, chair stream, chat. I was going to the bathroom. I committed the sin of Frogan. Chat. Frogan, who was sued for having gone to the bathroom during a react. That's what Pisco's talking about, I think, with Hutch's mod. Although it's really weird because, this mod kind of, I don't know. First of all, they're eating, which, look, it's eating on stream. I do it. I'd be ridiculous to insult other people, be like, oh my gosh, you were eating on stream. How dare you? Right? I'd be ridiculous to say that. But if you're calling in to talk to a streamer, right? I'm a streamer. I'm on here for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours at a time. So I'm gonna have to eat, right? But if you're calling in for a 45-minute conversation to Pisco, maybe eat first or before or after, right? So they got that going on. And then they've also got the fact that they're moving the goalpost, right? They're moving the goalpost. Call in to argue about Ethan Klein. And then, well, I don't even want to take on the argument of did Ethan actually sue the right people, or did he just sue the people that he knew that, wouldn't provoke a backlash, right? Because we've been over a million times, if Ethan sued Asmongold would eat his ass, right? The cockroaches would eat his ass. They'd crawl inside and then they'd crawl out through his eyeballs after having eaten eaten all of his vital organs in his brain, right? That's what would happen to Ethan, right? If he went after Asmongold, even XQC, there's no way There's no way the juicers would fucking eat Ethan alive, right? So even though those guys did reactions to Ethan's content nuke and probably in some cases, you know, contributed even less than you know, Denim's Frogan or Casey Tron, they didn't get sued because, you know, again, there would be some sympathy, there would be empathy. These guys, I mean, they do have like hate audiences, but they don't have like, you know, big enough hate. They have too many stands, right? So yeah, this mod ends up abandoning the idea that, like, you know, defending Ethan's, like, you know, choice of targets for his lawsuits, abandoning the, you know, the ethics of suing people over, you know, DMCA, copyright type stuff, and just gets into the, like, well, you don't understand. These people called CPS and they sent him skulls. So Ethan's allowed to be a little cray. I would love to see the Roach H3 war. Yeah, I mean, it would be short. It would not last very long. That's one. Oh my God, I don't think they could take it, chat. I don't think they could take it. Can you imagine? Well, you know what? We might actually have something similar, right? Because when we're talking about modern day H3's audience, we're not really talking, let's be real. We're not talking about Girly Pop Nation. Girly Pop Nation is dead and buried. And if anybody is, you know, still there from that era of H3, you have not read the room. You have not noticed how much the room has changed. You have not noticed that your friends are all gone and they've been replaced by D-bots, right? But that is what's maybe happening now. Because we got Destiny criticizing, actually being on the right side of history for once, right? Criticizing Asmongold over his Minnesota Somali takes, right? Asmongold's been on a crusade, I guess you could call it, you know, saying things that would get Hassan Piker or any other streamer banned from Twitch, but there's a reason that Asmongold doesn't get banned. And Hassan, I think in the video that we got coming up, is going to go over that. Yeah, I'm gonna watch some Hassan on this one, just because he's done a lot of the legwork. He and his community were able to do a lot of the legwork in real time in watching this. And chat, I would love to trust you to do the same thing, and someday we will. Someday we will. What even started this Somali thing is so random. I mean, Donald Trump, maybe? I feel like you're the ambassador to Girly Pop Nation, and I am correct. Yeah, so all the Girly Pop, like most of the Girly Pops are just decimated. It's mostly D-fans, right? So, but that's why I'm saying that, like, you know, had Ethan gone after Asmongold, you would have seen an absolute apocalypse happen to his community, and he probably would have had to, you know, pack up his balls and leave, right? He would have gotten out of Dodge. He would no longer be streaming if that had happened. But you maybe are gonna see, I guess, a fight between the DGGers and the Roaches now, because yeah, Destiny is calling Asmongold out for his bullshit. But yeah, what did start the Somali thing if we trace it all the way back? I know Trump said some really racist shit about, he called, now I want to look this up. Elon Omar. He might have been reacting to Elon Omar. Yeah, I think that the best version of this, oh my gosh, there's actually videos on Hassan. Hassan defends migrant fraud. Yes, Hassan, I remember that was definitely what Hassan said. He's like, I just love fraud when it's done by migrants, chat. I don't think that anyone should go to jail for fraud. I wish we could get more fraud. Sorry, what video? Was that Yellow Flash? But yeah, just as I'm looking for Hassan's video, I am finding, I mean, that's a decently sized version. I think it's actually on his normal channel though. Hasnabi, Nick Shirley. But yeah, what I wanted to find was the original. Okay, that doesn't help me. Hasnabi, can I just find the fucking channel? Jesus Christ, there's the haters. The Hassan haters. Okay, there's the...
I want to make something very...
Okay, there's the Hassan video. Oh yeah, just to push back on this before we even get into this, let me just play you the audio from the beginning of Hassan's stream on Nick Shirley. So if you don't know what we're talking about with Minnesota and Somalis, and in this case, it is like some fraud that kind of goes back to COVID era programs. This guy named Nick Shirley made a video, right? He's a Tyler Hitler Vera clone, like the maybe the Shane or the Timu version of Tyler Hitler Vera. And he made a video that is supposed to be investigative journalism, but god damn it, chat. Investigative journalism is not what it used to be. When I was a little kid, I remember like the local news chat, the local news team had some kind of like, we got the I team for investigations. We're going around investigating all the shit. Like there was like real local news, like investigative journalists, right? And they did a pretty good job. I don't remember what the fuck, what town that was for, but there was some kind of I team, you know, like the local news, like funded an investigative arm of their journalistic project, right? And then you know, if you if you look at like the Obama era and the kind of investigative journalism that was going on then, you know, it would have been nice if it was like, I don't know, into healthcare, corpo's influence on the Affordable Care Act. It would have been nice if that was happening while the Affordable Care Act was being written and voted on, right? So that we could see exactly who was, you know, watering down the bill. But no, instead of that, you got James O'Keefe dressing up like a pimp, going into a community organization called Acorn, which I don't know, they register voters, they do a bunch of different things, dressed like a pimp with a woman, you know, Confederate with him. Confederate is the wrong word to use. With a partner in the, you know, investigative report, dressed up like a sex worker, right? Or you know, what he thought a pimp looks like, what he thought a sex worker looks like, and then asking about like programs, and then trying to find somebody. So most of the Acorn people were like, no, get the fuck out of here. I don't know what you're doing. Like, this is weird, right? You're in a costume. But they found some people to talk to them, and they were like, oh, look at this. Acorn helps out pimps and hoes, right? Acorn supports prostitution and like trafficking, right? You know, just basically nonsense, right? Where they eschew any type of actual investigation, actual research, any sort of allegiance to the truth, right? For the spectacle of being able to shout at somebody, you know, in an office, right? Being able to essentially Karen somebody at work, right? That's what James, and he kept on doing it. Like year after year, every year he'd have a new scam. He even got thrown in jail for, I think he pretended to be the phone technician at Mary Landrieu, a senator from Louisiana at the time's office, and went in there and actually got arrested for lying about who he was and what he was there for. But that didn't stop him. He kept on going all through, you know, COVID. He had something where he interviewed somebody he pretended to date someone from Pfizer, I think. They sent somebody to go undercover on a date from somebody who supposedly worked on Pfizer and be like, yeah, you know, like try to ask them questions to make the vaccines look bad, right? And you know, at this point, I think it's gotten so bad that James O'Keefe is now, the last time I saw him, it looked like he was exposing like Republican scams or something. Anyway, the point is, chat, investigative journalism isn't what it used to be. It's gone from a methodology, right? with transparency, you know, because that's you're investigating something. What's the problem? A lack of transparency. The last thing you want to do is not be transparent yourself, so that it's like you don't know, is this a hit piece or is this like real shit, right? It's gone all the way from that to basically this performance of just kind of like Karening. Like that's all it is. You go to somebody's work and you're like, hey, do you know about the fraud that's going on? Are you part of the fraud? Did you do the fraud? Is the fraud here? Can we interview the fraud right now? Are there any children? Can I see the children in your daycare? Yeah, that's the question you're going to see this guy, Nick Shirley, ask over and over again. He wants to see the children, right? Random fucking white guys, kind of creepy looking, show up at a daycare and they ask to see the children. What response do you think you would get if you sent your kids to daycare? Maybe some of you do, right? What response would you want the workers at that daycare to give a guy that says, let me see, you know, the children, including your children? Would you want them to be like, oh yeah, come on in, a person with a camera that I don't know, go ahead and film the children. I'm sure you're not, you know what I mean? That's kind of giving pedophile. It's kind of giving predator. It's giving definitely dangerous person. Media journalists, companies have stopped funding. Yeah, that's the thing, is real journalism like this, real investigative journalism, it does cost money. You need quality personnel to do it. Some people have got the knack for it and some people don't. Like my journalism mentor, you know, when he was talking about this type of journalism, investigative journalism, specifically said, it's not for everyone, all right? If you want to do this kind of shit, you got to have a killer instinct, right? You got to be ready to fucking, you know, because it's like a cornering a snake type situation. Either you're going to kill it, either you're going to expose these people to the point where they are discredited, where they lose their position, they lose their prestige, they get investigated, they go to jail even, maybe, right? Some of these investigations by journalists end in the subject of the investigation going to jail. You got to be ready to fully go in and just end them, or else they will probably, you know, look into your background and find, you know, I don't know, did you do plagiarism on your, you know, college paper or something? Like, you know what I mean? These are companies with money and they're making money doing, you know, bad things. And if you point the camera at them doing bad things, they're going to try to undermine you. So he was always really, you know, I'm really thankful for him for this. He didn't, you know, water it down for us, right? He straight up said, like, you know, this is a type of journalism that not everybody can do. Only some people have that temperament, right? You got to have the fire in your belly to want to correct the wrongs of society. And once you latch on, you got to fucking, you know, like a dog biting a snake, right? You got to fucking shake that thing until it is dead, or else it's going to bite you, right? So anyway, investigative journalism is no joke. It's very expensive. There's probably a lot of legal liability for it too. And as a result, yeah, like a lot of news agencies do not do it anymore. And in the absence, people want this. People are hungry for the truth. In the absence of a real community-minded, like hard-boiled detective out there on the streets trying to get the truth for the people, right? You get Tyler Hitler Vera. You get Nick Shirley, you get these fucking jokers that are performing that role with no understanding of what it really means. His Ukraine expose was despicable. Yeah. No, he was absolutely, he went to Ukraine, I guess, and he decided, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? He saw some nice cars there, and he saw a Ferris wheel. And so he shows like the nicest part of, I think, Kiev that he could. And it was like, this is where your tax dollars are going. These people, like, right? These people are rich. They don't need your money. Every Ukrainian's got a Bugatti. They got a Bugatti. They're drinking sparkling water. They're not drinking poor people water from the tap. They're drinking the sparkling water and they're driving the Bugatti. Yeah. So anyway, he makes like this one, you know, this video that kind of does go viral, and he got called out on it there was some NATO account, right, that just ate his ass. Sorry, I should say it in a different way. That left no crumbs on his ass. Sorry, let me try to revamp the visual. Great visual. Oh my god, I'm giving all the visuals today, Chad. I had roaches crawling into Ethan's ass. That's terrible. But that, look, that's not, it's not that, it's more like the roaches are probably gonna crawl up Destiny's ass. Let's be real. And Destiny's already a skeleton. But yeah, anyway, he was low-key cutting like Russian propaganda while he was in Ukraine, and some NAFO Doge guy like just ripped him apart and exposed him. He tried to hide behind the idea that he was doing, what did he say? He says like, well, isn't it okay to do like, oh my god, what is it? Satire? I'm doing satire. I'm doing, but I'm doing satire. No, you're not doing. You're not. Your point. The point is not like this is what a Putin stan would say. Let's all laugh at it. Your point was like literally, God, Ukrainians are pretty rich. Do you really think that they, need any of that aid? Maybe they're just playing us. Maybe they're not even being attacked by. I don't know. I don't like. Right? Kyiv is fine. They got a Ferris wheel. They're driving the Bugattis. And so, maybe there's nothing. Maybe they're all okay. Maybe Russia's just playing patty cake with the Ukrainians. It is a fucked up situation because, like, I am sympathetic to the idea that actions by the United States and NATO, put Ukraine in the place that they're in, that put them at this risk. Right, the very fact that Ukraine did not retain any of its nuclear arsenal after the split up of the Soviet Union is due to promises made by United States and NATO aligned nations, right? But at the same time, does that mean that Vladimir Putin has the right to fucking go in there and try? I don't know. Does that mean that these people should be under the thumb of Putin? Does this mean that Putin has got the right to go in there, or that Ukraine owes Putin something? No, absolutely not. Right? But yeah, it's still part of the billionaire problem. They don't, because I know likely people have different views on Ukraine in the chat. They don't want people holding the wealthy to account. So they've bought up companies and killed the profession and fired the truth. Probably more than fired, probably blacklisted the truth tellers. I thought it was, yeah, you thought it was, so Candid, this is a great comment here. Candid Guts says, I thought it was all about being sneaky. Yeah. So yeah, generally, in real investigative reporting is gonna maybe look a little bit more like James O'Keefe, even though, like I said, that's a bad idea. That's a bad example. But James O'Keefe, for all of his faults, had a hidden camera. This guy's going in with a camera, shoving it in people's faces, and then just filming their reaction and using the reaction to be like, oh, see, there's something bad going on here. Because if there wasn't, they'd be like, come right in, Mr. Camera guy with dark, with sunglasses, and go ahead and film all the kids you want. Yeah, no, I'm sure that'll be. Putin has the right to Minecraft himself in Minecraft. True. Yeah, having issues with how NATO operates, right? How the United States conducts its foreign policy is not, does not necessarily mean that Putin is in the right, or when he's literally invading a country. This is what I was afraid about this is what I was afraid of about the thumbnail today, right? When I made this thumbnail, the first version of it didn't have JD Vance or Asmongold or Anna Kasparian. Right? So here, let me. Am I streaming on YouTube and Twitch? Correct. Yeah, we're on both. That's my normal thing, you know, like normally I stream on YouTube and Twitch. Sometimes I'm also doing a vertical stream. But yeah, the first version of this, right, didn't have the JD Vance, the Asmongold, or the Anna Kasparian. And it was just, you know, fake investigator, real childcare center. And what I was worried about, like I did the thumbnail and I was like, okay, cool, there's the thumbnail. And I looked at it again and I was like, you know what? This looks like a prank video, doesn't it? Right? Fake investigator? We sent a fake investigator into a real childcare center. And you'll never guess what happened. Stick around till the very end of the video to see the wackiness ensue, right? It kind of looked like this. Maybe this is a prank video. Maybe this is just like, you know, me like, oh yeah, what a great joke. They sent the fake investigator in to be like, I'm from the HSI. I'm from the wait, what is it? The DHS, right? I need to investigate your childcare center. Like, he tells them that they're, you know, the worst that he's seen. They're gonna get closed down, and the end. Surprise! I'm not really an investigator. And there's a hidden camera there. There's a hidden camera there. I don't know. I was afraid people are gonna think something completely different, but I think the JD Vance thing maybe explains it better. But yeah, he really did say that this guy, this shithead, and you're gonna see what a shithead he is. I do not use those words lightly. You know, that he deserved a Pulitzer. Yeah, Walmart prank gone wrong type setup. Yeah, it kind of looks like it, right? So I'm glad I that was the other thing, that the other reason that oh my god, tabula pasta with the JD Vance 360. I love it. That's awesome. Yeah. So anyway, Omega Star with the super chat. Vox and butterflies, gotcha. We got to vote for Vox, right? If you're voting for Vox, right, you can vote for any of these topics, right, that I got for you today. Whoop, there they are. Yo, Omega Star with the 5 community subs. Oh my god. I gotta read those out too. Machine, you just got jellyfished. Colovion, you just got jellyfished. Saluda, Saul David Betancourt, you just got jellyfished. Anonogamy, you just got jellyfished. And let me see if I can pronounce your name correctly. Erna Nore oh, I'm mispronouncing your name. Erna Rutigo, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And if I did mispronounce any of your names, please feel free to correct me in chat, because I do try to pronounce those correctly. But yeah, there we go. We're on one butterfly, and wow, we're definitely getting some bonus content today. But yeah, Vox Populi is what you say if you want to just support what the chat is voting for already. Right, that's how that works. The other topics you can vote for right now on youtube.com. Anyway, Barry Weiss on Bill Maher. She's on Bill Maher. Apparently they talk some shit about TYT, so if you'd like to see Barry Weiss and or Bill Maher talk shit about TYT, not for any good reason, right? There's a lot of shit. We will be talking a little bit of shit about TYT because they covered this too. Let me just say, TYT, I don't think they did the worst job I've ever seen them do, but not a good job either. Not a good job either. Howdy Space, how does this normally work for you? If you come into a chat, ask the streamer to bark, and then ask to be modded, does that usually, I don't know, is that usually like a winning strategy for you? You're like, yeah, actually I mod 7 chats now. They always give me mod. I just ask them to bark. and then after they bark, they mod me, right? It typically works. Typically a pretty good thing that you got going. Well, like, I don't know. Maybe you were saying you wanted to be a mod because of the bullshit going on in chat, but regardless, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the space, and good to have another power mod along with us. But you know, it sounds like you got a lot on your plate right now, so you know, we'll just like get to know you for now. Like, I mean, we definitely do have mods in chat. That's not an issue. I think that maybe Howdy Space just thought that there were no mods. Maybe Howdy Space was just trying to be helpful. I don't know. I'm trying not to be judgmental of chatters. I'm trying not to jump to conclusions, because it's easy to misinterpret what somebody says. It's easier for you to misinterpret what I say, you know, and it just gets really confusing otherwise. But yeah, hopefully we're all good in here. We've got Drunk Pisco versus a Hutch mod. I described that story a little bit. Yeah, Pisco, I think Pisco's had enough of DGG, maybe? Like, we never watched this, right? But there was a debate between him and Pisco, and he debated Hutch, he kicked Hutch's ass, then Destiny came through and got mad at him, was like, you know, this is not, you know, like, how dare you embarrass Hutch? Hutch is my favorite pet, right? I must protect Hutch. Right, and it sounded like Pisco was actually backing off talking about Ethan Klein, Destiny, or any of the drama, because what's happened is that there's a war between the DGGers, I guess, and the J-Stalkers, right? We've watched a little bit of J-Stalk. One in chat if you know who J-Stalk is, right? The J-Stalkers probably includes like Queemon, probably includes Cherry, Straighterade, I would call, like, right, you know, so you got the J-Stalkers, right, and you got the DGGers, and then you got Pisco, who's kind of like neutral territory, I guess. You know, he can see some of the faults in Destiny. He doesn't really talk about them a lot, but he can see them, and you know, he will say when he disagrees with Destiny. You know, which some other people seem a little bit more reticent to. If you want to be an orbiter of Destiny, you generally do not do that. But because of this, he's gotten the attention of some actual sussy Bacchus, right? Now, I didn't like take a good look into like who is in J-Stalk's stream at any given time. I did see some familiar names, and no, I mean familiar in a bad way. Right, names, some old school Twitch poll personalities that I've run into before, and were toxic as fuck. But I didn't really say anything. I'm not gonna call out somebody like, "Hey, you got bad people in your chat, J-Stalk. Did you know that?" Because at the time, you know, it was kind of refreshing to see somebody from the Destiny side of things, somebody from the slop tube, look at the Hassan, like, look at the Hassan Ethan situation, look at the Hassan Destiny situation, and actually be like, yeah, I think they're kind of full of shit on this one. I don't like Hassan. You know, this is J-Stalk. J-Stalk's not a fan of Hassan, doesn't agree with Hassan. J-Stalk is definitely not anybody's leftist, but you know, in the conflict, he was able to call Ethan Klein full of shit, which, you know, you don't see a lot. You see a lot of team sports. You see a lot of side-scucking in the modern incarnation of the commentary community. So it's kind of refreshing to see J-Stalk and Queemon and other people like that actually calling balls and strikes for once, because, you know, I'm just not used to that. So we watched a little bit of that, but I did warn you that, you know, these are not necessarily people we agree with ideologically. And it turns out I was more right than I realized, right? Because certain forces, something that's even more toxic than DDG, had kind of seeped out from the sewage cracks and was super chatting Pisco. And some of you might know exactly the sussy baka that I'm talking about, right? So somebody that is trying to do a little bit of a, I don't know, like a leaf turn or something. The hype train coming in at level 2. Okay, so just for the future, for future reference, right? I should say this earlier. I should have said this earlier. When there's a hype train, it's your chance. If you need to re-up your sub, if you want to gift a sub to somebody else, or if you just want to throw some bits my way, or use a, you've got a Twitch Prime burning a hole in your pocket, that's the time to use it because you get something for it, right? It's a little quid pro quo. You get exclusive emojis, and right now it looks like maybe Omega Star is the only one earning exclusive emojis on this one. It's okay, chat. Better luck next time. It's my fault for not saying something. Having Ethan Klein's fans in his chat has been something. Oh, well, they definitely yell. Yeah, the Ethan Klein fans yell at Pisco a lot for sure. But anyway, he had somebody worse than Ethan fans, worse than Destiny fans, worse than Ethan fans, right? Somebody from the absolute dregs of Discord was in Pisco's chat, super chatting him, right? And Destiny, apparently this person hates Destiny. When I was rocking in Twitch poll, both this person and the Destiny and his followers in his toxic, weird Nazi Discord and Destiny were kind of aligned. They were kind of simpatico, and they both hated me, right? And now it seems like the world has turned, the worm has turned, and you got I don't know what's going on. It looks like Destiny versus some retread Nazis pretending not to be Nazis and some Kiwi farmers maybe. I don't know exactly what's going on, right? And if anybody's watching this from DGG, you probably think I sound ridiculous and you're like, oh my gosh, she's got no idea what's happening. It's okay. Feel free to explain it to me, okay? Feel free to explain the lore that I'm missing, because I just haven't been keeping up with these assholes a lot. But anyway, that's what's going on with the Pisco versus Hutch mod. So yeah, Pisco debated Hutch. He kicked Hutch's ass. Destiny came in, got really mad at Pisco. The community, the DGG community, basically targeted Pisco, and eventually he said that he wasn't going to cover this type of topic anymore. And I think he's changed his mind. I think he got drunk last night and he was like, I'm not taking this shit anymore. And he shouldn't have to. You're right, Pisco. You shouldn't have to. I mean, he's still, the same shit lib. He still, hates leftists. But the frog I mentioned had a conversation on WEC TV with Destiny. Oh, okay. It's there's, oh my gosh. It sounds like I missed a lot. God damn. The frog you spoke of. Is he even still a frog? I feel like he morphs from time to time. Sometimes he's a uncooked chicken or turkey. Sometimes he is a frog from the hell swamps. I think when I first met him, he was a snail. Yeah, I've debated this asshole. And I didn't really know what was up. I didn't know anything about... Yeah, this motherfucker came into my chat, and donated $10 at some point, right? And that's how he appears. That's how he ingratiates himself. Not to put any stink on people that donate, or especially first-time donators. I'm not gonna assume that you're from the nether regions of Discord hell. Just because you're a first-time super chatter, right? But this guy was definitely up to no good with me. And I don't know. That almost makes me think that I don't know where I come down in the fight between him and Destiny. All I know is both of their communities are just incredibly toxic. So I guess let them fight. What do you think, Infallible Foul? Is that a good take? Is let them fight where I want to, since I don't know anything about this drama at all? Is let them fight a appropriate take to have on this, or is there really a side that's less despicable than the other? I mean, speaking of less despicable, one thing I will say, in not in Destiny's favor, he's a predatory creep, right? That's my problem with Destiny. Regardless of what his takes are, if he changed tomorrow and declared himself I don't know, join the DSA. I don't know what the fuck he would do, right? But he would still be sus to me, right? Just because of how he handles his community and mostly his orbiters. This guy ran a fucking casting couch like he was Harvey Weinstein. This guy looked at his orbiters and I'd like to take that one and that one and that one. And look, it's I don't like streamers that use their Discord as a dating app. I mean, that's kind of, pathetic. Chud Logic, I'm looking at you here, right? I don't approve of that. All right. But the thing that Destiny was doing, like, really does look like a kind of, it looks like he used his power and his clout to sleep with orbiters that he fancied, right? That's my assessment of it. And that's why I think the guy is sus. Squid with a GoPro. Oh, speaking of GoPros, chat, I was thinking of maybe, I want to do a New Year's, I want to do like a subathon for New Year's. But I was thinking it might be fun to try to go to some like New Year's event here in Thailand and do a little, little selfie stick. I don't know though. Streamers have such a bad name in Southeast Asia, right? People have had so many experiences with streamers that do not respect locals and just, treat people like shit. I got one little fight and my mom got scared. Wait, what are you? You're doing the Fresh Prince, Joshua Keller. I didn't even see that. Anyway, there's tons of drama going on. I'm not sure it was ugly. They hate each other. Yeah, I don't think I can pick one and be like, oh yeah, Destiny's definitely, like, say what you will about him, he's not as bad as Doobie. He fucking did ops with this guy. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Right, this is part of the like seedy underworld, like of streaming, right? And this is the part I fucking hate about streaming, is that some people take shit, whether it's drama or whatever, they take it or politics, right? They take it way too fucking seriously. And like the phrase "touching the poo" is when you take internet drama and bring it into real life, whether that's like showing up at somebody's house, stream sniping somebody, or just sending like harassment or doing things will get them harassed, right? I want to stay as far away from that shit as I can, because being targeted by, I don't know, on some level you don't have a choice, right? You're either gonna fight this shit or you're gonna be part of this shit. And I saw too many people, too many good people. Like Pisco's a great example. Pisco should know better than to have been a DGG orbiter. I do not believe that Pisco did not experience the toxicity. And I would guess that maybe that's why Pisco's kind of backing away a little, slowly backing away from the toxic poo of the Destiny community. So I commend Pisco on that. I also commend, let's see, Omega Star and Narwhal for getting us started here. Wow. We're at 135 out of 200 here. I can't imagine sniper wolfing Jack's films. Yeah. I mean, shit goes too, you're not toxic. Well, as long as you don't I don't know, IRL harass or harass like my perceived enemies, right? That's where I don't want it. Wait, why is there a poo emoji? Anyway, I mean, I'm interested in what's going on, but kind of grossed out by the participants. Speaking of participants, we've got Internet Anarchist. Internet Anarchist. Doing some plagiarism. All right. I guess that is what the internet is telling me, is that Internet Anarchist is now doing plagiarism after having done a video about somebody that supposedly plagiarized him. If it's Nick Shirley, good guess, Peace Dynamo. That's a grumpy. Oh, the toxic poo. Oh, it's the grumpy talking. I got it. Speaking of the grumpy, anybody watch? Oh God, I got to get through this. Barry Weiss, Philmar talking shit about Anna Kasparian and TYT. All right, but not in a good way. Drunk Pisco versus a Hutch mod. Pisco always destroys Hutch when he debates him. Last time he debated him, Destiny came in to try to destroy Pisco back and really just kind of put the fear of God in him, making Pisco semi-retire from covering drama, I guess. But now maybe Pisco got drunk and he's decided he's back. He doesn't care. Maybe he's gonna do, He's gonna do drama. He's gonna do his shit anyway, right? He's a little bit bothered by people telling him that he can't talk about certain shit or that he's a bad person because some fucking Poison Frog shows up in his super chats, right? The same Poison Frog that super chatted me several years ago, right? You know, you can't really help where you get super chats from. And then Internet Anarchist possibly participating in some plagiarism. We'll take a look, see what we think. And then we got Clavicular. You remember Clavicular? The guy that ran over a dude? The guy that smashes his face with a hammer in order to mog people and get his Mew on, get his Mew up, like get that chin to, you know, he bone smashes, and the idea is the chin mews out when he does that. He does all kinds of weird body mod shit, weird like biohacking. You know, and he's a fan of Nick Fuentes. That guy, yeah, that guy went on Michael Knowles and fucking buried him. Fucking buried that boomer. And the funny thing is, I don't think Michael Knowles is actually that old, but doesn't he have like incredible boomer energy nonetheless? I think Michael Knowles might be one of the younger people from Daily Wire. I'm not sure. He looks younger than like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and all of them, but yeah, kind of Illuminati-ish. I mean, yeah, it does. It is that is what we're talking about here. Yo, Crotchy with the super chat. Barry and Bill versus Jink and Anna. Right on right action. That's what we got. It sounds like a medical exam. Yeah. What would the clavicular exam be? Something for posture, maybe? I don't know. Maybe you line up your clavicle to your, I don't know, pelvic bone to test for... Have Jink or Anna ever been on Real Time? Anna has. Anna's been on Real Time. I don't think Jink has. Michael Knowles, boomer energy, younger than me. Actually, that's on the DW as a whole is kind of like that. Yeah, he definitely looks younger than the rest of them, but... So anyway, yeah, Clavicular went on to Mog and Mew all over Michael Knowles. And he didn't realize it, but yeah, I think Clavicular just ended that man's whole career. Clavicular ended his career. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. And it's embarrassing. And you're gonna be super surprised when you see two things, right? One, who is Clavicular voting for? Does he want to vote for JD Vance or does he want to vote for Gavin Newsom? And how does he make that decision? How does he decide who he's going to vote for? What basis are we going on, right? That, and also, what does Clavicular think of Michael Knowles' obsession with trans people, right? That's interesting too. So yeah, we got plenty of right-on-right violence today. Whether it be Barry Weiss and Bill Maher, or whether it be Clavicular versus Michael Knowles, well, no, I won't classify Pisco and the Hutch mod into that, but that's what we got going on today. Yeah, so this is all bonus content, right? I programmed the first half of the stream. I decided what we're going to cover. Today we're going to cover the Nick Shirley video and all the fallout surrounding it. And then you get to choose the second, the fun half, right? I choose the free half. You choose the fun half. How does one end someone's astroturfed career? Good question. I guess they got to make Ben Shapiro hate him or something. Or make it so that the man can't show his face in public any longer. Oh my god, chat. I'm starting to get to the boba. The ice is melted enough and I've penetrated down to the boba layer. But yeah, anyway, we got a lot to get into with the free content. I'll let you choose the bonus content. Oh wait, Kachi, you said that you wanted to see the Barry Weiss, Anna Kasparian stuff. So there we go. But anyway, this is the bonus meter. Let me fix it. Should say 136. that dictates whether we get bonus content. And what is it saying right now? What is this weather vane telling us? It's telling us we will get some bonus content today. Maybe a lot, maybe a little bit, maybe a lot. Nick Shirley has a big nothing burger. Does anybody in chat have a nothing burger to post? We actually have an emote for that, I believe. Some of you may have it. I think it isn't it like a bits? I don't remember. There's different ways you get the different emotes. Somebody had a nothing burger earlier. Maybe they journey to the center of the boba. Yeah, it's like the iceberg, right? You get to the bottom of the iceberg and the boba starts to hit your brain. This is the way, chat. This is the way I do bone smashing, right? I smash the bobas right into my palate to get a stronger maxilla so I can mog harder, I think. Or do I fog? Maybe I fog. I think I fog more than I mog. But, I feel like we need a trans guy to mog, clavicular now. He was talking about mogging trans people. Right? And I feel like there's at least a few trans guys that completely mog him. I want a something burger. I want a burger too. Wait, do I have food? Oh, geez, I do. What do I have? I have grapes. Probably from the US. I don't know. Are these any good? Actually, they kind of look... Okay, yeah. Wow. No, these cannot be US grapes. They gotta be from somewhere more delicious. I got that. And then I got... What even is this? Burgers are for closers. Oh, look at this, chat. A stir fry veggie dish with some cucumbers, and look, I love that this place gives you that's a butterfly pea flower. My favorite vegetable. They give you little flowers along with it. I don't know. I think it's cool. Anyway, so yeah, I don't have a burger. Burgers are expensive here. Burgers have to be imported. And everything that has to be imported is so expensive, but if you can get it from Thailand, you're all good. Regarding what happened to the Somalis, it is a result of alt-right trying to distract from the Epstein. This is what I think, Metal. I agree. I think that it's MAGA. I think it's JD Vance and Trump trying to jump into a little like gap, right? There's a little news gap because it's the holidays. And trying to see if they can stoke a racist fire against Somalis. If they can get a moral panic started that every Somali everywhere is trying to scam the government, the state government or something, right? So that they can, yeah, exactly, distract from the Epstein files and the Trump crime family. And yeah, punish Tim Walz. Well, you know, it's not like, look, it's not just... I mean, this is a good analysis here, Metal. Punish Tim Walz for being Harrison's VP. Take away Omar's seat since they realize they can't get Tlaib's seat. Try to lure Somalis to the Republican Party out of fear. Interesting. Yeah, I'd say that's ridiculous, except they maybe have been successful in doing similar stuff with other demographics. I don't know. But yeah, no, I think that they're, so many idiots are falling for it. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got Elon Musk and JD Vance hyping this, like, discount Tyler Oliveira. Like Hassan had, I think, almost done content, almost covered Nick Shirley before. But just watching him, he kind of got the feeling that maybe Nick wasn't, like, all there. Like, it felt like, you know, I don't know. It felt like he was going after somebody with, like, you know, that wasn't, like, functioning with a full complement of, you know, brain power, right? And so yeah, he says he didn't cover him the first time because he felt bad. He felt like he was punching down or something, right? He was making fun of some dude with a with real real struggles, right? But because this guy's getting 100 million, 150 million views on Twitter. Now, obviously, that's Twitter, so it's going to be inflated somewhat. It's full of bots, but he's still got a lot of views on that video, and the hogs are loving it, right? As long as you can unite the hogs against one common enemy, whether it be trans people, whether it be Somalis, whether it be BLM protesters or whoever, right? That is their strategy, right? So they're trying to coalesce the group after having major fractures, and I just don't think it's gonna work, right? Even MTG is on the fucking. MTG is going hard after Trump now. She's talked more about her conversations with Trump. Minnesota is mostly white, so the alt-right probably want to see if they could trick a bunch of normie white folk into pushing. Minnesota also, in spite of being a blue state, it is a fairly purple blue state, right? It's one of those Midwest states that has urban centers like Minneapolis that vote blue, and then a ton of rural area with not that much population, but that votes fairly red. So, just it's similar. Similar to what is it called? Wisconsin, right? Close to Wisconsin and kind of similar to trick a bunch of normie white folks into pushing out Ilhan Omar and putting in a Trumpy like Virginia or Youngkin. Oh, like Virginia Fox? Yeah, no, there does seem to be some kind of plan going on here. But anyway, our plan is to watch some bonus content after we've watched the free content, the free half, which I'm gonna do. You get to choose the fun half. You do that by voting. All right, first and foremost, you do that by voting, and 56 of you have already. Yeah, we got 56 votes in. First place, we got Barry Weiss on Bill Maher. Right, that's Barry Weiss not talking about Bill Maher, but going on Bill Maher's club random, which is kind of a gift, right? We got two kind of drunk we got two pieces of drunk content on the bonus tonight, and they're in first and second place, right? So yeah, the drunk content there, I'm assuming, is just Bill Maher. Usually his guest does not drink or smoke blunts or whatever he's got rolled up there. Looks like a really thick joint, actually. I'm not even sure what it is, but yeah, Bill Maher likes to get stoned, and he likes to get crossfaded and talk to political figures, and he's got Barry Weiss on, and apparently they're gonna dish some dirt on Anna and Jink, probably because they're too pro-Palestinian, I would guess, right? So that's in first place. Second place, we've got Drunk Pisco versus a Hutch mod who is not drunk but is eating. That's her impediment, is that she, I guess after watching enough Loner Box and Destiny and whatever else, kind of content that whatever slop she's consuming, she's like, oh yeah, that's what you do, is you eat on stream. And it's like, yeah, if you're a streamer, if you're on for 8 hours, you probably eat on stream. But if you are the content, if you are the caller, then maybe it will be easier to understand what you're saying without you constantly shoving Twinkies into your mouth, which, or Christmas cookies or whatever she's eating. We can't see her, but we can hear if you got R.I.P. misophonias, R.I.P. misophonia havers, right? Because there's going to be some eating on eating and talking at the same time. All right, so that's in first place. Second place, we got Drunk Pisco versus the Hutch mod. Third place, we got internet archivist plagiarism. Sorry, God damn it, I can't pronounce anything. Internet anarchist. It's such a weird thing because I don't think the dude's an anarchist, but that's what he calls himself, internet anarchist. In third place and fourth place, we got clavicular mogging on Michael Knowles, right? So you can go ahead and vote if you haven't already. The vote is open now on the YouTube stream, No Comment Chick on YouTube. feel free to sneak over from Twitch if you want to, and make sure to also like the stream while you're at it, because that really helps me out a lot. Voting helps me know what you want to see. Liking the stream helps other people get the stream in their feed, right? So you liking the stream equals down the road somebody seeing the stream and maybe coming in here, and maybe they're cool. I don't know, maybe they're not. But yeah, if you want to tell YouTube that people in this stream are enjoying themselves, right? And maybe even convince YouTube to send more people into the stream, then you could do so by liking the stream on YouTube, and that helps me out greatly, and I appreciate that. Other things you can do to help, click on the pinned, right? On Twitch, on YouTube, I've got my Blue Sky pinned. We really should be doing this with Twitter at some point, but the last few times I've done this on Twitter, it didn't work out very well. So we're on Blue Sky for now, but if you have Blue Sky, feel free to go look at the post that I've got for Go Live. And if you want to, hit it with a like, hit it with a repost, hit it with a comment, right? That way more people on Blue Sky will see that this stream is going on. And I think that they might be, they just might be, just like TikTok, strangely, might be interested in what we're talking about in here. I think that Blue Sky, likewise, might also enjoy it. So you can help those Blue Sky skeeters. I don't think you call them skeeters. What do you call Blue Sky people? Help them find the stream, then go over and use your Blue Sky power, use your Blue Sky account to send that to more people if you want to. Trump made Elliot Abrams his special envoy to Venezuela. Elon Omar stood up against the war criminal Elliot Abrams. Yeah, from the Bush administration, right? Possibly the most evil man in the world. Well, yeah, after Kissinger died, that's a distinct possibility. When Trump makes Abrams an envoy to Venezuela, yeah, no one else had the courage. She is a badass, and she must be protected, right? And also, what a wild thing, blaming a member of the House for something that went on in the Minnesota state. Like, right? There's a better argument maybe for blaming Waltz, but it doesn't really look like Waltz has done anything wrong here. But yeah, they are using this to go after Waltz, and they are using it to go after Elon Omar. And here's what I think it is. I think that they know Waltz could be a presidential candidate. Waltz might have been a better candidate than Kamala Harris. He does definitely have some baggage, right? And he doesn't do well with explaining scandals. And yeah, this is going to be another scandal, right? That'll make Waltz running for higher office less likely. But he's got something. He's got intuition that Kamala Harris did not have. And misophonia recognition, by the way, it's not that it sounds unpleasant like nails on a chalkboard. It triggers a flight or fight response, like suddenly having a loaded gun in your face. It's very debilitating. Yeah. And as much as we joke, it is like serious shit. And I do try to avoid anything that would trigger misophonia. That's why I have things like a noise gate. Hopefully you're never hearing, you might see me eat on stream, but hopefully you're never hearing me. Waltz can speak to farmers. True. Yeah, Waltz is one of these, Democrats, kind of like Midwestern Democrats that might be, in fact, look, here's where Waltz is useful. And I'm not just going to say Waltz, I'm going to say candidates like Waltz, right? You take a Gavin Newsom and you run them nationally, and yeah, they're going to win in California because he's from California. He's going to win in New York. He's going to win in New Jersey. He's going to win in Massachusetts, right? But any Democrat's going to win those states, more or less, right? We're looking for somebody who can win in Wisconsin. We're looking for somebody who can win in Pennsylvania. We're looking for somebody who can win in Georgia. We're looking for somebody who can win in Arizona, Michigan, states like this, right? Even Minnesota, right, is not something that the Democrats should take for granted, right? Because, they've been way too close to losing that state recently. And it's not the first time that that's happened. So yeah, having somebody like Waltz is valuable in a lot of ways. He may be too encumbered with baggage at this point. I don't know if it'll happen, but that it does show you that the Republicans fear a guy like Waltz maybe more than they fear a guy like Gavin Newsom, because I do think that Gavin Newsom, look, I'm from the Midwest, and when I see Gavin Newsom, I'm expecting somebody to try to sell me insurance or a used car, all right? He's well put together, as clavicular notes, right? You know, clavicular saying Gavin Newsom is an attractive man, and he thinks that for the most part, in a presidential election between two men, the more attractive man will win. I do like the idea of Tim Walz 2028. I mean, so far I'm not. Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't know if AOC will run in 2028. We don't know, you know, who's going to run in 2028. Some of the front runners are, you know, Gavin Newsom and, oh my God, I'm trying to remember who else. Pete Buttigieg, right? Yeah, we probably need more of the Tim Waltzes and, you know, people like this, and less of the, you know, types of candidates that are like Newsom or Shapiro or Buttigieg. But anyway, I think I've explained like the bonus content, and as well as that you can vote for this now on youtube.com if you haven't already. I've explained the fact that this is the bonus meter that tells us if we're going to get bonus content. Now it's at 136 right now. That means that we're going to cover one bonus item. If it gets to 200, then we cover 2 bonus items. If it gets to 300, we cover 3 bonus items. So that's kind of how that works. And you know, the things that make this number go up is when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, as Narwhal by Nature did earlier tonight before Betty by time. Jeez, I'm saying it weird. Before it became too late. Before the carriage turned into a pumpkin, right? And or if you support me on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Just hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account, and if you got Prime, you'll get a free sub. You'll get a free sub. That sounds like you'll get a Subway sandwich. You'll get a free Twitch sub, right? Which means you can rewind the stream, and it also means you get the emotes. You can also buy yourself a Twitch sub. It is $6, or you can gift them to other people, which is very generous and very much appreciated. But anyway, all that stuff makes this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, I stick around and cover the top topic, the top voted on topic, right? If it gets to 200, I stick around and cover the top 2, 300, the top 3, etc., etc., etc. This right here is the butterfly goal, which I don't know. I may be retiring. We haven't had a butterfly in a little while. I may have to figure out a different strategy on the butterfly goal going forward. But I would like a sandwich. I mean, me too, honestly. I think Gavin knows he can't win the presidential election because he's from California. Oh, well, he's playing the attack dog role. I mean, geez, I would love politicians that you know, recognize shit like that. You know what I mean? That, right? Rather than everybody being all about ego and be like, I must be president, right? Recognize if, you know, there is a structural issue in your candidacy for president, and, you know, try to help in the way that you can. Anyway, it's at 1 out of 10 right now. If we get to 10 super chats of the teal variety, which I believe it's only like $3 to get a teal super chat. It's 100 Thai baht is what it's like tethered to, because I live in Thailand right now. But that equates to about $3. But if we can collect 10 of those chats, I will put the butterfly in my hair. There's a lot of ducks in this chat. I've heard of, yeah, I think there are a lot of ducks in the chat. Actually, it's duck chat tonight, chat. But anyway, that's the butterfly goal. That's the bonus goal. And then the other thing that I need to explain to you is when you donate, okay, in any way, including a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing, right? You make this number go up. but you also have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. If you're a smart and savvy chatter, you can say in the chat, like when you donate, you can be like, I want to see Clavicular Michael Knowles. I want to see the Internet Anarchist thing. I want to see Drunk Pisco, right? There's a lot of ducks. There's ducks on the Twitch side too. The ducks are taking over. Wait, I want to see if that one counts as... Yo, actually, Magenta, that's kind of... Okay, so I lied. It is not... It's slightly under $3, right? That'll get it to turn. Look at that. Look, that's a teal. So just so you know, right? That's teal. Okay. Not Peter Thiel, but the color teal, according to YouTube. Right? That's teal, and this is light blue. Right? This kind of looks a little bit teal to me, as well. Right? But no, it's actually light blue. So this one, it's not at the threshold. I think the threshold, I think Magenta just established that the threshold is lower, is like 289 or lower in US dollars. I guess that's 5 New Zealand dollars. But anyway, it turns teal. It makes the butterfly goal go forward. It puts the butterfly on its hair, or else it eats the rotten pear. I don't know, chat. Jesus. But yeah, let me put this. I think we're at 139 now. But yeah, what I was trying to say is you can affect the poll by telling me in chat what you want to see as bonus content, and I will add it right up here, and it'll count as a bonus at the end of the night. You can also say Vox Populi, which is what Omega Star said tonight. And by saying Vox Populi, you are voting for what you're saying. I'll have what they're having, them being the voters, right? You are saying, I want the vote to decide everything, right? So you are de-emphasizing the role of the donors who can influence things, but you make it harder for them to do that when you say Vox Populi, and you're re-emphasizing the role of the voters. So that's Vox Populi. You can also say, I want a video game stream, because we haven't had one in a long time, and honestly, I owe you one. And look at this, chat. I'm $13 from owing you 2 video game streams, right? And we really do need to get back into that Soul Hackers game. Anyway, chat, I think I've said everything that I need to say. Oh yeah, one more thing. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I will give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're at the beginning of today's stream, let me go ahead and shout out my fancy weasels on Patreon. All right, so shouts out go to user JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Al of the Cake Mix, Direful, Sarah, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, or else Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noe, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabi, Jules K, and Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out goes to Sherry Safira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I think it's time to go. I think it's time to start. We got to make this happen. We're gonna speed run this, chat, just like Narwhal speed ran the bonus goal tonight by dropping a massive throne donation on us first thing here, right? Hassan is gonna help us speed run understanding what's going on with the Nick Shirley video. So we're gonna consume both the Nick Shirley video itself along with the actual truth of the matter that Nick Shirley did not have either, I don't know, the intelligence, the presence of mind, or maybe was too lazy to look into. Yeah, there's research that he should have kind of done ahead of time. Hassan does that on the fly with his chat. And I'm going to say that's awesome, right? I would love to be able to do that with my chat, but unfortunately, chat, you're not big enough for that yet, right? What happens in Hassan's chat is that, you know, as he's watching things, people will send him links of like, you know, this is the inspection of the site that Nick Shirley is going to, right? And this kind of contradicts what he's saying in claiming that there's no kids in there, right? The inspection, when the random state government official showed up for an inspection, they did have kids there, right? So yeah, his chat's kind of doing some of the legwork for him. You are honestly not big enough. I know you're awesome, and I know you very much want to help, but it only works in Hassan's chat because he's got a gazillion people in there. Someday, chat, someday. That's on me to try to make the chat bigger. Don't take that as your responsibility. But as such, chat, I think it's appropriate that we can leech off of Hassan's chat, because I think his video ends up being the best presentation, the best debunk that I've seen. We're also going to take a look at Legia Miller's debunk of the video, and maybe Rebecca Watson. I know that Rebecca Watson has done. I think a few other people have done debunks as well. So we're going to try to speed run understanding what's going on with the Nick Shirley video. And then we'll get to the bonus content after that. How does that sound? And then I'll take a look at Asmongold as well, right? Asmongold has jumped onto this. Anyway, chat, we got to get going. Otherwise, we'll never finish. And I don't know, turn into a pumpkin or something. I don't want to turn into a pumpkin. All right, let's see what's going on with Hassan today. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we're doing the debunking.
Be clear before we get started on this journey. There is fraud taking place in Minnesota. There have been
okay, so I've seen a gazillion videos calling out Hassan Piker for defending fraud. Right? It's not or denying fraud, right? No, right off the bat. Right? That's not at all what he's doing. But yeah, the video's going after him for debunking Tyler Oliveira. I mean, Nick Shirley are basically accusing him of, I don't know, like loving fraud as long as it's done by Somalis or something.
Investigations conducted into fraud, welfare fraud specifically, taking place in Minnesota. I've covered it already in Minneapolis, okay? Yes, this is true. There's also been a lot of news coverage around the fraud that has taken place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, just like there's welfare fraud taking place everywhere else. I'm in favor of prosecuting everyone that does it, regardless of what their background is. There is no, oh, wait, but they're Somali Americans, so we shouldn't prosecute them. That's not how I play this game. It's ridiculous. Do this Somali thing, because it's massive news. JD Vance tweeted about it, said this dude has done far more useful journalism than any of the winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Prize centers. It's Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is another one of these like Tyler Oliveira style individuals, and I think they are low-key getting dumber and dumber, if we're being real. Like, and by dumber, I don't mean like, oh, their arguments are getting dumber. Like, the arguments are always dumb. Like, Nick Shirley is objectively not a very smart person. Like, you can hear it when he tries to speak. For example, like, he is not the most intelligent person, but it's once again a testament to how little intellect you actually need to do right-wing propaganda. And he is one of those guys that I've kind of felt bad dunking on, because it kind of feels like I'm making fun of someone with a significant intellectual disability in the past. Like, I've literally caught myself being like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this, because it feels kind of but I mean, he is seemingly having a lot of impact.
I've had this issue too. This is why I quit the debate scene, chat. The last debate I did, I think it was like facilitated by Dylan Burns's I don't know what you want to call him, a producer or something, like Danabo was trying to, kind of push me back into the debate circuit. But yeah, there was one debater that on the right that was just saying stupid shit. And every time it came like my turn to like, okay, fucking bury this dude, I was just like, I can't do it. It feels mean. It feels mean. Like, I don't need people to, put in, I don't know, what do you call it? Like, right? When somebody's like an easy fight. I don't know. It just felt weird. It just like, like, it's one thing to, push back on somebody who's doing harm. It's another thing to I guess, make fun of somebody who is not intellectually keeping up with debate. And that's what I was kind of, that's what I was tasked to do in that last debate. It just felt bad. It just felt wrong.
But there is an entire like right-wing content ecosystem now that tries to do like Channel 5
I don't like to punch down
style coverage, but without any of the politics, regardless of what you may think about, Andrew or whatnot. But a lot of these channels that start off as doing like Mr. Beast style content, then over the past couple of years have kind of made a pivot to right-wing investigations.
Nick Shirley does genuinely seem to, aside from being an awful person, Ellipsis says, have difficulties with thinking. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, what is his name? Tom Homan? Like from the Trump administration? I don't know if it's just the way the guy talks or what, but he does kind of.
And their Tyler Hitler Vera obviously was the OG pivoter, and there are definitely a lot of people that are doing that as well. I get it, right wings are latching onto it, so you reflexively have to defend it. No. I want to make something very
I should have just said, well, bless your soul. Yeah, good point, Joshua.
Clear before we get started on this journey. There is fraud taking place in Minnesota. There have been investigations conducted into fraud, welfare fraud specifically taking place in Minnesota. I've covered it already in Minneapolis. Okay. Yes, this is true. There's also been a lot of news coverage around the fraud that has taken place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, just like there's welfare fraud taking place everywhere else. I'm in favor of prosecuting everyone that does it, regardless of what their background is. There is no, oh, wait, but they're Somali Americans, so we shouldn't prosecute them. That's not how I play this game.
This is the biggest lie in the right wing, whether it is something like affirmative action or policing, right? When they will imply that like what is essentially the opposite of the truth, right? That somebody being black and being, accused of a crime being investigated is less likely to be punished. And if they are punished, will be punished less, right? That there's some kind of woke mechanism, in the courts and with police, right? When it's the opposite, where it's the opposite of that, right? You know what the police are like. They're not, look, I promise you, the problem with American police or with Minneapolis police, with any police, is not excessive wokeness, okay? It is quite the contrary of that. But you keep on hearing this stuff. You keep on getting these things that reinforce the idea that somehow actually the groups that are privileged are the groups that are able to claim, marginalization. That somehow has like social or political cachet that it just doesn't. It's again the opposite. And so in this way you invert the reality of systemic racism, and imply the victim to be the beneficiary and the beneficiary to be the victim.
It's ridiculous. The actual inconsistent standard that is being placed here is not on the left, even though right-wingers try to claim that it's actually the left that is doing this. Right-wingers claim that it is actually leftists and liberals, libtards specifically, that say, oh, if it's a Somali person doing fraud, then you should let them go. This is not true. It's actually the right. It is actually the right that does this. The right says if a Somali person is committing fraud, then all Somalis are at fault. We should only focus on the Somalis doing fraud and we should deport them. We should denaturalize them. Do not look at the white people that are committing fraud. Do not look at the...
If you're curious about why Trump and Vance are jumping on this, right, and Elon too, it's because they've been able to, they've been able to do mass deportations. They've got concentration camps all over the country. They've deported both, people who are not undocumented people, as well as people that do have their documentations that are going along in the process of attaining residency, and people that are straight up American citizens, right? They have deported all three, right? When the promise, the ask, the campaign promise by Trump was about violent immigrants, right? Giving you the idea that somehow Biden wasn't punishing immigrants, but wasn't punishing people that committed violent crimes just because they were immigrants. That was never true. But the people that voted for Trump based on this they were voting to, deport violent criminals, which I don't think anybody, disagrees that people that commit violent crimes should be punished. Right. But it's what do you call it in war? You call this mission creep. You know what mission creep is, chat? Like if the US goes to Vietnam and the mission is to support the South Vietnamese government, but in doing so, they encounter, paramilitary and they, I don't know, like, right. This is how, when that mission creeps to more than just supporting the South Vietnamese government, like the initial mandate, that's when you get a fucking absolute disaster, a horror show like what Vietnam turned in, and not just Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. This was all because of mission creep. Yeah, that's the best example I could come up with, right? Still trying to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. For anybody who doesn't know, that's the anti-fraud police, right? You want that organization running at full steam. If you are a consumer in this country and you don't like getting ripped off, you don't like getting scammed, you don't like getting overcharged by your bank, right? And yeah, Trump apparently still trying to, but anyway, yeah, Vietnam's a great example, right? The mission goes from like supporting a puppet government, which is not good to begin with, based on the Gulf of Tonkin incident being the rationale for the surge of troops, going from that to Henry Kissinger ordering the bombing of countries like Laos and Cambodia, which basically facilitated another genocide in Cambodia, right? Brought the Khmer Rouge to power through the mission creep that happened in Vietnam. But yeah, what I'm saying, I'm comparing it to Trump's mission creep in terms of immigration. He goes in saying, I want to do something about these violent, illegal, or these violent undocumented immigrants. And he just tries to push it and push it and push it. And what are we pushing here? Well, if you know anything about like Somali Americans in Minnesota, you would know that most of them are citizens, right? They have their citizenship. So we're not talking about deporting somebody that doesn't have their documentation, or even deporting somebody that's in the process of getting documentation, or we're talking about, or even somebody who's in here on a green card or something like that. We're talking about denaturalizing. We're talking about taking citizenship away from people, which is, I would hope most Americans recognize, a profoundly un-American policy to pursue.
Legacy Americans that are committing fraud. Do not look at the, pandemic business loans, the PPP loan fraud that took place. Do not look at Brett Favre and all these other.
I'm sorry, the Red Power Ranger actor. What is this? I never saw this, chat. Like, did I just miss this story?
Legacy Americans that are committing fraud. Do not look at the, pandemic business loan.
Red Power Ranger actor. So this was like a Power Ranger actor from like the movies, charged in multi-million-dollar PPP COVID. This was the Red Power. Oh God, he's 47. No, that's got to be like one of the original Power Rangers, right? That's like
the PPP loan fraud that took place. Do not look at Brett Favre and all these other people who will never see the inside of a.
Brett Favre did fraud too. Yeah, Mississippi welfare fraud. Yeah, a lot of the cases of this, like these government benefit fraud, cases, right? You've got maybe people that are receiving funds that they shouldn't, but that there's always some larger figure, right? Whether it be Rick Scott or in this case Brett Favre, that is benefiting from the fraud on a much higher level, right? So in other words, Sam Cedar, I think, has talked about this. Let's see if we can find that recently, in fact. You see the thumbnail there? We found where all the fraud is coming from. Oops, it's United Healthcare.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Again, we're doing a special tech day today where we have tech issues and make it more adventurous. But fortunately for us, here now, George Joseph, an investigative reporter for The Guardian US, has a piece out today that is just wild, particularly in light of the fact that we've just gone through 3 or 4 months of Doge trying to tell us that there's all sorts of like fraud,
abuse, and waste.
Fraud and waste in government, and a lot of that fraud and waste is like focused on.
Yeah, they always want to make you think it's like somebody is getting too much welfare. Somebody is getting, is getting, Medicare when they shouldn't. When in reality, oftentimes it's not consumer side fraud, it's provider side fraud. It's them misrepresenting what they spent on a patient, or overcharging the government, or under supplying the patient, right? Not taking the money on the government side for services that they're not really providing for their patients.
People who are using the system, like Medicare subscribers, as opposed to Medicare providers. George, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me. Great to be.
So anyway, yeah, go watch that on your own. Where we found out where all the fraud is coming from is the name of the video. But yeah, I mean, this is just a common occurrence, and people's inclination are to want to blame recipients of, and this is what the kind of the problem that I have with TYT's coverage. We'll go over that in a second, right? It's not as bad as it has been on some issues. I don't think, I think they did a worse job on the eating the cats, eating the dogs, and the Tren de Aragua in Colorado, apartment complex and all that kind of stuff. But, generally the problem with TYT is even when there is like more nuance in their reporting than there is from the right wing side of things, they're kind of boosting like the right wing, like that you are left with the idea of like, wow, well, it looks like there's too much services for homeless people. Maybe we should do something about that. And if you know where TYT's money has come from, and somebody like Katzenberg's view on homelessness, right? You'll understand why it's hard to buy their claim that they're just trying to provide a more nuanced version, right? They are feeding the moral panic in so many cases, including today. Anyway.
Prison cell. Do not look at like Rick Scott, for example. That person who was investigated and never really saw any serious criminal repercussions for doing Olympic level Medicare fraud is an American senator, is an American it was the governor of Florida, right? Like, I can't even speak about Rick Scott without everybody going, be careful.
Rave says, I've seen plans worth $500K be accrued with no services rendered. Yeah, it's so much easier for, like, I mean, really, like somebody that's on, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, right? Do they really have the time to be working out a plot to do fraud? And anyway, if that ever happens, right? If they do check this stuff, and if you get like too much SNAP, if you get too much of whatever, so whatever social welfare service that you're getting, the government will charge you back for it. TYT has stopped being relevant a while ago. Yes and no, Nadia. Their channel's not very relevant, unfortunately. Their media appearances and their Twitter presence still are.
My point is, investigate and prosecute everybody. Okay, do not try to hyper focus on like, oh, this is a immigrant problem. I don't want this to happen at all. I want it across the board investigated. This is not whataboutism. This is consistency. Having said that, the coverage that you will see here has some correct elements, like some real elements that are alarming and are suspicious and may even tie back into the investigations that were already being conducted in Minneapolis specifically. But you will very quickly understand why the coverage takes this weird turn.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place?
They got all the money in there, chat. He was just trying to ask where the money. They were hiding the money as he was walking in there. They were like, "Quick, hide the money! Quick, shovel the money into the closet!" You know, like right? They got all the money. They got all the fraud money in there, right? They're like stuffing like dollar bills into their bras and stuff, right?
In Minnesota.
Sorry. I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that?
Yelling in Somali. Does it say yelling in Somalian though? That's how you know you got a real interesting
Place here in Minnesota.
Sorry. I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on?
yelling in Somalian. Yeah, that's classic. I mean, chat. The language is called Somali, right? The culture is Somali. Somalian is not. It's not a word, but anyway.
1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside this building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses. So much fraud it could actually almost
Somali-ran. See, this is like if you're an English, you know, like you can kind of tell. You can kind of tell who we're dealing with when it's captioned as Somalian, and then like all this money is ran through Somalian.
History is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses. So much fraud it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as
This is classic. This could be a Reagan campaign commercial, chat. Except you'd have, you'd have like you'd have Black Americans instead of it's the same kind of shit, right? When you show like these, I don't know if these are mug shots or like prison pictures or whatever, right? But yeah, Reagan won. Oh my God, was it Reagan? Was it Bush? I'm thinking of Bush, aren't I? The 1988 election, George H.W. Bush versus Michael Dukakis. And the deciding factor was that Dukakis had let a guy named Willie Horton, I shouldn't even say it this way. Dukakis was governor of Massachusetts when a guy named Willie Horton was let out, as per the way that the prison worked on a weekend pass, ended up killing, and raping somebody on that weekend pass. And they just like ran with it, just would show the picture of this guy, right? Show a black man in a prison uniform and talk about, it's just classic fear mongering, except the identity. The only thing that's changed here between 2025 and 1988 is the identity of the people that are being demonized here. But it's still very similar, still a very similar dynamic.
they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia, like the
Do you see why I said he's just kind of not very smart? I'm not even making fun of him because he's like a conservative.
Yeah, I don't mean to be an intellectual elitist, all right? I'm not saying that you gotta, I'm not trying to be a linguistic prescriptivist and saying that people that said, ran through instead of run through or bad, or that, I'm not trying to do any of that. I am, however, saying that just like, on your daycare, if the daycare sign says Leering Center instead of Learning Center, as is going to come up later, that might not be where you want to send your kids for daycare, right? If your investigative journalist is struggling communicating, in his native language, that might be a sign that you're not getting top quality investigative journalism. Anyway.
Or something, or at least portraying himself as a conservative or something. Like he just genuinely is not very intelligent.
Shabab and others enrich themselves all at the US taxpayers' expense. And in this video we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And
yo, what is that AI? What the fuck was that? I'm sorry, I got
video we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions.
Sora. Oh god, he did it. Chat, he just burned down a fucking rainforest for racism. Look at all these Somalis with fancy cars. They shouldn't have those fancy cars. They stole those cars from you.
Millions of dollars from the government, and we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation.
It's always the same meta. You go to an area that is in the news, right? And you go with like a very obvious political purpose, like you have a political agenda, okay? If this investigation is to be conducted in a serious manner, I'm all with you. I'm right there with you. I love when ProPublica does like this, right? I love when Democracy Now! Or Dropsite News or numerous other independent news outlets actually take the time and go and properly investigate fraudulent activities such as this one, okay? I cover those reporters all the time. These reporters don't exclusively cover, you know, liberal positions or leftist positions either. They just look at crime taking place and they uncover it and they investigate it, okay? But they do it in a professional manner. And the reason why these investigations should be conducted in a professional manner is because if you do it in an unprofessional manner, specifically to cut propaganda for the Republican administration, you end up actually harming the actual investigators, the prosecutors that are looking into the situation. This is what I like to call the pedo hunter phenomena. When you actually do not take seriously pedophilia and the criminal investigations that must be conducted very carefully around child predators, you end up allowing a lot of child predators to roam free, and you're doing it in that situation for content purposes, and it's disgusting, okay? Vigilantism unironically ends up harming the actual procedures that must take place for justice to be.
Ratch KP says it legit reminds me of those boobs who interviewed Netanyahu Yolk, or the Yolk boys. I mean, that's a great name for them, considering how much egg they have on their face, but no, they're the Nelk brothers, the Nelk boys.
Served. If your goal is sensationalization, if your goal is clout, if your goal is to cut propaganda specifically for, you know, JD Vance or whatever, then you're going to end up not doing the best kind of investigation. The thing is, he doesn't do investigative journalism. His video is barely above TMZ level. In fact, TMZ has superior methodology and ethics, which says a lot about Nick Shirley. Yeah, of course. And I think this is one of the unfortunate downsides of the independent media dominance that's taking place. There's a lot of good that's come out of this, and there are a lot of wonderful investigative reporters. There's a lot of awesome news outlets out there. Obviously, I wouldn't exist if it wasn't for...
Oh God, I forgot. For my viewers in Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, all of Southeast Asia, right? It is New Year's Eve, and myself, yeah. It is New Year's Eve tonight here. It will be New Year's Eve for the rest of y'all in the United States, Canada, Mexico, and South America. I believe tomorrow. And then I don't know what, in Europe, you're like 12 hours away from it or so.
The internet, and also independent commentary and independent journalism in general. But there's also the downsides of it, where you do the whole, like, I'm doing my own research, and then you focus not on the actual criminality or the crime. You focus more so on how Somali this style of crime actually
You're on New Year's Eve too, Emily?
is.
For years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand, his name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked. How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been...
In chat, we got to listen to this guy because he did his own research, but what credentials does he have I wonder, what does he have? Is this his office, I guess? I am trying to figure out, like, what are those pictures? Like, what do you think this guy does? Yeah, this is the other thing. We don't even get this motherfucker's spoiler. We don't get his credentials. We don't even get his last name.
Revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
Wait, it's New Year's Eve already in Texas? What?
How I got involved.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, I mean, like for everybody. Wait, no, even the West Coast. Yeah, everybody's. It is January 31st in all of the United States. Timu Lindsey Graham. Okay, he could be like, I don't know, Lindsey Graham's brother, maybe.
Involved is that where
this guy's a QAnon clown.
My office is here in Minneapolis. I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I would see these child care centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day, and all I
No, David is not David does not have credentials. He's a concerned citizen, and this is
he's doing his own research. You should always listen to a man doing his own research, right?
Another part of the issue here, okay? Because he's basically delegating the task of digging into this information to random concerned citizen from the neighborhood. This is, again, the Tyler Oliveira method. Like, you're supposed to be doing that, okay?
Yeah. For me, it's like, well, I'm still like 8 hours, I think, away from like, or 7 hours and 30 minutes away from New Year's Eve. Or from New Year's, from the change. You know what I'm saying?
Investigative reporting dictates that what...
Did I say January 31st, random 3PO? My brain, look, I'm straddling multiple time zones, multiple content, except Hawaii. Good point, Emily. Good point.
Telling you right now, you're supposed to be doing
Hawaii and Alaska, right?
On your own. You're supposed to be digging deep into the files, the data, going to the local government, or even if you get this information from, you know, some random Midwestern guy, you should probably verify it, right?
Butterfly Goal is 1 hour and 15 minutes away from expiring. We're at two. We're at 2 super chats. If we can get 8 more in the next 1 hour and 15 minutes, I'm just saying this because I always forget to. Then we can continue the stream in butterfly mode.
A couple of guys standing out front smoking, and then I'd go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started.
Is that right, Ray?
I said, this place is licensed for 80 children.
Is that right? We were anticipating the release of the content nuke. Yeah, I think I remember covering something to do with Ethan on last New Year's Eve. It was some kind of pre-content nuke deal.
They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. Then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation, contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called...
Chat, what do you want to bet? I don't know if you know this, right? But with a bus, or I think what he's describing is like vans or whatever, right? If you run into the bus driver after the bus driver has dropped the kids off at school in the morning, and let's say the bus driver is driving back to, I don't know, the bus depot, there'll be no kids on that bus. It's crazy. It's crazy. That must be fraud. There's no kids on. You're a school bus, and yet there's no kids on the bus, right? If you find if it's the afternoon and the bus driver's dropped off the last kid on their route, you'll also see no kids in the bus. What the fuck is going on here? This must be massive fraud, right? It's just a weird thing to like. It's just such a weird conclusion to draw. I saw a van that had a child care center's name on it, and there were no kids in there. Aren't there supposed to be kids at a childcare? It's not just van drivers. It's supposed to be kids. What are they doing? Oh, it must be fraud.
Non-emergency medical.
This is the whole thing, right? They have now found some fraud going on in Minnesota, perpetrated by Somali, individuals. I think the ringleader was like a white woman, right? But they found this like cluster of fraud that like a lot of the people involved in it were Somali. And now they're like, anything with Somali people, we're going to just assume that it's, you see a childcare. Well, it must be a fake childcare. There must be no kids in there. It's just a front and
transportation.
Yeah. Where are the kids at?
So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back.
Wait, did I catch Nick backing away from the lady yelling at him? The lady that was saying he's ICE? Or you mean just then, Ratch?
That there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here we have all this paperwork.
By the way, there was already a audit that took place, like a professional audit that took place. Here's from Minneapolis Post. State government. What we learned from the audit of Minnesota's Child Care Assistance Program, no suitcase full of cash, but plenty of baggage. These are programs that have been audited on numerous occasions. Minnesota's legislative auditor released on Wednesday a long-awaited investigation into a subsidy that helps low-income parents afford child care, and it was a doozy. Fraud, fighting among state workers.
Wait, in the hallway, you're talking about the I think she like a councilwoman or something? Yeah, it's like towards the end of the video. They might have shown a preview of it before. But yeah, if you watch it till the end of the video, right? Like, it's not that she doesn't have answers for Nick and his investigation team, which is like what, two guys in balaclavas, two guys who literally look like ICE, right? And then this old dude, David, who is kind of giving somebody, given the fact that he's outside of childcare centers asking, where are the children? Show us the children, right? He's kind of giving somebody that you don't want around a childcare, right? And that's his team that he rolls up with. And he's surprised that people don't want to talk to him.
Policies and subpoenas all made their way into the report's 64 pages. Naturally, state lawmakers from the two major companies used it to draw completely separate conclusions.
Yeah, Teo, I kind of do. Right, here's what I think. I think there's a news gap that happens just naturally, maybe between Christmas and New Year's, right? That people are traveling. There's not as many people watching the news. And therefore, and maybe there's like less stuff going on in general. And I think that just like the eating the cats, eating the dogs. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong about this, but this is how I remember. Didn't that take place around Memorial Day? Or sorry, Memorial Day. Wait. Yeah. I think it was like Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day weekend. Wasn't that around the time that the whole thing blew up in Ohio, and then the debate with Trump that happened right after that? But yeah, I do think that they found a gap in the news, and they're trying to basically get started. Oh, it's Rach. Sorry, thank you. That helps, right? Ratchet, not Ratch as in Ratchet. Rach as in Rachel. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my God.
Came a 2018 campaign issue when a sensational television story tied fraud in childcare centers to terrorist organizations in Somalia, something that Nick Shirley brought up in the beginning. But one of the key things,
you're like, of all the pronunciations that you could, of all the mispronunciations you could have there,
they found was that there was no actual evidence of a connection between the state's child care assistance program and Al-Shabaab or other terrorists. Okay. Having said that, they did actually find a litany of issues. This is precisely the reason why this story has never really gone away. And it's something that local reporters, independent reporters, and investigators have looked into over and over again since 2019. And of course, remember, this is 2019. What happened in the end of 2019? COVID-19, which also accelerated this sort of fraudulent activity by 1,000,000%. And not just in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but all around the country. One of the biggest examples of this, of course, is the PPP loan frauds that took place. Over $200 billion in pandemic business loans appear to be fraudulent, a watchdog says. This is an investigation.
So again, we're worried because this is an unprecedented. So again, chat. I think even TYT said this. If what we're talking about is, $1 million to $100 million dollars in fraud, right? That's pretty normal, right? That's that's something that you see a lot of, right? But they're talking about it being 9 to 18 billion, right? And that's, that's not a small amount of fraud, right? But look at this PPP thing, right? Very prominent program, like almost like you'd say one of the flagship programs as far as COVID goes. And these are loans that go to business owners, maybe some to small business owners, but a lot to not so small business owners. 200 billion fraudulently taken. And this is not a big story at all, because it's somehow okay when business owners do it. I don't know.
From an independent
I think we got our priorities wrong.
watchdog from June 27th, 2023. Of the 1.2 trillion in federal aid dispersed on an emergency basis to small businesses during the pandemic, at least 200 billion or 17% have gone to scammers. That's the latest, most complete assessment of the potential fraud by the Office of Inspector General of the Small Business Administration, which oversaw the disbursement of the aid. Now, all of those loans were basically forgiven. They were not supposed to be forgiven. They were supposed to actually have better interest rates, and only if you actually paid the employees and engaged in disbursement like you claimed you would. But many people did not do that, and yet they had their loan forgiveness. And that's a much larger.
They buried this. This is a huge amount of fraud, right? This is money that were the government able to claw it back some way would actually have an impact on the budget. At least on a yearly budget, right?
Number than we're talking about, even though ironically enough, I'm willing to bet that a certain percentage of the Minneapolis child care fraud scheme that they're talking about most likely came from that as well. So just understand, a claim that the state was defrauded of 100 million could not be proven. The same goes for payments to terrorists. Last May, Fox 9 ran an investigation.
Oh yeah. Lest we forget, the small business of what is their business called? TED Industries, TED Entertainment Industries, or something like that. The H3 podcast, these small business H3 podcast, getting PPP loans and having them forgiven. Is that right? I looked at ProPublica's PPP tracker all the time. You should see how many times and how many variations of TED Entertainment got and took. Yeah, we should take a look at that.
That claimed fraud in the child care program was rampant and perhaps even as high as $100 million a year. Here's the other thing that's very frustrating, right? You literally cannot find a single mainstream article about the Minnesota fraud. Not even one. This is utter bullshit. Not only am I showing you one of the actual investigations that took place all the way back in 2019, but the notion that no one was in the mainstream was actually covering this news story is idiotic. Of course they were. This is objectively a falsehood. The problem here, of course, is that on the right, nobody ever gets punished for lying like this. If you lie in a politically biased direction, no one ever checks you on that lie. No one ever actually chooses to look in.
Oh shit, yeah, $82,000. Okay. And it had 83. Wait, how does this work? Includes any. Oh, I see. Okay. So they took out an $82,790 loan. We're talking about TED Entertainment Incorporated. I'm reading this from the ProPublica website, the PPP tracker, right? So they took out $82,790. They got $83,595 forgiven, right? The excess in the amount of forgiven is including the accrued interest, right? So they took out a loan for $82,000, accrued interest up to almost $84,000, but then instead of paying it back, the loan was forgiven. There are 5 jobs, right? 5 jobs reported. It sounds like the crew. So yeah, 66,000 went to payroll. So basically, Ethan did not have to pay. Ethan got the government to pay the crew, it sounds like. And also, it looks like his rent, $16,559 for rent, $66,231 for payroll, 5 employees. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it got approved in May the 1st of 2020. God damn, chat. I always wonder, like, would I have been eligible for like a PPP loan? I mean, I don't think so. Like, I mean, you could call what I do maybe a business, but I don't have employees, so maybe I don't think it. I could have applied for this shit. I didn't even get my stimulus. Fuck.
Into whether or not there is truth to this statement.
Chris Brown got one? God damn it. Everybody got one except me. Everyone got paid during COVID, and I was just like, well, I guess I'll just subsist on these, you know, on the student loan money that I haven't God damn. Like, I was in school at the time.
This is genuinely frustrating. Okay, so that's number one. How is it that a simple guy with a camera can uncover $110 million in a fraud in a single day, but a giant billion-dollar media organization behind the glass door somehow missed it for years? It's not that they couldn't find
How much for rent? It was like 16,000 something.
it. It's that they wouldn't.
Actually, the rent number looks kind of low for their studio.
Idea that mainstream news in the United States of America and in the Western world in general, because there are similar examples to what we talked about with like the grooming gangs in the UK, the notion that like police, investigators, independent auditors, and numerous other people are too woke to properly and adequately investigate the types of fraud that's taking place in Minneapolis because it's Somali Americans conducting this fraud is insane. The idea that mainstream media is refusing to cover it because of some woke reason is also insane. And it's also untrue. Okay, this got 19,000 likes. Kathy Young replied and said, "How is it that you're a liar and yet your bullshit spreads like wildfire? It is because a lie can go halfway around the world before the truth can tie its laces." To get up and report on it. Key questions about Minnesota's fraud schemes. Tim Walz can't admit the downsides of too much welfare. Opinion: welfare fraud is far too common. This is just from the Washington Post. Of course, there are plenty of people, especially in major media, that already despise welfare to begin with and want to cut welfare to begin with. Dave Weigel says, the initial New York Times story ran on 11/30 and definitely supercharged interest in the scandal. Wasn't simplistic either. Included both Garland DOJ bringing the fraud cases and the feeding our future scammers crying racism when they got investigated. Not only was the investigation covered, even the fact that the defense against that investigation featured the actual scammers crying foul by claiming this is actually racist scrutiny, not dissimilar to what we saw in the BLM stuff as well, in the BLM philanthropic structure for the international organization.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Chris Brown got almost $9 million in grant money during COVID?
There were a lot of people who kept saying, oh, this is really racist that people care about BLM. I was not one of those people. If you recall, I said BLM as a movement is valid, is correct, but the BLM organization was definitely getting up to some very improper shit. A lot of people yelled at me for it at the time. They said I was fucking racist. They said I was white supremacist for this take as well.
Yeah, you got to understand, chat. BLM, the phrase, when it started, it was a chant, okay? It was a movement. It was a chant. Nobody owns BLM. Nobody started up a business called BLM and said, hey, you people want to protest this stuff, right? You know, that's not, BLM is not a business, right? There is a business that, or a organization that Hassan's talking about that like, you know, took the name BLM, but that is not, you know, that is like, you know, one group of people doing who knows what, and in this case, it looks like they were that their finances were not so clean in that organization. People will take that and be like, see, look, BLM's corrupt, right?
So, you know, while white supremacy is a real construct and certainly harms non-white people with regular frequency, there are definitely going to be instances.
Mark Wayne Mullen did it too. Mullen raged. Oh, I hate these motherfuckers. Chat, do you know supposedly they're going to start like docking people's, they're going to start garnishing wages supposedly in this month, right? I think that the month they start garnishing wages is the month that people will have had enough. I think the Trump administration goes for fucking what little wages that we have at their peril. all right? And there will be hell to pay, especially considering the amount of fraud that they just allowed to fucking happen. And yet, no, if you want to go, if you want to get a higher education, if you want to contribute more to your community, that's a loan. And that's not forgivable. All this other shit, very much for, yeah, H3 just got their loans fucking forgiven. I can't do that.
Where scammers are falsely claiming white supremacy in an effort not to have people investigate their Does that actually matter to the investigators? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I find it really strange that people will make it seem like cops are letting or prosecutors are letting people go because they're afraid of being called racist. This happens in the fantasies and in the minds of racist people in general. Was that a real thing that in the Minneapolis fraud case was deployed by the people that were perpetrating the criminal acts of fraud? Absolutely. How much success did it have is insane, okay? How much success?
Okay, so just to be clear, he's talking about the success that the claim. So these, the people with, and they're not just Somali people, but yeah, the majority of, there was like 92 businesses that got charged with fraud. I think like 84 were Somali run. Some of the Somali run businesses, when they got charged, said, "Hey, this is racism. Like, why are you coming after me?" Right? That's obviously a bad faith, defense. They came after you for doing fraud, and it doesn't matter who the fuck you are. But like what Hassan is pointing out is that this was nobody backed off of them. Nobody said, "Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, we were going to investigate you for fraud, but let's just end this investigation right now because it turns out you're Somali, and I don't want anybody to think I'm racist." Right? That never fucking happened. Yeah, people that are caught doing fraud will say anything. Will say anything that they think might possibly get them out of the consequences, but it didn't work. It didn't work. Right?
That counter had is, I think, the part of the hysteria in this conversation. The hysteria is the notion that cops and investigators and prosecutors were actually being too woke.
And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done.
And it's probably the same data that you could get by just looking at the Minnesota DHS site. Let's be real, right?
By people at the state capitol.
Exactly. I got connections.
All this paperwork right here, what are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address. And together, they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever, and I've been by that place at least 100 times.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these daycares, these childcare centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never had any of them. They're all fraught with violations, and even though they have these violations, they're still in operation and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend of federal and state money. The bottom
Snap and Crackle says, I saw on JStalk stream that Minnesota Republicans deployed this guy. They are deploying this narrative tactically to help their Republican governor candidate. Isn't it Mike Pillow? I think it's Mike Pillow. Aren't they running Mike Pillow? So Tim Walz is going to run for a third term as Minnesota governor, and I think, am I right about this? Is it what's his actual name? Mike Lindell, I think is his name, right? I think they're running the Mike. Am I wrong about this? I think I heard it was going to be Mike Lindell, but yeah, they're probably going after the governor, and maybe they're going to try to use this against Ilhan Omar. Doubt he's the preferred candidate. Yeah, I can't imagine him winning a primary. But I don't know, maybe so. Depends on what Minnesota Republicans are like.
Bottom line is it's taxpayer money, so it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people.
I need you guys to understand something, by the way. This is very nefarious propaganda. It's not just like anti-black, anti-Muslim, anti-Somali, claiming that fraud is almost entirely
Wait,
done.
Ethan got over 1 million? I looked at the PPP site. Maybe there's, are you saying like all together? I looked at the PPP, the ProPublica PPP tracker for TED Entertainment Incorporated, and came up with, I think it said like 80, almost 85,000.
By these pesky Somalis, right? These scary Somalis. All Somalis are responsible for welfare fraud. But the other side, this is a double Monty. The other side of this issue is that it is very anti-welfare. So this is perfect for even a lot of capitalists who will claim to be anti-racist, but actually despise government spending on any sort of welfare initiatives, and will take advantage of this news story to say, see, the reality of the matter is there's a lot of fraud taking place at welfare.
Oh, I should have looked for Teddy Fresh too. If you include Teddy Fresh, it's almost 400,000. And did they pay any of it? Did they pay any of it back, Rave?
We just have to cut it. We just have to cut welfare. Nothing we can do about it.
The state of Minnesota are the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the mad.
And that's the other thing they're doing, right? They're going for a pretext to denaturalize U.S. citizens, right? With the demonization of Somalis being the pretext there, right? Most Somalis in Minnesota, they're citizens, right? So you can't kick them out for being undocumented. They're not. You can't kick them out for being, you can't revoke their green card. They're citizens, right? So what they're going for is the ability to denaturalize, which is the beginning of their policy of remigration. If you're from Europe, you might know what remigration is all about. You might know it as a far right, basically a Nazi, a Nazi policy goal, remigration, right? In other words, taking people out, citizen or not, shipping them back to wherever you think they should go, even if they don't fucking speak the language or whatever, right? That's their goal with this shit. And the other goal, to take down Tim Walz in Minnesota, prevent any possibility for a presidential run in 2028 or really in any year. And then and then probably also, just attack the social safety net more, right? The more people think that the social safety net is just a huge boondoggle from fraud, the more for fraud, the more people are going to be willing to cut it. And this is what, Anna Kasparian, when she claims that, like, no, I'm not against social safety nets. I'm just against these programs because these programs are, fraudulent and whatever. It's like, well, yeah, but when you jump on a right-wing, moral panic, you are enabling those programs to be cut. And I don't believe you, Anna, when you're getting money from people like Katzenberg, who definitely are not looking to, let's just put it this way. He's not looking to end homelessness by giving people houses. Let me just put it that way. What's up, Vance?
Is you have daycare, so you have adult daycare, and then you have child care, and then you have health care. And a lot of these same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation, and a lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses.
Wait, what is this? What is this industries involved in fraud? Adult, what is this, adult something? I'm gonna have to rewind it slightly. Adult daycare, so for seniors, I'm guessing child daycare and healthcare. These are the industries involved in the fraud.
All of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation, and a lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building.
Did we need that chart? Wow.
That has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address. There's another building in St. Paul that has 20.
What are the comments looking like on this vid? Are people buying this shit? Oh, absolutely. The beauty of people like
It's almost like the businesses are in the neighborhoods that, it's a
Nick Shirley and even Tyler Oliveira initially is that they get to present themselves as totally independent and not right wing at all. They get to present themselves.
yeah, the view from nowhere, and his like his way of talking, his incorrect usage of grammar and difficulty speaking intelligibly is kind of feeding into that. Hey, I'm just a dude out here. I don't know anything. I'm not a political operative or anything, but even I can see that it's not right to rip the good taxpayers off for all this money. It's not right what these Somalis are doing. I don't know. He's just trying to give you this aw shucks, kind of presentation so that it's, if you had JD Vance making this video, obviously people would be like, okay, it's JD Vance, right? I know where he's coming from. I know what his motivations are. This guy is, it's not even Tyler Oliveira, right? Somebody that is known at this point to be a right-wing operative, right? It's the new right-wing operative.
Themselves as like,
and don't call him Shirley.
Guys who basically took on the mantle of real investigative
And yes, he is serious.
reporting because nobody would, not realizing that these guys are not apolitical at all. As a matter of fact, they're basically cutting propaganda for JD Vance, cutting propaganda for the Trump administration. And that's the problem. I'm just asking questions and I'm finding a lot of fraud here will play a major role. Now, for the record, in terms of like a sequence of mass fraud taking place in not just Minneapolis, but all around the country, especially at the point of like taking money from government initiatives and instead of actually reappropriating those funds to things that matter, to improving the lives of the people who are less fortunate, who desperately need said funds, is it lining up people's pockets? Of course it is. This happens all the time. It's completely unacceptable, and it's good to actually punish the people who are engaging in this. So my criticism of this sort of commentary is twofold. One, because it's like inherently anti-welfare propaganda, because the heavily implied through line throughout the videos like this is basically that like welfare is bad and we need to cut it. And it justifies the right-wing position, the right-wing framing, which isn't to fix the problem, tackle the fraudulent aspects, and make sure that people who have engaged in this sort of welfare fraud are criminalized, punished, and then it never happens again. And we make sure that we reappropriate.
Rach is saying, look up Israel Somaliland Sovereign State Project 2025. I actually saw a video about that yesterday. So Somaliland is a potential... It's an area of Somalia that's acting somewhat sovereign, a potential like breakaway republic, and it looks like part of Project 2025 is to separate it from the rest of Somalia, and it's basically to benefit the United States global hegemonic project, right? I think Israel has recognized them. Funny, but irony of ironies, right? Israel recognizes Somaliland as independent and just not Palestine, I guess, right?
Reappropriate the funds adequately so that people actually get the help that they desperately need. But it goes along with the anti-welfare propaganda that Republicans are constantly trying to cut. Okay. The bad thing is the fraud, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a black person doing the fraud. It doesn't matter if it's a white person doing the fraud. You have to be anti-fraud, okay? The bad thing is not...
Did Santa finally run out of batteries? I haven't seen Santa move so far.
...that it's Somalis doing the fraud. The bad thing is not that there is... the bad thing is not welfare in general that sometimes leads to people engaging in fraudulent activities off of the funds that they're getting from the government inappropriately. The crime is the crime no matter who's doing it, and it should be investigated and it should be punished.
Yeah, fully 50, the tracker of Project 2025 says it's 50% complete.
Ironically enough, and especially in this
instance, it's mostly Kaya that sets off Santa.
Minneapolis, they have been investigating it. Now, do I trust the current administration to conduct a proper and thorough investigation and actually find every single person that is responsible for it? Not necessarily. Unfortunately, with less confidence in the FBI, with less confidence in our prosecutors, with less confidence in our investigators, it's more and more vigilante justice is going to be enacted. And the issue here in the long term.
And look, I don't know if we should get to it now, but vigilante justice, strangely enough, or not strangely enough, is exactly what Asmongold is calling for on Twitch, right? He's literally making a call to violence. Remember when Hassan said that if Republicans really stood against Medicare fraud, that they would kill Rick Scott, right? Now, obviously, Hassan was not. Hassan is not trying to, use that as a call to action because Republicans aren't going to listen to Hassan Piker, right? Him saying they should do something makes it less likely. But what he's saying is that, like, if you got this much smoke for people, doing like this little amount of fraud, then you got the big enchilada right here in Rick Scott. You should go fucking ham on this guy. And he, obviously said it in a way that is exploitable, and it was exploited by people like Asmongold that fully on claimed that Hassan was trying to trick the Republicans into executing Rick Scott. Fucking crazy fucking shit. But nobody in the based community, right? None of the cockroaches were mentally acute enough to latch onto that, to figure out that's where it doesn't make sense. But now Asmongold is just straight up saying that, well, I think that the people should intimidate the cops so that the cops no longer protect the Somalis, and then just do the purge. Is that what you're saying, Asmongold? Yeah, but anyway, you're gonna see in a second why Asmongold will never be banned from Twitch for that or for anything else.
The vigilante justice.
Are you saying Kaya and Santa are having an affair? God damn, that would be a real scandal, Joshua. Not only does Hassan shock his dog, he lets Santa. Okay. I don't know.
Clickbaiters, unfortunately, will have a hard time conducting a proper and thorough investigation, and it actually might muddy the waters. It actually might allow some of these criminals to get away.
They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on within the community. They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I...
Yeah, Asmon wants to invoke Mad Max rules to run them out. Chat, I am not going to feel sorry if I ever see a clip of Asmongold where there's a glow of torchlight outside his fucking house, and he's like, what's all that noise? What's happening? What's going on? Fuck around and find out, Asmongold. Fuck around and find out what happens.
Do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about, is getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota, you hear this term, Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of...
No, if a group of angry protesters ever gathered around Asmongold's house, they'd probably find themselves unable to breathe, right? I'm sure that the miasma issuing forth from Asmongold's house would be enough to drive them away. No, what am I saying, chat? Asmongold's got nothing to worry about. He's never going to have the French peasants show up with pitchforks and torches at his house.
Being called a racist or an Islamophobe, and they're afraid of their own shadow. And I don't understand. This is our future generations are going to have to pay for all this fraud, and they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it.
Ew, the blood wall. I forgot about that, Rach.
Tim Walz saying there's organized crime in Minnesota. What did he do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime? What are you doing? This is the...
Yeah. Oh, the other side of this is like this is also very directed at Tim Walz as well. It's like a very anti-Tim Walz thing. I love how Tim Walz is responsible for anyone who commits a crime in the state, but Elon is not responsible for the hundreds of thousands of deaths he knew would happen after he destroyed U.S. aid. Of course not. It's not Donald Trump that's responsible. In the eyes of these people, Donald Trump is never responsible, for example. Donald Trump can only be failed, okay? Donald Trump cannot fail. He can only be failed, That's just how it is. Is there a duty for Tim Walz as the governor to adequately, to ensure that there's like adequate prosecution? Absolutely, okay? Does he have a responsibility on this? I think so. Yeah, I do.
Careful, because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David
Exceptionally.
Well, this is actually 2 daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako, which you see on this sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million.
Here, I'll give you one example. Even if this business itself is improper, right? It is fraudulent. The irony is the way that they arrive at that conclusion, or the way that they build that narrative, is by talking about SOS filings and showing that like the same place has 2 different filings. You have umbrella corporations that are a part of the same exact the same exact company. For example, you can have numerous files.
Yeah. All the smoke in the world for the future generations having to pay for, fraud or whatever, perceived fraud. None for the trillions of spent on bombs for Israel, or the Iraq War, or any of the myriad of other things. That ridiculous. Like, how much do you think that ICE is costing us? How much do you think that's costing us, chat? I mean, like, there's a lot of benefits for people to. I'm not suggesting anybody should, right? For to sign up for ICE. They're kind of sweetening up the deal a lot to try to get more people, out there as their masked Gestapo. I want to. Can any of the mods figure out if Nadia maybe is behind on the stream?
Filings for the same business. This doesn't automatically imply.
Yeah, if you have your, like, sometimes people, if you're settings up for the stream get set way back, then you'll be talking about stuff from 2 hours ago, and maybe that's what's happening. I don't think I don't think any of the comments are being moderated, but
that there is.
But if Nadia is indeed watching the stream behind, Nadia will not hear what I'm saying for another 2 hours. So
Fraud happening there. Okay, there could be in this circumstance.
Dollars a year. And there are no children. Every facility as you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
There are indeed no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in.
No.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the door?
The other part of the problem here is, again, purely on the basis of like conducting real reporting on this matter, which is, again, a very serious crime, that needs to have a proper, cohesive investigation. A proper investigation is necessary in this circumstance. But if you just like leave it up to random guy with a YouTube channel, I don't know if he's going in the middle of the day. I don't know if he's going in the afternoon. I don't know if he's like going at a time where this business actually has like children in it. And there's no way to confirm when you are doing it in a way where I don't know if he's going on the fucking weekend.
Oh, okay, Nadia, but I'm just letting you know, I'm seeing your comments, which means that I'm seeing your comments in the multi-chat, which means that they're not they're not getting auto-modded by YouTube.
When you have
or by anything.
No way of seeing the verifiable truth here, and it's like very clearly a one-sided bias framing. Even if there's truth to the overall the overarching criminal fraudulent activity, there is a likelihood of spreading that to random businesses that aren't actually engaging in the criminal activity. Do you understand? And of course, a lot of people will just simply say, holy cope. This is not cope. I'm telling you how this is supposed to be.
Wow. You got just these like binary minds here where like the only two possible takes that you could have are either there's no fraud, nothing bad going on at all in Minnesota, everything's above board, or Somalis are a criminal hive mind sucking up all the, social welfare through fraud, and the Minnesota government is too woke to do anything about it, right? That's what this chatter, that is probably an Asmongold chatter, if I'm going to guess, right? That's what this chatter is like. Wow, holy cope. No, come on. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, can't we? Or is this just what politics has devolved to?
conducted. As someone who works with investigative reporters with regular frequency, you will never find a person that will say this kind of investigation is properly conducted. We went to a random local who had issues, and we didn't cross-reference the information that they have. We didn't cross-reference the information that they have.
Oh, okay. It was about the remigration thing. Okay,
At all.
that makes sense.
And we didn't do a thorough investigation into the claims being made at all. And we just simply went there. Who knows at what time? Who knows at what place? Who knows if it's over the weekend or not? You know what I mean? Who knows what the situation is in terms of like when they're going there?
Oh, it looks like we already got the Somalis coming through.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No. Can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
Literally just see somebody walking by, somebody from the neighborhood walking by. Is this your daycare?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Oh no, I'm sorry. She was going to the daycare.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here. All right, let's go to the next location.
And the fraud only gets more from here. Make sure you stay till the very end of this video to see exactly how much fraud we find.
The funny thing is, if you do stay to the very end of the video, you see a Minnesota politician. I'm not sure if she's like a city councilwoman or, a state representative or senator or something like that. I don't know how the Minnesota government, do they not have a Senate in Minnesota? Maybe I feel like I remember something about that. Anyway, it is not, I almost said Tyler Oliveira, Tyler Hitler Vera. It's not Nick Shirley that's asking her questions that she's unable to answer. It's actually her asking, pointing out things and asking questions to him that he is not able to properly answer.
By the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something.
Gotta be AstroTurfed. I mean, it is crotchy boosted by both Elon Musk and JD Vance, and yeah, is getting widely uptaken on Twitter right now.
Super interesting about the flags of Minnesota.
And here in Minnesota, if you take a look at
the flag of Minnesota
state flag, they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag.
Is he colorblind? No, because even somebody that was colorblind, right? You might mistake that for, I don't know, if you don't see color at all, maybe you mistake that for the Vietnamese flag. But no. What the fuck? Those are two very different flags, right? Not only are they, they both got some sort of blue in them, but yeah, very different star. Wow. Look, I could make a better case for the influence of the Confederate battle flag on many southern state flags. Now, some of them have taken that out. Biggest reach ever, I know, right? I mean, that is an actual real scandal. If you want to look at southern state flags, right, and then notice how they are all sort of remixes of the stars and bars. But yeah, this is not a remix. This is not an influence. This is a completely different flag here. Yeah, not even the same shade. That's what I was like asking, is he colorblind? But even then, right, you got a different star in a different place, and it's just like, one of the flags has, just white and a shade of blue. The other has two different, like a dark blue and a light. Anyway, wow.
Flag of Somalia. And really quick, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip.
Oh, I'm so glad that there is like a tremendous apolitical commentary being.
Now, the interesting thing, now I don't know what to make of this, right? I'm not suggesting a conclusion or drawing a conclusion, but maybe you in chat can draw a conclusion. Opus Clip is a service for wannabe streamers, right? For streamers, content creators, or wannabe streamers and wannabe content creators, right? It's I think an AI thing that if you like play Call of Duty or something, it'll go and find your kills, right, and put together try to put together clips that are like the most exciting for you using AI. I think that's what we're talking about here, Opus Clip. And it's a little bit interesting when somebody's advertiser is a is in the creator market, right? I don't know what that means.
Done here. You know, the apolitical investigators are on it.
How much money has this one generated?
This one in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year
Wait, the flag thing was floating around Republican Boomer Facebook years ago?
2024, $1,059,000.
Much might have used it. I don't know, maybe.
By the way, that was democratically voted on. And I'm pretty sure the person who designed it is not even a Somali person at all. It's so ridiculous, though. What the does the flag have to do with anything?
And in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally one block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door.
I'm just noticing that he tried to open somebody's door, right? Like a door that you'd expect to be locked. And he just, you know, he's going to see if it's, maybe somebody left it unlocked. Maybe I can walk right in. I mean, like, depending on where you are, like, walking into somebody's, like, house or you know, a business like this, that is, you know, yet they have, you know, clients that are parents and guardians, and they're taking care of kids at some point. But I don't know. I feel like this is the kind of shit that in certain places would get you shot. Maybe not in a city. It's just wild that he's just like, it says, please use the other entrance. Oh, he's going in the back. He's trying to see if maybe the back door got left unlocked, right? Sometimes people, you know, they're supposed to keep the doors locked, but maybe they got to go out and take out the trash or do something really quick. Maybe they leave the door unlocked. That's what he's checking for. Yeah. Is it breaking it? Does it count as breaking or entering as an educator? It's not really surprising the front door of the child. Yeah, exactly. A child care center is locked. Even some public schools lock the classroom doors. Yeah, especially in the age of school shootings. I mean, not as applicable when we're talking about like daycare, but certainly, you know, the reason that you'd have like dark glass on a facility like this and a locked door is because you know, there is a chance of non-custodial parents trying to, you know, come by and you know, pick up kids they don't have custody of. That's definitely happened at daycares before, and they do watch out to try to make they do a lot of checklists to make sure that they're sending the kid home with the right person, right? But also, you know, just like pedophiles and shit, right? You'd want to lock the door and you know, black out the windows, you know, to keep creeps away. He looks like a creep. Yeah.
Is locked.
This facility is licensed.
I mean, they both kind of look like
40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about
okay, I gotta check in on our butterfly goal again, because I always forget to do that. We're at 2 out of 10. We got 24 minutes and 24 seconds left in the butterfly goal. So yeah, it's not looking good for the butterfly today. Or
this is that last daycare center is that green building right there, and the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak?
Did he realize that this was going to be like his second? Isn't this the second location he's gone to? And he's already like, I'm so surprised that somebody answered the door. Because one time when I knocked on the door, they didn't.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Like normally, the normal way to conduct this investigation is, one, to obviously verify the information that he got from random concerned citizen, right? Let's say you get a random tip from a concerned citizen. You're supposed to verify it with the state. You're supposed to verify it with like investigators, call up the police, call up like local law enforcement, identify in the past state.
Omega Star with the super chat for butterflies and gaming, getting us to 3 out of 10 butterflies, and putting the super chat towards gaming, which, yeah, we're kind of close to racking up 2 gaming streams, which I owe you.
Prosecutors or investigators that have actually conducted investigations into fraudulent activity at these sorts of like child care centers, right? You're supposed to go to the licensing board, and then after that, you are supposed to call them up individually or try to figure out if there's actually any sort of fraudulent activity taking.
Oh my gosh. More butterflies. Getting us to 4 out of 10. You're trying. Oh my God, Omega Star. You know, don't take it all on your own shoulders. You cannot carry it. No one should. You know. Look, maybe you'll spur some interest. Maybe there's other people out there that are butterfly appreciators, and they've got that have got $3 burning a hole in their pocket.
Taking place over a long and extended period of time. You can't just like roll up randomly in the middle of the day with a camera and meta glasses to be like, can I see your children? Are there children inside? What the are they supposed to know? They don't know.
So wrong.
A creep or a pervert. You look like a pervert. Whether or not there are actual children in
I'll go one step further and say he probably smells like a pervert. Doesn't he look like he smells?
There or not doesn't even change that reality.
Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey.
Yeah, I like that they were saying, like, there were chatters who were defending this, being like, well, he tried to check in his kid.
Are those meta glasses?
Really, dude? Put yourself in the shoes.
I see the Ray-Ban logo there. Sounds sus as fuck.
This is a real business. Let's say it's not illegitimate, right? It could be, it could not be. I'm not saying that this is a legitimate business. But if it was a legitimate business and someone rolls up with meta glasses on deck with another guy that you may or may not have seen around your kindergarten with regular frequency, constantly yelling about where the kids are, you're going to be like, no, get the out of here.
Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025.
Yo, Girl on Friday reopening the secret Halo status. Wait, let me see. I'm not clicking on the right thing, am I? It's this one. Do you ever have your cursor disappear and you have to like shake your mouse around to get it to pop back up? Anybody else have that? Is that just a me thing? He does not take them off indoors. Yeah, he's too cool. Or like, I don't know. He thinks he's protecting his identity. I don't know why.
5.
What's with the glasses? We had a dad rock up. We had a dad rock up with bats and attack kids. God damn. Wait, just other people's kids? Yeah, I mean, it's wild. I mean, it's a very, look, when you're taking care of people's kids, you know, that is something that they care about more than anything in their life. And, you know, you care about the welfare of children. So, you know, yeah, you gotta, you know, there's procedures in place to make sure that nothing fucked up happens to these kids, right? That they're not getting, I don't know, taken by a non-custodial parent, or, you know, and what Rave was saying, threatened with bats. God damn. You mean like baseball bats, right? Not like the animal. That would be crazy if he was like rocked up with his with his minion with his bat minions, and was like, go and get those kids, my pretty, like he's commanding a legion of bats, maybe? I don't know.
This facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26.
There were multiple investigations and visits to this facility. DHS is aware of a systems issue.
Oh, I bet I know what that was. Yeah, I bet that's somebody that their kid told them somebody was like picking on them, or somebody was doing whatever, and that the dad then tries to step in and imagine it's certain podcasts host rocking up to pick up kids, screaming about skulls being sent to his house. Oh no, oh no. The actual Batman, yeah.
That is preventing some
yeah, the Batsman in this case.
newly completed documents.
So Ozzy Osbourne super fan.
Posting is required. This is the license holder for the ABC Learning Center. There have been numerous licensing reviews, right? 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. That was the one that they went to last. Total capacity is 40. No restrictions whatsoever. And let's see.
Yeah, butterfly to you too, Sarah. We're at 5 out of 10. Are we at 5 out of 10?
Let's see what the last potential violations were on the outcome of the visit. Licensing review 11/7/2025. Children's records. The individual child care program for a child with a known allergy did not contain all required items. The program did not have enough information about a child's known allergy. Facility electrical outlets were not tamper-proof or shielded. Menus did not comply with their nutritional requirements. Cribs were not checked annually against the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's websites of listings of unsafe cribs. Written parental permission had not been obtained for administering medicine or topical products. Children did not have daily access to all interest areas. Staff did not supervise the children at all times.
I think we're at 159 out of 200 if somebody wants to check my math on that one.
All staff did not complete the ongoing training requirements, and the program did not comply with individual child care program plan requirements. This literally means that while there are issues, kindergarten, seemingly through this investigation, we have found out that there are actually still children that are being cared for. Because obviously, if there wasn't any children being cared for, I suspect that they would probably bring that up in the violations. No, you know, it's a bad daycare.
Bats are really cute, especially the ones that eat fruit.
But it's still a daycare, it seems. I worked for an ABC Learning Center in Washington. It's real. They're a chain of learning centers across the nation. Yeah, because remember, this is not a YouTuber, right? There's a difference between a proper investigation being conducted that is comprehensive and actually finds issues, okay, with a national chain of daycares like ABC Learning.
Although I guess they're pretty much pretty common vector, I guess, for zoonotic, zoonotic ideologies.
Center that obviously due to the profit motive, I suspect, and due to underfunding, I suspect, is going to still have a litany of complications, but ones that can be addressed and is not as like world ending as there are no children there, right? But do you see the difference between a professional investigation that was conducted during the licensing review versus random YouTuber walking out there and being like, I didn't see any kids here, so it must be fake. It must not be a real.
There are no children in wait, what is it? Bao Sing Se? Ba Sing Se.
Plays. Do you understand?
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Like that's not an investigation.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
Like this is also, it's a goalpost shifting. If your primary argument is that there is no children at these kindergartens, okay, at the child care facility, but then we find out through, further investigation, at least conducted by the Department of Human Services in the state of Minnesota, that there are actually children there, but the specific facility has met some criticism and in the investigations are for licensing criteria, and you turn around and say, why are you defending the fucking lack of adequate childcare in the facility? No, I'm not defending that, but you're changing the goalpost. If my argument here is about like a proper investigation being conducted on a very serious crime, a very serious criminal accusation, okay, and that the main point of contention that they're driving home is just immediately disproven, you can't just shift the goalpost to a separate problem. Because this isn't just like a fake investigation that was being conducted. This is a shitty investigation that was being conducted that got retweeted by the vice president.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26.
Wait, chat, there's no way. These grapes, they can't be from America. It is not. It's too late for grape season, isn't it? Like grape season in the US is what, like August or something? Maybe even earlier. Yeah, it's like August or September at the latest, right? These have got to be Australian. I think these are Australian grapes.
$1 million in tax money. And there are no kids. And all the facilities are the same way. All of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I tried to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cause I need.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you could have literally done a better job with this. Even like Nick Omalana, right? Nico Omalana does a much better job with this kind of stuff. He's not a fully fleshed out investigative reporter, but like he does like this all the time, right? But it requires a lot of setup. You can't just like roll up with a phone camera and just or roll up with a crew. Sorry, Nico Omalana, and be like, oh, I have a kid. Open the door right now. I have my child with me. I have a child. Like. No, like if you want to do a proper investigation or even a better YouTube video on this, actually set up a fake child, okay?
Like, actually, we need this guy to, I hate to say it, chat, but he needs to be tutored by James O'Keefe. Like I said in the beginning, even James O'Keefe's bullshit hit piece investigations, which, you know, if you ever investigated that, if you ever scratched the surface of any one of those investigations, from Acorn on, you know, they didn't ever really pan out into anything real. Most like Australian, my faves are cotton candy grapes. They legit taste like lollipops. Yeah, these are really sweet. They like surprisingly, right? The California red grapes that I used to get in the U.S. never this sweet.
Set up an interview. Put a secret camera on your chest. Go inside and have a proper conversation. Figure out whether or not there are actually.
Burple says they need an undercover baby. They do. They need Boss Baby. They could get Boss Baby to go, right? Boss Baby could go in there with the GoPro, a diaper GoPro. I don't know. Some kind of GoPro. I don't know where Boss Baby would put the GoPro, but yeah, Boss Baby could do an investigation.
Whether or not this is a legitimate business. Do you guys understand my point here? I hope people understand what I'm trying to say here. Rolling up like this is obviously not going to lead to any sort of real information. You're being naive because they have people in the government working for them in Minneapolis. Okay. Once again, that is a far bigger conspiracy now. And in order to tackle this conspiracy, there is a proper way to investigate it. Then you go to the authorities. Here.
Wait, what color are they? Mine are red. But I don't know what variety, right? Yeah, I always forget there's like a ton of different grape varieties.
I'll explain it to you. We just looked at the licensing board. He went to that place. He claims that there's no children. He couldn't go inside. He yelled outside of ABC Learning Center. What you're supposed to do is call up ABC Learning.
Yeah, Boss Baby could have the meta glasses. Yeah.
Center. ABC Learning Center obviously has many different locations all around the country. Okay, it's a chain. You call up.
Wouldn't that be crazy if they shot an episode of Undercover Boss, but the boss was a baby? Like it was like a daycare center, and it was like, you know, at the end of the episode, the baby's like, actually, I'm not just a baby. Takes off the meta glasses. I'm your boss. I don't know. I've never watched Undercover Boss, so I don't know. Do they usually get in trouble for like what happens on Undercover Boss? Do they get in trouble if they don't do a good job, or do they mostly get like rewarded for, you know, doing a good job?
The chain. You say, hey, I went to this location. I wanted to actually see if there's any slots available. I have a child. I want to have them go to ABC Learning Center. It's close in proximity to.
Wait, did he just say NAR children? Wait, he probably did.
I'll explain it to you. We just conspiracy. Being naive because they have people in the government working for them in Minneapolis. Okay. Once again, that is a far bigger conspiracy now. And in order to tackle this conspiracy, there is a proper way to investigate it. Then you go to the authorities. Here, I'll explain it to you. We just looked at the licensing board. He went to that place. He claims that there's no children. He couldn't go.
NAR children.
Go inside. He yelled outside of ABC Learning Center. What you're supposed to do is call up ABC Learning Center. ABC Learning Center obviously has many different locations all around the country. Okay, it's a chain. You call up the chain. You say, hey, I went to this location. I wanted to actually see if there's any slots available. I have a child. I want to have them go to ABC Learning Center. It's close in proximity to my work, you know, yada, yada, yada. Okay. First, you properly investigate whether or not ABC Learning Center is actually that actually has children in it or not, or if they're even available for taking on new children at the ABC Learning Center. Then, if you actually have suspicion that there are no children there, even though it says that the state licensing board has shown that the total capacity is 40 children, but there's no children there, then what you're supposed to do is go to the Department of Human Services, okay? Then you're supposed to try.
Fell asleep last night worrying about all the kids Trump threw overboard yachts off Lake Michigan. Wait, that's a thing. That's the thing. Wait, what was it? It was a claim. The claim wasn't about Trump, but I think they said Trump was there. That was in the files, right? When the Hooters boss found out his org is sexist. What a surprise that one was. Oh God, dipping lemons in sugar and salt to eat them. People do that here with like chili. They mix chili flakes with salt and sugar, and then they'll like they'll cut a lime. They'll cut the skin off a lime and then roll it around and eat it like a lollipop. Although there's also I'm trying to remember what it's called. Right, miracle fruit, is that what it's called? It's a fruit that grows somewhere, I think maybe in Africa. You can't really get the fruit, if you're not around where it grows. But they do sell these little tablets that I guess are like, I don't know, the fruit essence like cooked down. And if you chew one of these tablets, you can take a lemon and eat it, and it will taste like lemonade, right? It changes the way your tongue perceives flavors, where sour becomes sweet. Sour gets like somehow this fruit translates your tongue's taste. It when it takes sour, it thinks it's tasting sweet, and yeah, they're delicious. But yeah, you obviously got to be careful about your teeth.
Try to figure out exactly who conducted the investigation.
I think it was from the Anon tip hotline. It did sound a bit wild. But it wasn't I think Trump was just there. I think I can't remember who it was, but it was some other guy that they were accusing of throwing babies.
Who conducted the licensing investigation in 11/7/2025? Okay, you go and you figure out who actually conducted the licensing investigation or the interview in 11/7/2025, and then you try to interview them. You say, hey, I went to the ABC Learning Center. I called up the ABC Learning Center. They said that there wasn't actually any children there, but you clearly saw some children. Can you explain to me?
5 minutes and 40 seconds on the butterfly goal.
What happened? If you want to have a private...
I don't know if we can do 5 super chats in 5 minutes, but I guess we're about to find out. I have to eat a lot of lemons after that monster stone.
Camera. When you're conducting that investigation, even that's fine if you want to do that. But the problem is, that's conducting a real fucking investigation, and this is not that. Do you understand? Even Project Veritas has a higher standard for the malicious reporting that they engage in, and that's a propaganda operation tasked with doing hatchet jobs. We've actually devolved. Even our right-wing slop merchants have gotten worse at doing this kind of hack.
A spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put
I'm just imagining, like, this guy shows up outside your daycare center. What do you do? Right? Look at this guy. Look at the vibe. Like, just feel this guy's vibe.
Kind of hack.
a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a
Is this your daycare center? We just want to look at the kids. Can you show us the kids? Can we see the kids?
child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed.
Little Johnny's gonna not have a daycare, and I'm gonna have to leave him to his own devices after my hard job working as a YouTube content creator.
Closed. No one's opening the door.
He's like directly looking at the camera. He's like, what the f are you guys?
I feel like he's low-key trying to imply that they don't want little Johnny or little Joey because he's white or something. I don't know.
Doing here?
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah?
It says it's licensed for 74 children.
Where are the kids? We want to see kids. Why are there no kids here? The advertisement says there would be children here. And yet I don't see any children.
Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids?
Where are the kids? When can we see the kids?
They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025.
We've got our cameras ready to take pictures of.
It says they're
And like nobody's buying his little Joey thing. Like him even saying that makes it more sus. I know he's probably trying to just, ham it up for the cameras, right? For, for his audience, right? That give them a little laugh with the little Joey thing. But this just makes him seem like more of a pedophile.
Have a capacity for 70.
All right, we're looking at this one as well. Licensing lookup. This is the other place that they went to. So the first one that we went to, ABC Learning Center, it didn't actually have like the claims that they made where there were no children there. That obviously doesn't. That is obviously not correct, right? At least according to the Department of Human Services. Now, if this conspiracy goes all the way up, now
that would be so sick, Rafe. Oh my God, Chris Hansen's he's doing content of some kind, isn't he? I feel like he's been doing like Epstein content or something. I saw him someplace. Maybe does he have like a YouTube channel? But how sick would it be if like they found out the next project that this guy was doing? If he does another thing where he's looking at daycares, right? And have Chris Hansen step out and be like, I'm gonna have to ask you to take a seat over here. Anyway.
Now we're looking at Sweet Angel Childcare Inc. Okay, this is the other place that they went to right before their visit, and I assume they didn't just like visit, on the 25th or whatever when this video was published. I suspect that they visited, let's say, a week prior to that on the 15th or something, right? Well, there was a Department of Human Services visit that took place with Sweet Angel Childcare Inc. And the facility had hazardous objects that were accessible to children. This literally...
Oh, is that a Minnesota accent? I don't know.
Means like scissors.
My remembrance, right? Because I had a science teacher who was from Minnesota. And my remembrance of her accent was it was really, really nasal. And I mean, I guess that's a general Midwest accent. Although, honestly, that's the one that people don't pick up the Midwest accent, right? Because it's like the median accent in the US somehow. But if you listen to it, it's a little bit, it seems a little bit nasal. And especially Minnesota, Wisconsin, North, like what is it? Fargo, right? The movie Fargo, like her accent, right? That's a fairly nasal accent.
For the record, before you freak the fuck out. Children did not have access to personal hygiene products, and the correction documentation has not yet been submitted because the licensing review took place literally, 24 days ago. Okay, just so you understand. Children do not have daily access to all interest areas. The program did not comply with first aid training requirements, and the program did not comply with CPR training requirements. Okay, a lot of these.
What about with CPS training requirements?
Facilities are substandard, but you need to understand the main claim being made here is not that the facilities are substandard. The main claim being here is that these facilities are actually lying, that there's no children there whatsoever. Now, if there is truth to the fact that there are actually no kids there.
Oh, wait, you wonder if they ever found out who the guy was? David? Is that what you're talking about, David? They did actually. I don't know how, but they put a last name to David, and I can't remember. I don't think he had any special, credentials or anything. I think he was just some dude, like he says, some dude that works in the area.
It seems like the Department of Human Services, children do not have access to daily interest.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I think Hassan, was that in the, Hassan did a follow-up video on this too. I think that's the one where he goes over what Asmongold had to say. So we will maybe watch that one. It's the one I'm thinking.
Areas, children's hands were not washed with soap and water. Oh yeah, health practices. Children's hands were not washed with soap and water. This seems to me like there are kids there. The facilities are substandard, but it seems like there are kids there, okay? The main claim that they are making is that there are no kids there. This is not a defense of the substandard conditions in this daycare, for the record. This is simply countering.
Oh, I know where you're talking about, Jordan Peterson. Yeah, he does kind of sound, he does sound like a little bit Canadian there, doesn't he? You're right, Burpel.
Not even going there.
I was like, why are you talking about Jordan Peterson all of a sudden? Then I remembered this, the last time I did this voice.
The arguments that were being presented by Nick Shirley, This is now not one, but two different facilities that they've gone to where they claim that there are no children there and they can't go inside. And then they just simply say there's no children there. So here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. There are no children at these facilities at all. And this is a much, much larger investigation. There needs to be an investigation conducted at the federal level in the hands of the FBI to take a look at the Department of Human Services in the state of Minnesota, okay? I am not saying that this is not the case. I'm not even saying that Nick Shirley is completely wrong with the claims that he is making. I'm simply saying that a proper investigation in this circumstance is not happening in the hands of Nick Shirley. Do you get what I'm saying here? Because there is, at least in the hands of the state, evidence that this kindergarten, this childcare facility does actually have children. Do you not understand how?
Oh my God. As I was going into that Jordan Peterson thing, I just like something slipped into my brain. I was like, remember me, Eddie? When I killed your brother, I talked just like this.
Story this is, because it's not just Medicare fraud or healthcare
Peterson. Jordan Peterson's a tune.
Fraud or childcare fraud that's taking place. It's not about welfare fraud that's just simply taking place in the hands of like a couple individuals that are lying in that situation. This is a much more consequential, much larger.
Yeah, Caceres is based. Yeah,
that needs to happen at this point, because it literally means that there are state authorities that are in on it. Okay.
Wait, Brittany Simon is saying that she thinks Ethan will do a sit down with Jordan Peterson. So if you don't know what Rave's referring to there, 10 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I don't even know how many years ago, right? Ethan brought on Jordan Peterson as a guest, right? Just because he was a big name at the time. He was, coming onto the scene, and apparently, him being a bigot didn't dissuade Ethan from having him on. And I think that Peterson made some prediction, right? Like saw what Ethan was doing with kind of like riding the fence, and like, oh, you're the wokes are gonna go after you, just like they came after me. Remember this, Ethan? This is what I sounded like. This is what I looked like when oh no, I can't do it, chat. Anything I say here is going to get me in trouble with Ethan Klein's stance. This is what I sounded like when I told you to feed your dog cheese.
It means that there are state authorities that are in on it and that they're lying when they go to conduct licensing reviews. This is a major problem. This is a massive conspiracy at this point, which once again, a massive conspiracy at this point implies that there needs to be a way better method of investigating said conspiracy.
Is he dying? Is that for real? I don't even know. His daughter came out saying he's been in the hospital. He could be out by now. I don't know.
Were there any kids when you worked here? He's there. Kids there. What's
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You work.
I'm just saying there's a low-key a chance that Jordan Peterson is a cartoon wearing a human suit.
Okay, well then you're not of any help.
Can I put my
You're not of any help. Get the fuck out of here.
son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No. Yeah, I would like to see if
you have to understand, you're not a trustworthy person, okay? You're not a trustworthy.
Yo, look at him. Look at him right there. Look at him right there. Sus as fuck. Look, if that guy was standing outside of a 7-Eleven, and I was, I don't know, and I was like, 8 years younger, I'd probably ask him I'd probably try to buy some drugs off of him, right? This is like, but this guy's standing outside of a fucking daycare center. What is he gonna do? He knows his nutrition. I would not buy his weed. Yeah, it's probably for the better. Probably for the better that you don't buy anything off of this guy. I would not trust that Cooper. Probably should not. But yeah, standing outside of like what is he? Is he like the drug dealer for the daycare? What is he doing?
Trustworthy person at this point.
It'd be bunk as fuck or resold store-bought shit. It'd be like moldy store-bought shit. It would have been in the back of his in the like back window of his car for like 3 months.
They're not gonna fucking give you any information. They think you're like a freak. You're presenting yourself like a weirdo with your meta glasses and your hoodie standing outside of a kindergarten.
And you're getting mocked by a 70-year-old.
Of course, people are going to be like, I don't know, dude, please get away. Please leave. Like, you have no credentials. You just fucking rolled up with a road mic on your chest. And you're like, well, I can't believe they wouldn't let my freak ass into a child care facility where I'm claiming that there's no children, but we don't even know if there's no children in there or not. You have a camera on you. Why the would anybody let you in there? Even if the facility was closed, whether it's because of the holiday season or the facility was closed because they got dinged by the licensors for an extended period of time as they, like, you know, I don't know, make sure that the outlets are up to code or whatever as they found, right? Or
he's like the guy that was not cool enough to hang out with Jay and Silent Bob, right? He tried to hang out with them in front of the 7-Eleven, but they were like, nah.
For hazardous objects accessible to children not have access to personal hygiene products, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Even if they
were like, this guy's sus.
Took the week off to make sure that they were kept up to compliance with first aid training requirements, for example, and there's no children there at that moment. Why the fuck would they let you into the facility? Of course they're not going to let you into the facility. You're nobody. You're a random guy with a camera. Hey, what's up? I came with my best friend, local old man who constantly is asking, where are the kids? I want to see the kids. I would like to see some children, please. And they're not letting me into the facility. I wonder why, because you're not doing a fucking proper investigation.
It's like the worst drug dealer ever. He's some guy that like sees a movie about drug dealers and wants to be one and like doesn't realize that like weed is legal now. And he's like, what do you do to be a drug dealer? Okay, you gotta wear a hoodie. You gotta get some Ray-Bans, and then you stand outside of a school or a playground and be like, hey kids, do you want to try some? I don't know. Want to try some Kush? Like, I don't know. And then this guy is like, okay, well, we can't find, doesn't seem like school's in session right now because it's winter break. Let's roll up to this daycare. Maybe we can sell some you know, mid Kush to these toddlers.
Son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
No! You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
I would love it if somebody had just started yelling pedophile at this guy, right? That's if you wanna know. Look, if fucking Tyler Hitler Vera or this guy Nick Shirley ever roll up in front of you know, your daycare, right, or school or wherever, right, and you want to get rid of him, just start yelling pedophile. Not only will that will that drive him away, right? Not only will you get rid of his annoying ass, but also it'll prevent him from using that footage of you, right? Whatever footage he took, whatever video he recorded, if it's got you calling him a pedophile on it, he's not going to use it.
There is?
Yeah, he's got the free candy sign. Yeah, he's supposed to have the free candy.
One child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Hear what she said? You want to let's roll that back one more time. What did she say?
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
So YouTube thinks she says because of your courage. His editor thinks she said because of your color. What did she really say? Anybody know? Anybody catch what she's actually saying? Yep, because you're recording. Watch how he plays this off.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Aren't you? Isn't that just you being isn't that just anti-white racism?
Yeah, no.
Don't you understand that white men are the most oppressed class in the whole nation? Haven't you watched Ben Shapiro? Don't you know that it's an inverted hierarchy that these liberals are running? What's on his sweatshirt? I mean, again, it's going to show up a lot since he's wearing a gray sweatshirt.
Now the argument
is looking, if you use Fetterman, it'd probably be a white sweatshirt.
Moved entirely in a separate direction. We're now doing reverse racism, anti-white racism. I wonder why a Somali person in Minneapolis right now would be afraid of exactly what people like this are doing. I wonder where that fear is coming from. Probably totally a ridiculous fear. Of course, a lot of people that are watching from afar that also have the same suspicions about the entire Somali community, once again, Somali Americans, is going to go, see, this person is suspicious of him because he's onto it.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But you said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now, they're all.
Wait, did she say because of your recording or because of your color?
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your recording.
Oh, she said because you're recording.
Because of your courage. That's the one he should have gone with.
And pointed to the collar, as in like.
Could it look like ice? I think that's coming up.
The recording equipment that, and then the lol hearing what he wants to hear. Yeah, I mean, of course, this is at the intersection of so many issues because, as I've said over and over again, like if everyone is this dumb and this primed, this tuned in, if the audience is like receptive to this kind of commentary, there's not really much you can do. They'll come in here and they'll say, oh, you're a idiot. She obviously was saying she's racist against white people. You know what I mean?
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now, they're all getting mad because he's showing the paperwork of this business being registered as a business. 74 children, no children. We saw one child when the lady opened up the door. So now they're all getting mad.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Yeah, lots of cuts where she's like replying. We don't even know what she said. This is why it's easier to use immigrants as scapegoats because they can never defend themselves correctly. Yeah, there's also like the obvious language barrier here at play as well. And also he has complete.
Chat, can you imagine if somebody, like, I don't know, like I'm talking to somebody, I barely know Thai, trying to communicate in Thai, and like you know, like it's entirely possible for me to like pronounce something wrong. Can you imagine what somebody could do like with like you know, I don't know, chat, like this is like some of you know what it's like to be in a country where you don't speak the language and to try to communicate. And you know, if there's misunderstandings, they're really fucking hard to clear up, right? Here's my example and this was from Thai class. It's a very low stakes environment because I'm literally learning Thai here, right? But I was trying to say, you know, the question, what, like we were supposed to say, like my ex is my noun is adjective but not other adjective or something like that, right? And I think I said something like my house is beautiful, or my home, really. I was saying ban is the word, so it means home, right? I was saying my home is beautiful but not expensive. And because the word, there's another word in Thai, fan, F-A-A-N, right? That means your girlfriend or boyfriend, right? Is your fan. And she heard fawn. It sounded like I said fawn. And she's like, really? Your partner is beautiful but not expensive? Like, what am I dealing? And like, right, you know, she's, you know, like it's a very common thing for tourists in, you know, this country to be like sex tourists, right? So she's like, okay. I don't know what she's on about, right? But like and it was only as she started to write it down, right? So she, you know, she asked me the question, I respond, and then she writes down my answer, and I see fawn, and I caught it, and I was like, oh no, my house, my bon, like Bon-chan, not Fawn-chan, right? My house, not my partner, right? And yeah, it was funny, but like I almost did it. If she hadn't written that down, I wouldn't have caught that she misunderstood me, and she would have gone away thinking who knows what, right? Like, I don't know that I'm a, you know, like, and I mean, she wasn't like judgmental or anything, but you know, it's a strange answer to give, to be sure, right? But I mean, like, imagine that's not in a language classroom, right? Imagine that is like out on the street, or imagine I'm talking to imagine chat, I'm talking to the police. I mean, it's, you know, could cause, yeah, you could imagine the kind of misunderstanding that could be very difficult to clear up in that case.
Complete control over the edit. This is what, like, this is a big part of the problem with, like, also the way that Project Veritas operates as well. This is an even shittier version of Project Veritas, low-key, but it still has, like, the same Project Veritas elements. Like, even with her being like, oh, you're recording. Like, that's basically the way she said it. But, like, he said, oh, you mean my color? And then she doesn't even understand exactly what he's responding with. She's like, or even if she did respond in a way to say, no, you're recording, for example, it's cut out. So we don't even know what the f she actually said.
In Minnesota, right here.
I think we're moving on to the next location. Have a good day.
As we continue to show the blatant fraud that was taking place here in Minnesota, Somalis started following us around the city.
And now we're being followed by the Somali.
Just listen to how he's talking. Just listen to how this guy is talking, right?
This is another daycare center, absolutely no signage, and there's no footprints in the snow.
Yeah, bro.
Like, his way of speaking, it reminds me of like Fetterman or maybe more like Tom Homan, right?
Doesn't even look open. Like, I think that one might not be
Molly,
open
this
at
is
all,
another daycare-
actually. They literally have fencing around it. Oh, wait, it does have fencing. It does have a door into it. Never mind.
Signage,
Also, there is
and there's
footprints.
no footprints. Of children.
Wait, what? Wait a minute.
Another daycare center.
I only saw this part. I didn't realize that there was
Oh no, an incel Danny Gonzalez. I mean, low key. Oh my god, hiccup.
door there, and I thought it was like a closed business. No, there is literally there's a gate. There's clearly footprints going in and out. Okay, do we have the state investigation into this one? Okay, we're looking at the licensing lookup of this one now. This is the third one that we're looking into. Child Care Center address, Minnesota Best Child Care Center, 3/17/2025, licensing review. The program space was not clean.
Last time I talked to the police, I thought Stuart was cool, but Sting was kind of the band, the police. Yeah, Stuart Copeland, the drummer, and Sting, the bass player, and also the singer. Vance, thank you for resubscribing. That is 11 months. 11-month streak and a 60 months that you've been subscribed. Oh no, you're okay. I read everything wrong. Disregard that. But someone must have cleared the pathway to the door. It does look like it. It does look like it. I'm gonna use Irene's advice now. You look like a PDF file. That's why I will not let you. That's what I'm saying, chat. Is that the more you get calling this guy a PDF on the video, right? The more that he can't use the audio without it being like, you know, obvious what you're saying about him, like the less likely he's going to use that video audio.
Equipment and furniture were not in good repair. Documentation was not available to show that a teacher did not meet the qualifications. And then the correction documentation was submitted and also approved. It seems that this child care facility is actually intact. They were also fined in 2024. Equipment and furniture were not in good repair, corrected on site. The program did not submit a background study requested Department of Homeland Security when required. Then they submitted the correction documentation and it was approved. Area used by children were not in good repair. Correction documentation was submitted and approved. I'm wondering if all these places look so shitty because they needed to make so many so fast. Oh, sorry. DHS is not Department of Homeland Security. Department of Human Services. The front door of a daycare is always locked. To come in, you have to have a child there, and to be on the list to pick up a child and to be able to identify yourself to do so. These are heavily regulated for obvious reasons. It's not the place to do a completely made up fraud scheme. Nobody just shows up to visit. Yeah, well, people do show up to visit, pedophiles. And now apparently right-wing content creators that want to do the new Pizzagate, this time on random kindergartens in Minneapolis.
The infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually...
And look, yeah, it says Leering Center, all right? It says Leering Center. Now, look, you might be tempted to say, well, this is a clear sign that nobody cares about this business because the signage wasn't checked. I want to point out two things, all right? First of all, learning a new language is difficult. You're less likely, to notice something like the misprint on the sign if you're, if English is not your first language, right? Just like I might, like if I see something in Thai and I sound it out, all right? I don't go through like, these are the high class vowels, these are the mid class vowels, and these are the low class vowels, and this one appearing after this means that it's pronounced like this, and this one's got like a like an up intonation, this one's got a low intonation, and this one's got a flat intonation, right? I just like sound out. I know what the letters sound like, and I try to sound out Korean student, right? But if it says something like nak just means person, right? Rien means to study, and if it said, some different, like the same consonants but different vowels, I probably wouldn't notice. And it could say pedophile, or it could say, creepy old, I don't know. You could say anything. It could say something really like horrible, right? It could say, like, I don't know. It could be like, it could say like, I don't know, the word for somebody that's involved in organized crime, and because of its resemblance to Na Korean student, I'm like, oh yeah, student, is this where the students are supposed to go? And I walk in and it's like, I'm in the middle of a bunch of gangsters. Like, why does everybody have tattoos? Why does everyone have tattoos on here? Why is everybody dressed so much better than me? Oh my gosh, what kind of language school is this, right? I don't know. But yeah, so be a little bit understanding, be a little bit compassionate, even though this is obvious, error to like somebody like, that learned English as a first language. It might not be so obvious, especially if this is not even your alphabet, right? But also, I want to point out, right, what could cause a sign to be produced with a wrong spelling? I think AI could cause that to happen, right? And I think that the more we accept AI, all right, the more we're going to be expected to accept slop like this. You're just going to be like, oh yeah, well, I know it says learning, right? You're just going to start accept, because you're going to see it everywhere, and nobody wants to take the time to either do stuff themselves, or to like quality control check their AI processes. And you're going to see a lot more leering centers. But chat, as he says this, listen to how he says this, right? This is a guy chiding people, I guess, for their English orthography, which means spelling.
Content creators that want to do the new Pizzagate, this time on random kindergartens in Minneapolis.
The infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually spells Quality Leering Center on the outside of their sign. That's how blatant this fraud is here.
I'm sorry if you're gonna. Where was it that he?
Just to pick up a child.
I'm just saying, like, for somebody that spoke English as a first language, I don't think his English is that great.
And to be able to identify yourself to do so, these are heavily
and to see him dunking on somebody else for their misspelling.
Regulated for obvious reasons. It's not the place to do a completely made up fraud scheme. Nobody just shows up to visit. Yeah, well, people do show up to visit, pedophiles. And now apparently right-wing content creators that want to do the new Pizzagate, this time on random kindergartens in Minneapolis.
The infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually spells Quality Leering Center on the outside of their sign.
And again, chat, no judgment. I'm not trying to be an intellectual elitist or insist that people pronounce things perfectly or anything like that. I'm just saying your job is YouTuber, right? And you're not just a YouTuber. You are supposed to be a YouTuber fashioning himself as some kind of investigative journalist, right? I mean, this is just a sign that, like, if you are playing to the JD Vance, Elon Musk crowd, right? It doesn't matter if you literally can't do your job. If you're not, what does a YouTuber do? They speak. That's a big part of your job as a YouTuber. You gotta, unless you're using an AI voice, which again I wouldn't recommend. You gotta speak, right? That's your job, and you're not even good at that, and yet you've got 150 million views, chat. That's insane. And I'm not talking about on YouTube. That would be even more insane. It's on Twitter that he's got 150 million views. I think of the YouTube video, it's something like, it's in the millions, right? He's got a shit ton of views. He's got a shit ton of exposure. He's got the vice president and the richest man in the world boosting his content. And his content sucks ass. He is objectively a bad YouTuber.
That's how blatant this fraud is here at
I gotta have a smoke, chat. I will be right back.
this daycare.
Don't open up!
This is driving me nuts.
Quality Learning Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open up!
This guy is doing my head in. Oh yeah, here's the part where they mistake his balaclavaed up security guards for being ICE agents.
They said they spelt learning wrong.
Don't open up!
How do you have ICE here, ma'am? I'm literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up!
Oh, this lady thinks it's ICE. Oh, they have a lot of investigations. Yeah, there was a licensing investigation and a licensing review that took place. The floor plan did not contain all required items. Staff did not supervise the children at all times. The program was not operating within the terms of the license. And then there's another licensing review that takes place. And they've gotten dinged multiple times. This would have triggered a hard lockdown at the preschool I worked at. He's going to traumatize children doing this. I mean, luckily he doesn't actually enter any of the facilities. So I don't think any of the children were actually traumatized in this situation. Areas used by children were not in good repair. Crib mattresses and other sheets did not meet safety requirements, and or items were in a crib or infant under 12 months. Written parental permission had not been obtained for administering medicine or topical products. The program did not follow healthcare providers' written instructions when administering prescription medication. Again, all of this stuff, there were proper documentation after the fact. Correction documentation was submitted and approved. I think you should make a little note on that it is far and way more common for these places to get violations than to not get violations because the codes are very strict. Yes, I know. I'm sure that there are some people in the chat that work in facilities such as this one. So you already know that this is one of the most aggressively while it's still oftentimes underfunded. Your whole take on this should be shared widely because the comment section on this video is so abhorrently gross and racist. My take on this will not be shared widely. People will clip whatever they clip out of this conversation where I'm like responding to someone and will immediately say Hassan actually wants criminal fraud and misconduct to take place when it's actually Somalis doing it because he hates white people and he thinks like black people can do no wrong or some shit. It'll be because the starting point of this argument is like heavily racialized, very white nativist, that the additional arguments that will come along with it will not actually recognize what I'm criticizing here. They will try to make it seem like I'm defending it. Even there are chatters in here who think I'm defending it. There are long-term community members in here who think I'm defending the criminal misconduct that's taking place. I'm not. I am, however, looking at the likelihood that the claims that Nick Shirley is making are accurate by matching it up against an investigation that was conducted in virtually all of these places. Considering that childcare is heavily regulated by the state in each individual state. Obviously, there's differences in the regulation on a state by state basis. If you are trying to create a narrative that there is like mass fraud taking place, this is perhaps one of the worst industries to claim it because of how much the state obviously has to do upkeep and to maintain proper licensing because they're taking care of children. It's like schools and kindergartens and places like that. Childcare facilities are some of the worst places to do fraud in. If you're going to do, like, it's like if you're going to money launder, you purchase a laundromat, right? If you're going to money launder, I think an area where it's not a cash only business is one of the worst places to do money laundering in, right? Like you buy a car wash or a fucking laundromat and you do a cash only business, right? You don't do money laundering in a heavily safeguarded and heavily regulated business that has no cash coming in. For example, having said that, once again, extravagant claims require an unimaginable amount of evidence. Okay, you can't just like run around and be like, oh, these guys are doing mass fraud at these places, and then the investigation that you try to do in this situation is just like knocking on the doors of random kindergartners, kindergartens or childcare facilities and be like, where is it? Where is it? Where are the children? Where are the children? You know, that's fucking ridiculous.
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't open up. We have ice.
And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children
Don't open up.
and getting $4 million over
Don't
the
open up. It's ice.
$4 million in the last 2 years?
Go away.
What do you think about that? Are you in
Go
favor?
away.
Are you in?
You're missing a major part of this. You should mention that there's a massive chance that they're only showing the ones that look suspicious and excluding the ones that have nothing to do, point at. If this is the best they could come up with, that's embarrassing for their narrative. Yeah, ironically enough, it's heavily relying on vibes overall. The vibes of the audience to believe that there is like this extraordinary amount of fraud taking place, and there is no proof whatsoever of the claims being made at all. And there's actually counter narratives, or at least evidence that is a significantly higher. Why are the windows blacked out if it's a legitimate kindergarten? Wait, what? That's the reason why you think it's a fake kindergarten? Because the windows are blacked out and the doors are locked? Maybe because they don't want pedophile peeping toms looking in. What do you mean? That was the reason why you were sussed out? Yeah, that's not weird at all. It doesn't cost $4 million to take care of 5 kids. Okay, now we're doing like cost analysis. Okay, again, if you think that they are improperly spending the money, that's entirely different. But that's not the claim being made. The claim being made here is that there's no children in these facilities at all. The claim being made is that there's no children in these facilities. There's obviously evidence that there is children according to the state, the Department of Human Services, and the licensing investigations that they have conducted. There's obviously children there. So now you're moving the goalpost. The thing that I'm frustrated by is that there is probably at least one of the places that they went to that is actually suspicious or doesn't fucking meet that same standard. Okay. So far, all we can do is either look at the evidence and look at the actual state authorities that have done licensing videos, licensing investigations over and over again. And if there is evidence to suggest that the state is lying, then they're involved in this much grander conspiracy. Those people need to be punished too. The people at the Department of Human Services also need to go to jail if that's the case.
Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there?
Where?
Yeah, it's right there. It says the child. You've never seen daycare.
I haven't seen anybody in there.
We're going to educate you on something. So what do you think about this daycare center? They spelled learning wrong. They've received over $1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
99 children.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None at all. None.
This year they got 1.9 million. Last year they got 1.5 million of your tax money for 99 children. We just want to know, where are the kids?
Right.
Where are the children?
I don't see them. I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like
Never
that here.
seen a child here.
No, not at all.
And so you've
8
never
years.
seen a child here for 8 years?
Nope, not at all.
And how does that make you feel knowing that this place is receiving $1.9 million?
Disgusting.
Like, even if there were children in the past 8 years, why the f would this guy know whether or not there are kids there? That's so stupid. I think the fact that there are no children there now, I believe, it seems to me like they closed it down and they got a conditional license because they had too many violations over and over again. This is from 2022. One of the most recent licensing reviews for this facility, a simple code violations involving children who were observed there during the review. You guys are painfully gullible. Or do you think the state agency is in on the conspiracy and fake watching someone administer medicine to a child, or that children weren't properly age grouped at all times, i.e. a toddler still in diapers was hanging out in the room with older kids? How far does the conspiracy go? So that's what it is. If you want to actually complain about the substandard care for children, that's one thing, which is interesting because Republicans now are in favor of regulation, I guess, which I'm on board with. So I'm glad that you're finally coming to that conclusion that the regulatory bodies need to do proper investigations, and that's a good thing. Regulations are good. Okay. But that's a whole separate argument. And the problem here is that there are some of these facilities that were actually caught doing fraud. Some of these facilities were actually fraudulent, and not just like code violations, but some of the facilities were actually involved in the fraud scheme that took place in the previous investigation. But tying it up to every single facility is ridiculous, especially without the proper evidence.
$1.9 million just this year alone. And this guy's been living here for 8 years and has never seen a single child walk through those doors. There's no windows either.
No.
And the only window they do have, the door, is blacked out.
Yep, I see that. I've never seen anybody go in there.
Within just a few hours, we nearly approached $20 million in fraud, and we headed over to George Floyd's.
Yeah, that facility license was revoked, I think, in 2024, but I don't understand that because then it says there was another licensing review that took place there. So I don't know if that facility's license was actually revoked in 2024. I think it was revoked and then reinstated. And then there was a licensing investigation that took place 2025, in the beginning of 2025.
$1 million. In fiscal year 2024, they received $3 million. So in 2 years, they got $6.67 million, claiming they have 90 children every day of the week, 5 days a week. So let's find out.
This is the other one that they're going to.
NBA athletes.
And we don't even know if they're paying taxes, but we don't know where this money is going. Is it going to terrorism? Where is it going? But
I mean, I think even if there is
Hassan looking extra chud today. Yeah.
I think even if there is fraud, it's
a Hank Packer.
Probably going into the pockets of the people who are doing the fraud and not like, I don't know, funding terrorism. I don't know where these guys got that information from. There was an investigation that was conducted on whether or not any of these funds even went back to Somalia and therefore in the hands of like
Does Hassan ever stop talking nonsense? Cooper, are you having trouble keeping up? Do you need me to translate into like 2 syllables or less?
Terrorist elements in Somalia, and it's
genuine question. Yeah, you just addressed me with all words that are 2 syllables or less. Is that that might be a challenge? God damn, that'd be a. How do I translate what Hassan just said into smaller words? I don't feel like he uses that big of words. Anybody think that Hassan like talking over us? Is he hitting us with the fucking I can do it? I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm sure he does talk nonsense at some point, but this wouldn't be like, it's just more of a self-admission than anything to be like, oh, this is gobbledygook, right? This is not, he's just yapping.
It turns out that wasn't the case. So, you know, that's people don't consume information. Yeah.
It's theft, it's fraud.
So there's a lot of statements that have been made so far. Tim Walz is somehow responsible.
I mean, no, serious question though, Coopers. Do you want the sentences to be shorter? Do you want him to get to the point quicker? Is that what's giving nonsense here? Like, I get that some people don't have time to listen to like a whole ass spiel. Well, I'm sorry for teasing you, Cooper. But you know, if you don't, if you're too sensitive for that, you know, I can take that off as well. Like, I'm not invested in ridiculing you in this chat today, right? You're just a random person that came into my chat. Why would I? And like, I mean, Hassan's not my brother. You know, I don't agree with him all the time. I'm not Hassan's keeper. I'm just surprised to get that, like, question, you know, when what he's saying seems pretty straightforward. But I mean, I don't want to like make assumptions about, you know, what you're dealing with either. I know that sometimes life is pretty overwhelming, and you just want, because like, it's a reasonable thing for you to say, I think he is like, could he, it's a reasonable thing to say, could he get to the point? If that's what you're saying, I mean, I guess. The reason though I think he can't just get to the point though here is that he's trying to correct propaganda. Right? This video doesn't prove anything, but the guy is like performing investigation, expose, right? undercover, even though he's not undercover. That's part of the problem. I would respect this guy more if he had a hidden fucking camera, right? The fact that he goes in with this fucking camera, right? If I go up to your house, which I wouldn't do because I have respect for you, okay? I have respect for everybody, and nobody should, like, this would be some, like, I don't know, some freaking dog bites or man bites dog kind of shit if a streamer was, like, showed up at a chatter's house. But, if anybody showed up at your house with a phone and was just, like, asking questions, right? You're probably going to slam the door in their face, right? And, if there was rumors about you doing something awful, right? Like you were torturing people in your basement or something like that, then you slamming the door in the content creator's face might actually be seen by the internet as in some way confirming that, even though you were doing a rational thing, right? Some weirdo with a camera or a phone and a microphone, like, coming up to your door. You don't know who the fuck he is. You don't know why the fuck he's there. Yeah, it's a pretty normal response, and that's what he's doing. That I think that is, if you want, like, a synopsis of this whole thing to kind of pare it down, because I totally understand being overwhelmed with life. And like when somebody just yaps and yaps and yaps, like I'm kind of doing now, your eyes glaze over. It's hard to concentrate on. So, but I'm just trying to, like, sort of pare it down to make you realize that this video by Nick Shirley, he's not serious, and you can call him Shirley, but this video there's not much going on here. You're not seeing proof of anything. That's what you want, right? There's this whole scandal around, this COVID era relief money in Minnesota, and you'd like to have some answers for it. And you do, because there's investigations, there's prosecutions. I believe there's 59 convictions now, if I'm not mistaken. So if you want answers, I mean, I know it might be a lot to ask somebody that's, dealing with life as we all do. But, if you're really into this shit, you can find, like, the legal stuff online if you want to know about, like, the prosecutions that have gone forward, the ones that might be still pending, all these different cases of fraud, what was going on, who was orchestrating it. You might be surprised to know that she's not Somali, right? The ringleader of this whole thing. That's part of the story you don't really hear very much about. And so that's what Hassan is trying to do, push back against this torrent of shit that is flowing in the direction of Somali people in Minnesota right now. Yeah, I hope that helps.
Somali flag looking new flag for the state of Minnesota indicates Tim Walz's level of responsibility, even though it was, as I've already, there are a lot of claims that are being made. I'm trying to go through them piece by piece here and show you what the truth is. Obviously, there hasn't really been too much tying Tim Walz into all of this, even though, yeah, as he is the governor and the entire Minnesota state has not offered proper regulatory oversight into a lot of these welfare programs. Tim Walz is responsible for that, right? As the governor, he is in charge of the state, and the state very clearly dropped the ball here, right? This is true. But to what degree they dropped the ball is in question.
And for the record, chat, there are no there's no one being tortured in the chatter's basement, right? That I'll vouch for the chatter on that one, lest somebody think that the thought experiment that I was doing was like a real, statement. I am also not a psychic streamer, so, I don't know how I would know if there was, but I have a pretty good feeling that you don't have, anybody locked in your basement. So I think we're all good on that front. I hope we're all good on that front. Is everybody good on that front? Very unlikely that the chatter has anyone tied up in the basement. Maybe the chatter doesn't even have a basement. This could be a Comet pizza and ping pong type situation where, of course, the alleged horrible event is supposed to have gone on in the basement, and then you find out that, well, wait a minute, the building doesn't actually have a basement. And then you've got two roads diverging, one that says that maybe there's a secret survival vault below I don't know, from the Cold War era or something like that. I mean, you got to go into like fantasy land at that point if you want to maintain the idea that there's something in the basement, right? But that, I mean, it doesn't mean that there's not something just because there's not something in the basement, just not that sort of thing in that kind of place, right? And we could just, for the sake of peace, accept that the chatter probably does not have anyone locked in the basement or anywhere else.
And did they actually identify the criminal elements and then that's it? Or is it a much larger conspiracy?
And the reason I'm involved is I want it to stop. I care about Minnesota. I'm doing this for the people of Minnesota. I don't make a dime off all this time I've spent on this. I put my life at risk several times, but I'm determined to see this through and to correct what is.
He has said, he's alleged that the Somalis living in Minneapolis, is that where they are very violent. And now he's saying that, you know, talking about how he's had his life threatened and stuff. Hey, I don't think he's given any specific examples. You would think that if, like, his life was in danger, right, that'd be a good story. That'd be a good story for this is malpractice by Nick Shirley, sorry, here to not mention that, or not elicit, you know, like, right, you gotta ask your interviewee the right questions. And if it seems like there's a story about their life being in danger, that's probably a pretty good story.
What's wrong? What is evil?
Here at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, this building received 3.
This is the Future Leaders Learning Center. Got a licensing review last month. Carpenter rugs were not in good repair. Program space was not clean. Products controlled diaper rash were not properly labeled. The program was not operating within the terms of the license. And there was a correction document that was submitted for everything and they were approved.
I would like to see if I could bring little Joey, my son little Joey here. Is there paperwork or can I check out the daycare? No.
No.
Why can't I check out the daycare?
Do you see how she's looking at him? She's not saying it, chat, but it's got to be on her mind. What is this guy doing?
Okay, but if I can get paperwork or anything to submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare?
Again, dog, you have cameras with you. You have
Crotchy says, I predict the old guy will show up on a R pastor arrested or R not a drag queen subreddits. Okay, some people out there are Redditors and they know what that means, right? That this is Crotchy is saying that David may be, I don't know. Like, again, do your research, right? David's all about doing his own research. So if people do a little research, oh my God, chat, I don't want to sound like I am encouraging this, because I'm not. For the record, all right? For the record, I defer the encouragement. But again, like I said with the, you know, legal documents on the very real fraud that happened in Minnesota by a number of businesses, right? If you want to look at that, into that stuff, if you want to see what the government of Minnesota is done about it, right? It's all there for you, as I'm sure is the, you know, origin story of Nick's friend.
Of a bunch of people of
I gotta shut up because I sound like I'm trying to nudge, like, you know, wink and a nudge, and I'm not.
Of course people are going to be sussed out. Like,
I am anti-winking, okay? No, I just winked. Fuck me. You can't tell if I'm serious now. That's a bad place to be. There's, I am anti. See, now it's on my brain, right? I am unwinking and I am unnudging. I am anti-winking, anti-nudge. No winks, no nudges, no nothing. Okay, that's all.
Even if you were going to do this, you have to bring your little brother or something, okay? Like, you can't just like walk up, old white guy and security and a camera crew, and then be like, why are they being weird about this? With no little bro in tow. You got a dude who is supposed to be security with a balaclava on, and you're like, why are they being weird and suspicious? It's a child care center. Of course they're going to be suspicious of random adults that are trying to barge in. Why wouldn't they be? Yeah, especially at a time when there's like heightened tension. Especially at a time when there's heightened tension, they probably, that the white lady chasing them around actually made me realize they probably think these guys are fucking ICE or something. And it
No little bro in tow. That's all you need to know.
doesn't even mean that there's any like undocumented.
These guys are up to no good. There's no little bro in tow. What the fuck are they doing?
Migrants in the facility.
Oh no, the Pepe is winking.
But it doesn't matter, right? Because Donald Trump is saying we're going to go after all the Somalians over and over again. Doesn't matter if all of the Somalians are actually American citizens. They're still understandably.
Sorry, chat. Just responding to Twitch emotes. That's a normal thing to do.
Worried that the.
Oh yeah, and I think I'm required by contract to say poggers every few hours.
The president has put a crosshair on them, and they've seen the news reporting on daycare facilities and schools getting raided by ICE, so they understandably want to protect the children.
I feel like no little bro in tow is going to become like code, right? That's gonna take on its own meaning. When we say somebody's got no little bro on tow, in tow, that is like you are being sus in like a playground or a daycare or whatever environment.
They're not going to let anybody in there. What are you, crazy?
As they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota because of the government funds that they are receiving. I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying.
Here's my son. I call him Little Joey. Oh, except he's not here. But we're trying to get a place, a daycare for little Joey. Do you take? Oh, anyway, let me not get in the way of the content.
Trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him into the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I feel like I'm gonna hear, "Are you a pedophile?" From at least one of these people. Wait, maybe they did. Maybe they just didn't show that take, right? It feels like he's got it on his mind, right? You know that you can look at his face and see that he what he's thinking, right? That this is like, who is this guy? Who are these guys? Like, what is going on here, right? I've dealt with like one-off creeps like showing up and trying to get inside, but I've never had like a posse of creeps. That's got to be a crazy thing to deal with, like working at one of these places.
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer.
What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here, because there's.
So why are you asking us about?
Yeah. Who is this Joey?
The fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to a legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot.
I was about to say that what Hassan said, no little bro in tow, was the quote of the episode, right? But no, look at this. This is not a Joey spot. I am sorry, sir. This is not a Joey spot. This autism center does not take Joeys, all right? We take Toms, and we take Roberts, and we take Bethany's, but we do not take Joey's. This is not a Joey spot.
But that's our number on your other building. But this is we can't let you guys in. So.
Yeah, he's like, we can't let you in. This is a childcare facility.
No Joey zone.
Call the number if you want to, you know, if you actually have further questions or if you want to actually enroll your
chat. You know, there's going to be a story behind this. There was like a Joey there at one time, and he was like the worst behaved kid of all. He was like the freaking Damien from The Omen. This kid was drawing like, you know, summoning demons by drawing on the ground in crayon, right? And so they just don't do Joeys anymore. They're, you know, they understand that a few good Joeys will get caught up in the, you know, will suffer for the, you know, for no good reason. But no, it's we feel safer with a no Joey policy at this particular daycare.
On here,
these people were traumatized by this Joey.
Okay.
I don't understand how anybody watches this and immediately assumes like, oh, these guys are the sus ones, and not dude. This one is called.
Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot. Yeah. But that's our number on your.
Yeah, Minneapolis Autism Center, 621 East 38th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's the one. If there's actual fraud happening, wouldn't this YouTuber be ruining any chance of actually prosecuting it? It depends. It depends on how much interference that he can have with these places. I don't know. When I see this,
oh yeah, BKK, yeah, that's just true. Yeah, the reason that they have tinted windows is because yeah, creeps will leer otherwise. Unironically.
I don't really understand. All the articles covering this viral video barely mention David, the guy investigating Nick Shirley, which makes this shit even more sus as fuck. Even right-wing media outlets are underplaying the role of David. Who the fuck is that?
Oh my god, chat. No, that, yeah.
Anyway, I have no idea. And Nick Shirley didn't even bring his full name up. And so we have no way of like looking at his background, looking at what his...
Because if the windows were not like tinted, right, they'd like literally have, if somebody like stopped and was just like looking, like they don't know, you know, for what reason, they would just have to like go outside every time and be like, excuse me, sir, you need to move along, right? And you know, that means like potentially confronting, you know, they would rather just not deal with pedophiles at all. I'm sure that is the idea of a daycare, that the minimum standard, you know, that your child is safe there.
His credentials are in terms of like conducting investigations such as this one, DHS licensing for this one, for the human services licensing for this one. Is this it? Minnesota Aging and Disability Resources, Minneapolis Autism Center Corporation, the Early Intensive and Developmental Behavioral Intervention Benefit provides treatment for people with autism spectrum disorder and related conditions. This is the place. But it has an address, but on the government website, they literally have a behavioral analyst on staff at the address. Oh yeah, this is the address. Yeah. Okay. Well, you do understand that it's still suspicious because her name is, I'm still sussed out because that's a scary name. And for me, a scary name implies that there is a fraud happening here. You made him mad. People like this comment.
I gotta say, it didn't really dawn on me until just now, but yeah, everybody in this video is like low-key fucked. Like 150 million people saw this. Okay, that's probably a fraction of 150 million people saw this on Twitter. Let's be real. Elon's views aren't real views. They're not even close, right? But still, it's a lot of views, right? If it pushed the fake number up to 150 million. A lot of people saw this shit. And yeah, these people were presented as like criminals, right? That's, if you're a right-winger who is enjoying eating this slop, that's what you think, right? That's what you see. You see criminals, you see bad people being caught, and that they got no good explanation, right? You think that they're like randomly being anti-white racist towards Nick, right? This is, you know, if you take this video at face value, right, they're presenting these people in a way that's like really, and like we got like, you know, addresses, at least of employment. We've got the, you know, people's, I mean, even Hassan just doing like the research. Well, I mean, hopefully, that's, yeah, obviously that part's not in the video, but so at least it didn't go out on Twitter. But what I mean is just that there's a lot of attention to a lot of people who the only thing they did wrong to be part of that video was show up that day for work. That's all they did. They showed up that day for work, and they got to be, in this guy's video, cast as the evil Somali fraudster. And I mean, that's fucked up.
They literally shock their dogs and complain about America 24/7. When someone actually leaves their room to do something, wait for it, then they defend the criminals. I don't know what kind of fraud Somalis and daycares are doing, but I think it's a separate crime to try and storm with a camera into a daycare with kids in it. Why do you get so mad about that? Why won't you?
Oh shit, wow. Oh shit, yeah, of course. He shocks his dog. That's the first thing. Okay, not first thing, but like third thing. Wait, no, what is it? Kami first, then shocks dogs. Second thing out of his mouth is, you shock your dog.
Show our group of middle-aged men with cameras where the children are. What are you hiding? The one he showed earlier just got its license 2 months ago. But this is the Super Kids Daycare Center that's new, though. Like, they got a new license now for a day program. Pre-license, it has a pre-licensure review. Prior to receiving a license to operate, one or more visits are made to this program. Please see the initial effective date for the day the license was issued.
That's a $24 billion swing in one biennium. How in the world can you...
Bro talks in bienniums? That's...
burn through $24 billion in 2 years.
Is that like a policy thing?
This is how, right here. This is a huge part of it.
And so would you say a lot of that is fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Absolutely. I would say better than
Do municipal governments work in bienniums?
90% of it is absolute outright fraud.
And a large percentage of...
What the fuck? Next time I'll talk about 3 years, I'm going to call it a triennium. I'll sound so much more impressive.
This fraud is from these healthcare companies that are charging the state millions of dollars while they actually aren't providing anything. In fact, the FBI just did a raid a few days ago on a building similar to the one we are about to enter. Inside of this building, there were 14 of nearly the exact same businesses offering the exact same services. Right here, you have a list of all of the healthcare companies. Loads of them right here.
It's almost like you're in a medical park.
We want healthcare.
No, it's okay.
Yes, we'd like to speak about getting healthcare here.
This is just like, you look like Johnny, you're acting like Johnny Somali. This is just like, it looks like harassment streaming. Like to the people, and you don't fucking go to a place where can I get some healthcare? Can I please, we're looking for some healthcare. Can we purchase some healthcare? I'd like to buy some healthcare, please. He doesn't, you think, yeah, I don't know. Did he write this as the script? Did he script this out? And, oh.
Here?
No.
Why can't I get healthcare here?
This is a entirely, okay, see? Notice how this is most likely a healthcare plaza. These sorts of areas exist in Los Angeles too. But like, it's a business park. It happens, like this is normal, okay? For those of you who've never encountered one of these things, it looks suspicious, but it could be normal, except we already know that it's a illegal or, you know, fraudulent business because the government already conducted an investigation. Yeah, it's home health care. They send nurses and doctors to your house. This is my job. You need a doctor's order to get services. And now we need to get into like that investigation, that separate investigation. Oh, this isn't even the fraudulent one. Even if it's fraudulent, you can't record in a medical office. We don't even have any evidence that this is a fraudulent one. He's saying this is a similar place. So it was a healthcare plaza.
Yeah, it takes like a year to get an appointment with a specialist, and he walks up and says, "What? Yeah, Yeah. A lot of these places that he's going to are places that you'd get. Well, I mean, you'd either like call or email like a daycare, to set up like enrolling your kid in it, or you would be referred by a doctor, by a medical professional for whatever is being done in there.
Why did the previous one get raided?
Warning, you are under video surveillance. No
He thinks he's Matt Walsh.
trespassing, security armed. This is the strange.
This is what I'm telling you. It's the same thing that the right wing has always done. It's just basically it's been boiled down to its basics, and this is like sad. It is a demonstration that there is no degree of polish or flair or even comprehensibility that needs to be added in order to provoke this response, this kind of moral panic, right? There's literally, you can have this guy, right? A guy that really needs to work on his delivery as a YouTuber at the very least, right? Is a worthy vessel, because this shit just bangs in the algorithm, and especially when it's got JD Vance and Elon Musk boosting it.
Just place I've ever been.
Bro,
to
look
get
at his
healthcare.
crew. Oh my God. Yeah, I wonder why people were sussed out, brother. I wonder why.
Oh, this is home health care. Yeah.
People were a little weirded out by your.
This is the strangest.
This is how.
But he would like to buy some health care off Van.
How he's rolling around, dude. There's random people looking at him like, what's going on? He's got two motherfucking balaclavas and the random old creepy guy everywhere he's going. The meta camera on, demanding, show me the kids.
I mean, what would you think of this, right? Yeah, like undercover cops, ICE, organized crime. Like, right? You see this walk down like the hallway of your office park or whatever.
Of course they thought he was
like this shit is not normal in any way.
ICE.
Place I've ever been to get healthcare. Just a bunch of different places. Healthcare.
Ups. I would call security on him. Yeah.
Here, healthcare right here. Another healthcare.
Brody's never been to a medical plaza. Have you never seen like do you not have like a dentist? My dentist's office is in a very similar environment. Do you think that all matter of healthcare is conducted in just like a hospital setting or something? Is that what's going on here? This looks almost identical to my dentist's office. I guess he's fraudulent. He's a fraud.
I'm gonna have, if you guys are all good, we're gonna step outside and we can continue this conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now. The police have arrived. We were checking out the rates, seeing what was happening inside this building. No one would really speak with us. We did go inside the one daycare center, and she actually did give us rates for childcare. Much respect to that lady.
Wait. So they didn't show that part, right?
What's the problem, officer?
So there actually was a daycare in there that that they got like what quotes from?
Well, so again, we've been getting reports from multiple individuals that you guys were
that place does out calls,
harassing individuals who work here.
Oh, look, somebody did call security or cops on them.
The blue, baby. Thin blue line. Thin blue line.
You know what? If you called security, right? If there was a building security and you called it and you said these guys have got balaclavas on, I bet security calls the cops. I bet security is like, I don't get paid enough to deal with guys with balaclavas. I am calling 911.
This is so stupid, dude. Oh my.
Because like it's one thing for them to be like out in the street, in front of a daycare with that shit. It's still it's still pretty extreme. But like to be coming into a medical park like that, it very much. Would you be scared? Like if you were a patient there, right? Or I don't think they're out calls, so they're not seeing patients there, but if you were anybody there delivering stuff to there, right? If you saw that shit walking down the hall, would you kind of just get the fuck out? Would you maybe run because I would not. I'm not standing around to find out like what the purpose of these guys, obscuring their identities like that is. I am going to assume it's something very bad.
God, yeah.
At the end of the day, this is private property, and it's one that people are allowed to ask you to leave, and it's also one the Minneapolis Police Department is allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So
as we got escorted out of this building, the Somalis filmed us as we left, and we headed over to the next
The Somalis, right? He's talking about them like they're a hive mind.
Building that had 20.
This is not pluribus.
Two of the same home health care providers operating from inside.
Okay. This video gets increasingly dumber because now he's just straight up going to medical plazas. I assume that there has to be enough people that have encountered a medical plaza, right? Like, because if you look at this and you go, that's kind of normal. Like, I was with you the first half, but like now you're just stretching it, right? It's just like, it doesn't even make any sense.
That is crazy. Like, he's lucky he didn't get fucking like violently taken down.
Going to a medical plaza and being like, isn't this suspicious?
Like, yeah, chat. Nadia is pointing out that very much looks like an armed robbery, right? Yeah, they're really lucky that they got, cops that were willing to just be like, hey, you need to leave, instead of just like, handcuffing them first and asking questions later.
It's like a chatter.
That would have been never mind. I'm not gonna say that I would have enjoyed that. Okay, that's not.
Said like you go to the food court and you're like, why is the Wendy's next to Burger King?
That's how propaganda gets you.
They're both serving burgers. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird at this food court? Someone needs to investigate this.
Right here you have Den Eritrean.
Wait, are there food courts? I gotta ask, chat. I haven't been to a mall personally in like fucking 10 years. Are food courts still a thing? Are malls still a thing? I feel like a lot of malls have like closed down. There's got to be a food court somewhere.
Development Association of Minnesota. Another child care center. Welcome to Bright Beginning Center. But what do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Sorry. No comments. Can I please?
Right here you have.
Yo, thanks for the shout out.
Serenity Quality Care. All of these businesses are literally the same type of business, providing the same service in the same building. Another Convenience Home Health Care, Aid, Inc., and Child Friendly Space. All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have...
Yo, wouldn't it be cool if instead of like rotting when malls closed down, they were just like automatically given to the community? And then it just became like a park or something? Or maybe a art installation for some kind of rolling giant paper mache project. I'm sorry, chat. That's a little too deep of a cut. Kane Pixels cut there.
The same company essentially inside of the same building, door to door. Right here, Queenly Home Health Care. It just does not make sense. If you're trying to operate a business, you'd want to have less competition.
Oh my God, he's just that stupid.
They would want to have not the competition. There's too many businesses that are too similar right by each other. And when people come to the medical mall, because that's what this place is, people go to this place in this guy's brain to shop for medical care, to go down, that one has a good logo. Ooh, but that logo is even better. Ooh, let me look at this one. Ooh, right? I don't know. Decide which healthcare service you would like to buy healthcare from, and just walk in the door and try on some healthcare. I don't know.
Oh my God. Brother just looked at the concept of a mall and said, this doesn't make economic sense.
Oh my God. I want to explore abandoned malls. That kind of content is really like liminal content.
I can, like, 90% of conservative
Or
arguments.
like exploring things. I mean, some of that shit is really dangerous to do. Like the guys that break into Chernobyl. Yeah, where's my med bed? Oh my god. Oh my god. I need a med bed. That would be sick. Can you imagine that? You just like get in the bed, have a good night's sleep, and then the next day, you know, you are totally whatever was, you know, if you had a headache, the headache is gone. You feel like awesome. Yeah.
Relies on just their sheer inability to understand how things work and
ghost hunting. Oh my god, I wonder if there's any ghosts in Thailand.
Their lack of imagination.
But maybe they don't like being hunted. I don't know.
Or lack of critical thinking. And
do ghosts like being hunted? Or probably some ghosts, right? Like Beetlejuice wouldn't mind. Oh shit, I said his name once. Okay, anyway. I used to break into abandoned places a lot of the time. Lots of fun and also terrifying. That would be so scary. Yeah, because anytime I've watched that stuff, like when they go into a, like in my mind, right? You know, I could talk myself into going into an abandoned mall, right? Because I'm just like, it's a mall. Like that, right? There's nothing. No, you don't understand. Like if it's abandoned, there could be like snakes in the mall, right? You've heard of snakes on a plane before, but I don't think you've ever really considered, if you're like me, snakes in a mall. And you bet your ass in Thailand, if there's any like closed down malls, that there's going to be snakes in the mall. And I am not keen on on that kind of close encounter, okay?
Assuming that there is a massive conspiracy. We saw this with the vaccines. We saw this with the way that they talk about like any sort of like medical intervention that takes place with abortions, right? Where they describe it in such like gruesome terms. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's the world is a terrifying place if you genuinely are stupid. If you're
oh
like,
my god, Rave says Thai culture is has amazing ghosts and folklore. Thai horror movies are some of my favorite, and yes, there are snakes everywhere in Australia too. I don't know. I need to learn to get over my fear of snakes or something, I guess. There are snakes. There's going to be snakes. I was living in a pretty snake-free environment. Not entirely, though. I did live out in kind of in the woods for a while and got to see snakes, but I was in a state where there's no poisonous snakes. No poisonous snakes, no poisonous spiders, right? That's the place that yeah, can you even believe that such a place exists? And it grows really delicious berries in the springtime, right? On top of that, unique berries you will not get anywhere else, are grown in the woods in the summer, every summer, right? It's but yeah, I had to leave to, you know, come to Thailand and be with the snakes and tigers, maybe? I don't even know, chat. What, like probably crocodiles in some places? Definitely like in the river, right? Oh my god. This shit is like but what I was trying to get at though is when I watch those mall exploration videos, I actually get scared. Like when I think about actually being there, right? Because it's not just a mall with like fucking music playing, right? It's a broken down mall with smashed shit, graffiti everywhere, probably some, you know, piss and shit on the wall, like just like and there's like, you know, there's nobody there. It's abandoned, and you're maybe you're lucky if there's no one there, because there could be, like, right? It's just like a kind of like it's like a place outside of like human society somehow. I don't know how to explain it. It looks legitimately scary, right? And there probably are some real dangers that you could run into. As long as you make yourself known, heavy steps, lots of noise, they will leave you. Oh wait, snakes will leave me alone? For real? Oh shit. That's how you deal with snakes? You stomp around? I could do that. I go over my fear of bees by gardening a lot and being near them when they weren't trying to sting me. I never know what I'm going to do that's going to make a bee want to sting me. I feel like, I don't know, but I've had to deal with them, okay? I stopped eating honey and they stopped stinging me. And so far it's worked. So far it's worked. Nobody's broken the ceasefire yet. I just got to stay away from the honey and they will stay away from my bum. They won't sting me in the butt, in other words, right? Is what I'm trying to say. Anyway,
Like a genuinely stupid guy.
we're doing a react, aren't we? We're not just talking about honey.
The world's got to be a terrifying place. There's a lot of sounds. There's a lot of lights. It's like a fucking caveman that was under a rock, trapped in fucking ice, and they thawed him, and now they just like released him into the wild, and he's like, what is all these lights? Like the irony here is, even if there is an argument to be made about
He's the Encino Man.
like fraudulent activity taking place in these medical plazas or medical facilities or whatever, he is not even remotely tackling that. Like there is no
he honestly needs like a partner. He needs like another dude there that's funny. That would make him tolerable, right? If he had a Pauly Shore.
Here whatsoever.
I think we all kind of need a Pauly Shore.
He's just looking at a normal thing, a medical plaza, and inviting unnecessary scrutiny to it by going, isn't it strange that the concept of a medical plaza exists? Yeah, man, totally unique, fascinating concept.
But here, they have all of their competition right next door. We're wondering, because we hear there's lots of fraud taking place here in Minnesota, and we're wondering, why is there so many of the same companies?
Like, for real, chat, even just liminal spaces are creepy, right? If you've ever been in, like, you know, an office that's got a certain look, or, you know what I mean, at night, and there's, like, nobody there. Like, even, like, my school, like, used to be, like, on the weekends, you could go there to, like, you know, study, but they turned, like, the lights off in the basement. And so it looked super creepy.
He's inside of this same building.
No, I don't know that.
And there's, like, you know, when there's no one there, it just becomes a different place.
What do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't have any idea about that fraud, okay? That's it.
What do you think about the news articles and what's being spread on the news about the fraud?
Right now, you are doing something wrong.
I'm just
Yes. I was waiting for somebody to say just that to him. Yes.
asking you
No, you
about
don't
the
have
fraud.
to ask me, okay? Don't ask me that question again. Okay?
Okay. Who can I speak to?
For the chatter that wanted it fucking boiled down to them, there it is, right? Maybe Hassan uses too many words. Maybe I use too many words, but there it is, plain and simple. You are doing something bad.
Who can I speak to? Okay.
Well, this guy...
You should speak to God and, you know, ask for forgiveness. That's you should...
That I asked a bunch of random questions was positively rude to me. Must be a conspiracy, or maybe he don't want to deal with your dickhead ass, dude.
As soon as you confront about the fraud, they get angry. When these people have these...
This is, dude, I'm telling you, this is the reason why it's like dumber than like normal, like Project Veritas style conspiracy theories. And
can you imagine what happens there too? Because there's probably like you know, the offices there probably have each other's numbers, and after one person has like an awkward interaction with this guy, they're probably calling the other people, hey, look, there's a guy outside, you know, there's a guy in the hallway, there's like 4 guys in the hallway. Do not let them in. I don't know what they're doing, but they look like they are up to no good. Like, this is like, we barely got rid of them. Do not open up for them.
And therefore, it's even more successful than that because everyone has become even dumber over the years. It's like looking at, you know, the Vitali style pedo hunters and saying, fuck it, I have a different approach. And just
Is that what this is, chat? Is this just Mama Max? Are we Mama Maxing like 2 years later?
Walking up to random people and accusing them of being a pedophile with a camera crew. And then when they yell...
I never understood the Mama Max shit. Right, there's so many like memes that come from that content, and it sounds funny. Is this dude also a Mormon? Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. He did content several years ago, and then left to go on his mission. And apparently it's since he's come back that he's gone on this like right wing. He used to make like Mr. Beast type videos. You know what I'm saying? Like hype videos, like early, I think it's like early Mr. Beast. I'm not a Mr. Beast viewer. This is just what I've heard from other people. And yeah, he, you know, kind of flipped at some point and started doing this kind of content. And he's like, this is what I'm saying. He's been rewarded. And he is proof that you don't need any talent. You don't need any talent, any understanding. You know, you don't have to find anything real. You can just literally hold cameras in people's faces. And the fact that they are not, you know, that they want to shut the door on you, you will claim as proof that they are trying to hide something, right? It's just theater. It's really bad theater, but somehow it works. Somehow it's all pared down to this, right? It's like, you know, the simple, simple fraud person bad Somali. Like that's all that's going on here. There's not a lot of brain activity contributing to the performance and then interpretation of this. It is just a very simple you know, reptilian minded code going on here between between content creator and audience.
I'll let you go, what the fuck are you saying?
And sadly, that audience includes a lot of our government. Yeah, these are a lot of fucking the Trump administration is like, oh, did you see that video that Nick Shirley guy? Oh, that was amazing.
Away from me, go. Clearly, this guy's a pedophile. How the fuck do we arrive at something even dumber? Like that was already annoying, and now this is one step dumber than that. Instead of doing the previous like potentially pre-scripted or you know potentially weirdly crafted pedo hunter videos, he's literally walking around and being like, I'm parked outside of this school in my van. And you won't believe it. Adults holding the hands of children. Clearly, there is a mass pedophilia epidemic taking place here. We are now going to investigate. And then walking up to parents, taking their kids out of school and being like, why are you trying to fuck this kid? Tell me why you're trying to fuck this kid, you pedophile. And then when they go, dude, I'm calling the cops on you, he goes, well, the cops are taking me out of this very clear pedophilia operation because I've arrived at the truth. The cops must be in on it.
And then they just file those with the state of Minnesota, and nobody from the state of
Wait, did Burple's chat get pulled up on the stream?
Minnesota bothers to check that those services were ever provided.
So they're essentially just using people saying that they had these services provided months or even years ago, then filing the paperwork and then receiving money from the government.
Right, and the Somali community is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it, and they don't want to talk, as you can see.
And for this building, I'm going to give an estimate of around $30 million for how much fraud is taking place. That is a very low estimate. However, still a lot of money in fraud. And do you think there is fraud taking place here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Do you have any idea what any of these businesses are doing?
I never ask.
And now with upwards of 100
Well, I'm convinced. Bro, would you believe if I were to tell you that JD Vance, who is a Yale Law School graduate, posted this video on his vice president Twitter account saying this
Wait, how long is the delay on Twitch? I thought the delay was shorter on Twitch.
Journalism is worthy of a Pulitzer Prize. Would you believe me if I told you that the guy who wrote a book, Hillbilly Elegy, who was a darling of liberals, who went to Yale, so we know he's literate. Would you believe me if I said that? Because it did happen. He did say that. He did post that. He said, this dude has done far more useful journalism than any of the winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Prize Center. 235,000 likes.
From the creator of They're Eating the Cats, They're Eating the Dogs. I give you, this dude deserves a Pulitzer.
The journalism is yelling, strapping a camera on and yelling at yelling outside of random childcare facilities, demanding to see the children, going to a medical plaza and saying, isn't it suspicious?
No, I really want to know, did you get pulled up on Hassan's stream? I couldn't tell. The delay is way shorter for me. Yeah, that's what yeah, and you know what? I should
At Devicliff super chatted
Why are all these
$9.99. Bill and Barry, what a wonderful B&B combo. I can't believe my favorite comedian and reporter did a collab.
That is wild. That is wild content, and that content is, oh my god, I haven't checked the poll in like hours, chat. Wait, I'm trying to press a button here. This button, yo. Bill and Barry, yeah, it's toxic times toxic. It's gonna be interesting to say the least. Oh my gosh, it's really close between drunk ass Pisco versus Hutch. No, not even Hutch. Hutch is Mod. Oh my god, chat. And Barry Weiss on the Bill Maher show, on the Club Random, I believe it's called. Internet anarchist plagiarism in third place at 21%, and clavicular. Did I spell clavicular's name right? Maybe I spelled it wrong. It doesn't look right, chat. But he doesn't look right. It's all that bone smashing, I guess. I don't know. At some point, the Chad look, oh my god, I know that I'm gonna get, like, somebody could clip this and dunk on me for saying this, but the Chad look is gonna be played out at some point. Being a Chad is not gonna be cool. And everybody's gonna be trying to become an incel, I guess. Incel culture will replace all major religions and some philosophies. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Tavi.
different healthcare facilities next to one another in this medical plaza.
$1 million in fraud will be headed to one more daycare, and this one gets a little spicy as we get chased out.
A spicy daycare? Okay, what? We're gonna head for one more daycare. Like, I don't know, this makes it seem like this is gonna be a daycare run by outlaws, like from the Wild West. And they're gonna do like a duel with him or something. They're gonna have a shootout at the OK Corral. Like, what is he? What is, like, he's got to set this up as the final boss, right? So it's got to be impressive like that. It's got to be something crazy. It's got to be like, you know, like a pirate jumps out at him and says, "Arr, where you be carousing about our daycare, pirate daycare." Chat, would you send one in chat if you would send your kid to a pirate daycare, a daycare where all of the employees were forced to dress as pirates and speak in a pirate type accent? And call I got too excited there. And call your children shipmates. Right? Would that be an I? We got some I's in chat. We got some R-mateys in chat.
Very end. And after this, we'll be heading to the state capitol to confront the incompetent government leaders who have enabled this fraud to happen.
And I knew this video was going to be super dangerous to film because of obviously how
Wait, what? Why? Imagine if he did this with Jewish doctors, medical part. Yeah, dude, exactly. Oh, Cedar Sinai? That's not American. What kind of language is this? We investigated on a Saturday, Cedar Sinai Hospital, and they're stopping at every floor. What is the...
I wouldn't want to Jack Sparrow pill them? What, because of Johnny Depp?
The secret that they're hiding? Why do they want the elevators to stop at every floor? I will not...
Chat, I somehow, like, when Johnny Depp, Amber Heard was going on, I was just annoyed. Like, that, you know, there was so much, like, I was just like, I don't care. I was like, I'm not going to pay attention to divorce or no, it wasn't even divorce proceedings, right? It was the defamation case that he filed against her. And so I purposely avoided all Johnny Depp, Amber Heard content. And I only recently started to, like, you know, try to figure out exactly what happened. And that shit is wild. Like, I guess I see now why people got pulled in.
Be asking any further questions.
But yeah, apparently Hassan had a take about the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing that that some people say is a little bit sus.
And I just assume it's Judaism at play. Well, in that situation, it would literally be Judaism at play. But like, you see what I'm saying? Isn't it weird how all these doctors are Jewish? What are they doing to their children? Something nefarious is afoot.
Hostile it is, and as we are exposing legit fraud happening, I did get security for this video, and I was able to do it through the Black Line Guardian. And if you guys want to help fund my security in the future.
What? Is he doing an ad for the... He's doing a separate ad for Uber for private security.
The things happening, and especially with this fraud. Like,
can somebody explain this to me? Black Line Guardian? Is this like part of the Uber app? I have not used Uber in a long time, but is this an option in Uber that you can get a security Black Line Uber? What is this? This is new to me. Just like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing is. I was unironically frozen in a time capsule, chat. And I gotta legitimately ask you, why are the Republicans so hostile to anyone wearing a mask?
Like I said,
unless it's ICE.
They're not sponsoring this video. I'm just giving them a shout out because of how they helped me. So go down the link down below, click Guardian for Nick, and let's keep going. And now we're going to the next location. Now, this child daycare center, this one's different than all the other ones we've been to. Tell us about this one.
This one is different because, according to the state of Minnesota, this 312 West Lake Street houses not one, not two, but 3 child care centers and is licensed to hold 102 children.
The final boss of Somali daycares, right? This is...
And in fiscal year 2025 was paid $2.66 million by the state of Minnesota.
And this is the building right here. So this building alone made $2.6 million. Let's see if anybody's inside. Now we're inside of the building.
The way people came in to this broadcast, like hot as hell about this massive investigation that was conducted. The way that they made it seem, I thought that there was going to be like at least some evidence. And it turns out the only evidence is that he just goes around.
Oh my God, discrete mission grade protective services and threat management for leaders, families, schools, and high risk institutions. So what, you just like hire them hourly? But is it like included on the Uber app? Because I could imagine some people just being like paranoid. If they're paranoid and rich, then maybe they'll even buy this service when they don't, really need it. Like that could be like, because you'd think it would just be they're doing like a gig economy style like security service, right? You'd think that that's what it's about, right? But if they put it in the app, I feel like some people would like pay like insane rates to be taken to places like under security, right? It's not Uber related. Wait. Oh my God, it's not Uber related. What did I hear? Uber. I thought they were. There is some kind of Uber security thing though, isn't there? Or am I just like totally misremembering this? Did I just totally mistake this as being an Uber thing? Kat Denbarge was the best ally for Amber. I've started seeing videos about this, like like specifically one that was like critical of Hassan's take at the time. isn't that weird? That the fucking Heard Depp case, it was such content catnip that it reached me like what 5 years later or something. You know what I mean? That was like a long time ago. And even though I like vowed to never, Hassan said it was an Uber ad. Okay, so I just made the mistake of listening to Hassan apparently. Anyway,
on town, straight up fucking demanding entry into what it seems like is childcare facilities. And then when either no one opens the door or when the people that open the door turn around and say, no, you can't come in here. What the fuck's wrong with you? He just goes, aha, the proof. The proof is right there. They wouldn't let me and my weird friends that look like ICE agents and my camera crew into this facility where there are children. This must mean that there aren't any children there. Like, even if every single fucking facility that he visited 100% was fraudulent, he did not prove any of it. Like, he didn't even do it at all. Even if every single facility he went to was fraudulent and had no children whatsoever in it and all this shit, it would be pure happenstance that he arrived at this conclusion. Well, not pure happenstance.
he set himself up so there was no way that he was going to be able to prove anything, right? What he did, like, there's no way that you're going to uncover anything with that strategy. Yeah, it's like, again, I hesitate to even call it investigative journalism, right? Like, this is as much investigative journalism as if I go into like a grocery store with a camera crew and I'm like, can you prove that your lettuce doesn't have, I don't know, I don't know. It's just like, you know, like you make up some fucking allegation, some crazy allegation, like this store is selling lettuce with banana slug jizz in it. And then you go to the store with cameras and you're like, are you selling I heard that this, you know, grocery store sells lettuce with banana slug jizz. Can we look at your lettuce? Are you sure there's no banana slug jizz? Yeah, this store, it has don't buy the lettuce because there's like, right, if you started telling people not to buy the lettuce because it had banana slug jizz in it, I'm not even sure if banana slugs jizz, maybe don't they do docking, maybe? Is that how I think that's how slugs, anyway, chat, like, right, and I got kicked out of the store and I was like, aha, there's your proof. There's they're letting the banana slugs go nuts in those, literally go nuts in those lettuces that they have there. Where are your milk suppliers? It's giving Jacob Wool press conference.
Let's be real, it's racism. But like, he just straight up didn't prove dick. He didn't even provide any evidence whatsoever. We have been able to find more information about these facilities online that he should have looked into beforehand. If he wanted to invite reasonable scrutiny to the care and consideration that these kids were going through, right, in this otherwise government-funded program, then he could have just at least presented the actual claims. He could have at the very least shown what we have shown so far. He could have greatly over-exaggerated the conditions in the facilities and be like, these facilities are in a state of dire disrepair. Look at how devastating it is. What are our children going through? All this stuff. Or even if he wanted to continue along with this like mass fraud, right? Mass fraud conspiracy, he could have said, who's in on it? Maybe the government is in on it. Clearly, they claim to have gone into these facilities.
I'm just saying you could do this shit to like any place of business, right? Make up some accusation, yell at them to let you see their business while you're saying, you know, that they're doing whatever horrible thing, you know, letting the slugs go to town on the lettuce heads, for instance, right? The restaurant or the the grocery store, saying that implying that the grocery store is owned by banana slug fetishists, perhaps.
And have actually seen the children. And I didn't see any children. What the fuck's going on there? I tried to like he could have gone online, tried to actually he could have gone online and then tried to actually get his brother or something, like his little bro or a relative to sign up for these childcare facilities. He could have investigated it further. He could have called ahead of time.
Get your little bro in tow. If to the childcare you want to go, you better have your little bro in tow, or else you just look like a pedo.
Like, there are so many things you can do in this situation to craft an even better narrative. But why would you have to craft a better narrative when clearly this kind of idiocy actually works? Perhaps works a little bit better. And then he turns around and fucking tweets a poly market bet. Time for people to learn. Time for people to leer the hard way. I guess it's because he's like the learning center is
It's the closest thing to like a line or a joke that I have heard from this guy so far. Latter-day Mafia tactics. I feel he does other like Mormon content creators I feel like he reflects badly on them. I feel like he is like so less skilled that like than, you know, but yeah, Latter-day Mafia tactics indeed.
Leering center, right? Is that what he's making a joke about? Let's see what a source that is beholden by ethics and not clicks has.
Do you think? I don't think he does his own tweets. I feel like this guy couldn't make that joke. I don't think he would think of it. He's got to have somebody doing his Twitter for him. The leering joke. There's no way. I think that's his Twitter team or something, right?
To say, oh, it's entirely different. The opposite even. Wait, it debunks all of Nick Shirley's lazy claims in an article from the 4th. Surely he did some fact checking. What to know about Minnesota fraud allegations as Trump levels attacks on Tim Walz. A series of multi-million-dollar alleged fraud schemes in Minnesota has drawn the Trump administration's attention in recent weeks. Vaulting an issue. Bro, this is, by the way, exactly what happened with the fucking cats and dogs. Springfield, Ohio. Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Okay? And then every place.
This son sounds like a war veteran here. You know what I mean? Springfield, Ohio, 2024. We thought that maybe we could have a little, oh my God, what the fuck was Kamala's like catchphrase? Chat, I've forgotten it. It was so bad that I don't remember the slogan. What Kamala's gonna bring? I can't fucking remember what it was. The most lethal military. She did say that, but didn't she have some like it was supposed to be like Obama's hope? Was it joy? Oh my God. Yeah, like right, was it like the was the meme like you write joy out like the Brat album cover? And we're not going back. Oh God, we did go back. And the coconuts. Now I remember. It's all coming back to me, chat. The whole Brat summer. Yeah, it was. I think it was joy. I think you're right, Purple. She peaked at Coconut Tree, pretty much.
Every place in Springfield, Ohio started getting death threats and bomb threats for the next week. Why are we living like this? How do we can't continue living like this, where we're just beholden to the schizophrenic tendencies of like 30% of the fucking population. Now you got motherfuckers talking about hunting daycare facilities, doxing people that work there. Ask Grok for an extensive list of daycares in your city. Don't pay attention to the list it gives you. Click the link it provides. Here's an example in Columbus, Ohio. Then go hunting. The first 3 I pulled up were Star Wars names. Star Wars names is, I guess, the names of the administrators are not white.
Where there's apparently 4 childcare centers. We met this lady and we followed her to the back of the
fucking dumb. This video is so stupid. And if you actually got duped by this video, I'm calling into question your actual level of intelligence. We followed this lady. Sorry, doesn't matter. You're barely literate if you watch this video and you were like, well, a lot of good points were made. Like, if you looked into the background of the actual fraud that took place in Minneapolis, that's one thing. Because actual fraud did take place in Minneapolis, right? Through a charity scheme, and maybe even some of that was related to childcare facilities, right? But this video doesn't prove it. This video doesn't even bring that up. They bring it up one time. One time do they even bring up the one guy, and it's so crazy.
They want to terrify these people so they leave. Yeah, that's basically what Asmongold said, Rach.
Ask with the local government, yeah.
Oh, we've asked. We have the paper here. So we're wondering where the money and where the children are at. We have the paper right here. Come here.
Who are you, first of all?
My name's Nick Shirley.
You don't have any permission to record me, period.
Can we talk outside?
You don't have permission.
Is he the final boss? You know, I bet this wasn't even like the last place they went. I bet they just they thought that this one looked like the most dramatic or something. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see if I ever unpause it. Brat Summer was possibly the worst decision in branding I'd ever seen. It screamed spoiled brat, gig, Summer, no health. Yeah, where she started to be like Kamala as brat. I mean, there's also a little bit of a hello fellow kids in that as well, don't you? A little bit of a, I don't know.
To record.
She doesn't either have. She doesn't have permission to record me.
You cannot stop people on the street and question them.
We can ask.
You don't have any permission.
Where are the children?
I will sue you. You don't have any permission. We have nothing to do with this. You understand?
Then are there
children? So leave. Please leave.
Are there children? If the dude who came here from Somalia, whose second language is English, has a more competent grasp over the language, has a more competent command over the language than you, when you are a monolingual dip, you really got to reconsider.
Wouldn't people have to sign waivers to be filmed, considering the money he's making on the video? He's gonna get sued? Yeah, I don't know. What is the rule around that? Like, it's somehow, if you're in a public place, you can be filmed, right? But I don't know what, so if he's filming somebody through the doorway, is that considered like a, filming into the private business? Is that, or are you considered to be in public because you opened the door and you're visible from the publicly accessible sidewalk? I'm not sure how it works. Pokemon Go 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 to the polls. You know that John Lovett of the Podjohns confessed to having written that line for Hillary, and then immediately said that he was kidding, or is he? He was doing the thing that I was trying not to do earlier, right? He was doing the wink and the nudge, but for real, right? I'm not ever trying to wink and nudge you, right? I say what I say straight up. So don't go looking for breadcrumbs or anything like that. Anyway, the daycare could could probably sue him if he misrepresents. Yeah, because at least one of these daycares, for sure, we know, I think more than one of them we know had kids, and he's pretty much alleging that they don't. You cannot be filmed at a doctor's office. I mean, some of those, yeah. At the medical park, I guess that applies.
Go back to the drawing board. You got to go back to school. It's just shocking that adults watched this video and went, wow, this guy's fucking brilliant.
You have.
Where are the children at?
Leave.
We just want to know, where are the children?
Who you work for?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Who do you work for?
I work for myself, Nick Shirley.
Okay, what are you recording?
We're wondering, where are the children? 2.66.
Davy, if you're there, you mentioned the Very Wise Bill Maher in your super chat. So I'm gonna take that as a endorsement of that content.
$1 million for
you're not talking
the
to
Minnesota
right
Child Care Center.
You're not talking to.
Yeah, no, he was definitely. I do think he was joking, or was he? He didn't work for her in 2016.
Right person.
Are there children that come here? Answer the question.
Wait, isn't his name Lovett though? Because there's an actor named John Lovitz that sometimes people when I first heard about John Lovett, I thought people were talking about John Lovitz, and I was like, oh no, John Lovitz is a shitlib? Damn.
Question, are there children? There's no children inside this building.
My goat is washed.
I don't know who you're talking to.
That's just a simple question. Where are the children at? David, they won't even answer. We asked
Where are the
them.
children?
Plain and simple. Where are the children? Do children come here?
We said bring out the kids.
This is why I've had my life. I've been attacked twice.
Dude.
Probably because you're acting like a pedophile. Probably because you're acting like a freaking creep.
Respond to you. Why would they invite you in? If anything, if they actually invited you in, that would be a violation. I'm not one of these guys that talks about, I mean, look, this is not to make this like super racial, because I know we got a lot of like Asman Botter fans in the chat right now, and they're going to get really triggered when I bring this up.
No, it's okay. I used to get legitimately confused. Like, I thought people were saying that Lovett was on a shitlib podcast or something.
But this is a little bit of a caucasity. This is a little bit of white entitlement, I think. Like the sense of entitlement from a 23-year-old dip running around being like, I demand you give me everything. I demand you show me everything. Like, black dude does this, they're getting cooked. Imagine black dude doing this. Imagine a Muslim dude doing this outside of like...
Yeah, when I said this earlier, yeah, there's the one thing I didn't connect there. Yeah, if these guys were not white, that situation where they looked like they were robbing a fucking medical park might have gotten a lot different.
Jewish hospitals or synagogues or whatever, oh my Lord, they would be in prison.
Once with a knife, and the other time I was jumped last Saturday by 3 Somali men simply for asking questions about what was going on. And they're very, very violent people. They do not like this fraud to be exposed.
What if somehow he was mixed up and it was really sommeliers that he had the bad experience? Like, it wasn't, he just didn't know. He thought that sommeliers were called Somalis, right? For short. And so he didn't even have anything to do with this. He just had a bad experience with some sommeliers when he insulted the bottle that they offered, right? He said that their taste was trash, right? That was his experience, was violent sommeliers, not Somalis.
After giving this man plenty of opportunities to answer the simple question, where are the children, he called the cops on us, and we headed to the state capitol where they're having a meeting about...
Oh, they got that Somali flag up there.
Wow, it seems to me like the cops are in on it, I guess, because they keep siding with the Somali population here. Twice now.
I think the fact that
Because because that's what I heard you talking about. That
I know what I said is that what we're talking about is...
we want to build trust, but fraud is fraud, so why should we be enabling fraud to happen here?
No, I don't
Fraud is bad. Why are you in favor of fraud?
think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
When are you going to hold Governor Walz accountable for this?
Okay, sir.
No. This is not.
Sir.
When are you going to hold Governor?
His eyes are fucking wild. Like, I wish the camera was from behind her. Because this guy is way overexcited. Like, there's a way to ask this question. News, reporters do this all the time, where, the question, even if it's not taken, especially with somebody like Trump, who often, will avoid taking questions he doesn't want to answer. But if you can kind of yell with a little bit of desperation in your voice, the thing that everybody's thinking, it's very impactful. He's trying to do this, but he's trying to do exactly that, but he's overacting. He is a little too zealous about going after Waltz. He's a little too transparent, right? In this, like, when are we gonna finally hold Tim Waltz accountable? How does he keep on getting away with this stuff? First the misremembering Tiananmen Square's date, and then the military service thing. Now this.
Walz, no. She is a representative for the state of Minnesota. Yes or no?
Excuse me?
Yes. Are you?
If you're going to talk to me like
are
that.
you going to say to her, I'm a disability advocate.
I heard you, and
get
you got a chance
overstimulated.
to testify.
Thank you for testifying today. No.
He got overstimulated, chat. Where's this guy coming from? I keep on hearing about the woke right. but I'm never entirely sure what the woke right is. Is this? Are we looking? I'm doing the butterfly meme, chat. Is this the woke right? I literally don't know.
Ma'am, the facts are the facts that fraud is.
I'm not going to say anything, but soy right. I'm not going to say anything, just soy right. I'm just going to say soy right.
Private providers have made government a mark. And so every person running government, Democrats or Republicans, are dealing with the issue of how to keep fraudsters out of our public payment. We're also dealing with veterans. We're dealing with consumers. I hope you're looking at that. If you look at United Health, currently is being charged with defrauding Medicare. You know who runs Medicare? President Trump. Medicaid fraud is a 50-state issue. And so
I can't believe there is one person with two fucking.
He's like, yeah, but if I make a video about how Donald Trump is responsible for this, I'll only get 10,000 views. I want to get 10 million
brain cells or 2+ brain cells of the video. And it's all the way at the fucking end. It's just like the entire video was straight up the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever encountered in my life. Nick Shirley and the other guy just running around being like, yeah, why can't I see the kids? I don't want to diddle them. Why can't I see the kids? Only at the last 2 minutes do you actually have a credible human being.
How many more people are gonna freaking die? How many more people are gonna go homeless? And how many more people are gonna be trafficked in our freaking system?
He's just overacting. Like, what is
the saddest?
It's just like improv. Is he doing improv? I don't get it.
Part about this is that it's not even like FIFA prize, dude. They're gonna make the Pulitzer do this. Okay, they're gonna give the Pulitzer to this guy because every institution is so servile to the silly demands of Donald Trump that next time.
Why does Hassan have a jar of spaghetti sauce next to him?
It is going to be the Nobel Peace Prize. Next time, it is going to be the actual Pulitzer that gets given to this guy. And then we just have to sit there and act like these things are worth a damn any longer.
All right. I owe you Asmongold, chat. I didn't realize how long I would take reacting to this video. Apparently, I was the one who was yapping and overcomplicating things, but oh my god, where did I see that video? So yeah, he's done a few videos talked about Asmongold's takes on. Oh yeah, this isn't the first time that Asmongold said something horrible about Somalis. Wow, there's no shortage of Hassan reacts to Asmongold. I mean, there's more. There are more Asmongold reacts to Hassan videos out there. Let's see what the reason is why, according to Hassan, why Twitch doesn't ban Asmongold.
So, post anything like this about Asmongold on a subreddit, it will get automatically downvoted for the
Worst Pianist says he's definitely not acting. That's the scary part. Damn.
record. That's, I think, how he gets away with a lot of the scrutiny. Anything that presents Asmongold in a bad light.
Oh yeah, you're right, Joshua Keller. The real question is, why don't I have spaghetti sauce? I do have some interesting choice things, you know, next to my streaming space, right? I mean, I'm eating grapes and I feel like I want more coffee. Oh yeah, chat. This is as good as time as any. I want to do a subathon stream tomorrow, right, on New Year's. Although for me, New Year's is a mere 5 hours away. Yeah. 4.5 hours away. For my own New Year's. What just happened? Yo, Omega Star, thank you for activating your weasel jellyfish powers and contributing to my new computer fund. Although, chat, I'm worried now. I keep on hearing shit about like that processors are just like unaffordable now. That AI has eaten decent processor speed, and what is it? Crypto has eaten graphics card. No, one of them ate RAM, and the other one ate graphics cards, right? And so I can't believe QAnon was a blocked term. That is some wildly tight. Yeah, that was a throne dono. Yeah, thank you for contributing to my throne, Omega Star. I read supply side Jesus. You don't have a gentleman tabby cat in a smoking jacket and a crumpled up top hat? Damn. I mean, honestly, of all the things that you could have, you know, next to you when you're streaming, I feel like spaghetti sauce is, because you're gonna end up with something, you know, that is like under seasoned at some point. And spaghetti sauce is actually pretty versatile as a condiment. I don't know if people know this. Storage has got storage has gotten expensive. My main storage is actually like a mechanical, because otherwise it is like SSDs or whatever are pretty expensive. But yeah, I need to figure that out. I am thinking, chat, and somebody tell me if this is a good idea. What if I got a Chinese processor, right? Because I've heard that shit is more affordable in China. And China is actually bringing high-speed rail into this region. They've already built a link that goes from Yunnan province to Laos to Vientiane, and it's going to continue through southern Thailand into all the way to Singapore by the time they're done with it. And that might actually make like at least goods imported from China like way cheaper. They're not up to snuff quite yet. If gamers Nexus is correct, give them a few years. God damn. They need to get to, oh my God, we're rooting for you, China. We're China stands now because we want RAM and we want processors and we want graphics cards. God damn it. Yes, I will learn Mandarin. Look, I'm already learning Thai. Okay, so it actually can be way harder than Thai. I think it is really, isn't it? It's a difficult language to learn, at least the written language, right? Mandarin, am I?
No matter how far reaching, no matter how marginal a subreddit it is, oftentimes we'll get instantly, nah, we're 7 hours deep. Slurvid for 10K of those. Nice.
You have to make the punishment infinitely worse than the crime. And I'm talking about deporting the entire family, denaturalizing the entire family, sending the entire group of them back to Somalia.
There we go. So yeah, that's his proposition, right? That's his bottom line.
So if this is the type of energy he has for like Somali American scammers, like,
and chat, I wish I could tell you there's no precedent for this, but I think that under the Eisenhower administration, didn't denaturalization happen to like didn't denaturalization happen to a lot of Latino people in the US in Operation Ethnic Slur?
If it's like a German,
and I kid you not, right? The name of the fucking program was like Operation.
An American scammer, does he have the same attitude? Is that like are we doing that too, or is it just for the Somalis?
Yeah, Ethan assured me, Magenta, that Asmongold is not in no way Trump coded. In no way Trump coded.
That he has this kind of smoke, because I'm in favor of offering tremendous punishment to people who engage in any sort of welfare fraud, any sort of redirection of funds, that are supposed to be allocated to feeding the poor, for example. Because I can't recall, what did he say when I was talking about Rick Scott?
That's what needs to happen. And anybody complicit and anybody involved in this scam. And until we have a candidate and a person that's willing to do that, then I'm not really interested in voting, if you want me to be honest. I'm really not interested in voting.
He actually said it would treat Americans worse. Yeah, he did say that, except when I was talking about Rick Scott, he was crying and demanding I get banned off the platform, which I did. And then he didn't like how short my ban was. He did not like how short my suspension was, continuously implying that I have some sort of power over the company, even though every single day he says something ban-worthy and never gets banned.
Because why is it that I'm going to vote for a slow rot of my country whenever the solution is so obvious? You can't flip the switch? Yeah, you can. You can easily flip the switch. You just do it. That's how it happens. That's never happening. Nothing ever happens aside from a few tweets. I know that. What about jail forever? I don't want to pay for
I hate to have to be your chud whisperer here, but nothing ever happens is like a right-wing meme. I think it's actually associated with the, what is it, the Chud Jack, like the Chud Wojak. It's like modeled after a like a mass shooter or something. Like the guy whose face they used for that Wojak is like killed a bunch of people. It's the same one that's like billions must die, or but yeah, one of the other things he says is nothing ever happens. Anyway, that seems to be some kind of right-wing dog whistle
for them.
He's pro destroying Rick Scott too now. He talked about it on stream today. He's just a roach with zero morals. Another one of my positions he's arrived at. It's weird. He sure took his sweet ass time. It's just strange. Your interaction with Christian and Peach reached Bilibili, and the netizens are saying they shouldn't scare the elderly. So strange. Last month or 2 months ago, he was crying. He's starting to copy a bunch of shit you say. It's kind of funny. Yeah, the funniest part about it is that his fan base will move in that direction because they are already moving in that.
It's kind of like not funny
direction, but they won't realize that like I've been in that direction this entire time. So their hatred of me will still continue, and they'll just, I guess, arrive at my conclusions months after the fact.
I don't. Like, I know we could say, like, oh, yeah, put them in jail and make them, like, put them in work.
You're Asmon's biggest fan? Well, judging by what Asmon likes to say, a year after the fact, he might be my biggest fan, as a matter of fact. He spends, years and years shitting on me for the positions that he inevitably adopts. Interesting.
Camps forever. I don't even want to deal with that. I just want to send them back and not have to deal with it. That's honestly the way I feel about it.
When they hear you saying something Asmon agree with, they will claim you changed your position, Lamau. Yeah, they're brain dead. They get their political information from a guy who doesn't leave his house. There's no, it's not funny. It's bad. It's bastardizing Hassan's position. Yeah. Maybe I should say the subtext out loud so people can understand without ambiguity. Roach fans coping now that their daddy is shifting like he did when he arrived at the right-wing position. Yeah. I mean, he isn't shifting. He isn't.
Yeah. Ocelep says it's crazy the current usage of chud was popularized by Chapo Trap House. Before 2016, no one was saying it. I think the Chud Jack meme is the right wing trying to appropriate it, trying to like reclaim it. Trying to be like, being a chud is cool.
They're shoe-vestigating you. Oh yeah, I saw this. There was a random like Israeli account that was claiming that I was wearing like Israeli shoes or something. Hassan Piker came.
But I do feel like it's kind of like overshot the original meaning. I mean, like it implied like the term implied rural. The term implied like I think the Chud Jack meme is like kind of been stripped bare of its original context to the point of absurdity. Chud was coined by Stephen King? Wait, what? Stephen King wrote Chud? Yeah, because it was originally like what, an 80s monster movie about like underground cannibals that like somehow like old people would wander into the sewer and they'd get converted over into these cannibalistic creatures.
Handle the heat when it comes to using Israeli products. Yeah, dude. Israelis stole Birkenstocks as well. What haven't they stolen, brother? Can you, yeah, dude, I went out of my way to purchase the Israeli version of the product that is like most notably not Israeli. Like what stupidity is this, bro? What stupidity is this? I guess the Berkeys were promised to them 3,000 years ago as well, you know?
Yeah, I guess the receipt is the shoe print.
How is this any different than like, I mean, this is the most Israeli meme of all time. It's like straight up one of the most like.
Wait, there's a ritual of chud in the book It? Whoa.
Famous slipper brands, okay? But then again, they claim to invent hummus as well. You know what I mean? Here you go, time stamped.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott. You wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
Timeline.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost.
I saw that.
That is crazy. That is nuts. And I've said before, there's a statute of limitations, but apparently this was yesterday. Yeah, this happened yesterday even. Oh my God.
Oh
How's
my
that not
God.
against the TOS? It is. And it is an open call to violence. And I would challenge any.
This is Asmund reacting to the Rick Scott. But I don't think we've even gotten to the worst part of Asmongold's take, right? But yeah, this is Asmund reacting to what Hassan said about Rick Scott.
Anybody who thinks that it's not an open call to violence to say that exact thing about Donald Trump and then tell me if Secret
Is
Service
chud the stuff that you give a fish? I think it's chum.
shows up at your house or not.
Like if your fish is a shark.
Really?
I mean, Secret Service would show up at my house if it was an open call to violence against Rick Scott as well. Rick Scott is a sitting politician. They didn't. And the reason why they didn't is because no one serious actually read it as an open call to violence. In any case, interesting. So he said this, what's his new position on Rick Scott now? Now he's talking about punishing Rick Scott as well?
It's very obvious.
Yeah, generalizing the Somali American population as parasites is okay, though. Twitching their double standards? Of course. Of course. Of course it is. Everyone is cucked. Everyone is incredibly cucked to the right. This man has been fomenting hatred against all Somalis, talking about like deporting everybody, talking about doing the other day, like literally the other day, he was like, you should actually make the environment unsustainable, persecute the cops for defending the Somali population. Straight up an open call to, okay? Straight up an open call to, he said it. Not even a stern talking to. What do? When you're right wing, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can even change your positions, it seems, later down the line. Because this was 10 months ago where he said, what the fuck is Twitch doing? This is a terms of service violation. He was, demanding I get banned for a position that now he agrees with as well, it seems. Does anyone have his new position on Rick Scott? Another clip of him talking about you that was boosted by Elon Musk. Asmongold goes off on the Somali daycare fraud and how wealthy Americans and Hassan defended. Average Americans are tired of having their country routed out, looted, pillaged by a
Chat, do I always react to Asmongold like that?
bunch of random third worlders and ask to apologize for it.
I think he just had his tab volume way up.
It's outrageous. These insulated, generally white liberals who live in gated communities, they never have to see it. There has never been a moment where I've defended the fraud. You cannot point to an instance where I've defended the fraud. And that's why you'll only hear people say that I'm defending the fraud. And it doesn't really matter.
Defenders of the fraud. Doesn't it sound like a metal, like a epic metal band?
Average Americans are tired.
If you get deported, how will you be able to survive in New Jersey? I know. Elon's still thinking about me. It's nice. Thank you for all the content. You make me laugh every day. You're welcome. Can you scroll down a little? Elon Musk. Bro went from Grimes to Grums.
Of having their country rotted out, looted, pillaged by a bunch of random third worlders, and then asked to apologize for it because of something that happened before we were born. This is outrageous. I'm tired.
What's with the gamers getting bored of gaming and start talking about politics? Yeah, and why doesn't it work in the other direction? Right? No, of course it doesn't work in the other direction. You don't want to see you don't want to see political streamers game. They need to get good first, clearly. Yeah, they get automatic credibility as there's some kind of like apolitical factor that like there's so I don't know, people that are open to hearing political takes as long as it's not from a political, you know, content creator, or they're able to sell their viewpoint as like unbiased.
Tired of it. Most people are tired.
Yeah, they're U.S. citizens, by the way. I don't know why he keeps saying this, and they should be punished.
Erica Kirk's next entrance song will be "Defenders of the Fraud." Yeah, that's the next Lexma AI song.
They have done crimes. They should be punished just like any other U.S. citizen.
I'm also tired of pretending that I'm not tired of it. It's outrageous. Yes, absolutely. And there's another thing too, is that these insulated.
Unless you're Trihex, but Trihex is actually good, right?
This was the one.
Present help right here. We're looking for present help right here. We're looking for the best rates of health.
Also, post anything like this about Asmongold on a subreddit, it will get automatically downvoted, for the record. That's, I think, how he gets away with a lot of the scrutiny. Anything that presents Asmongold in a bad light, no matter how far-reaching, no matter how marginal a subreddit it is, oftentimes will get instantly downvoted. Unless it's Destiny saying it, in which case the bots are in favor of Destiny, so they just do like a little bot farm.
Yo, he almost did the thing. It's like a multiple docking.
Rare W for the D-Man. He's been going after Asmon on all of his Somali fraud takes. Let him fight.
There you go.
Great. Finally. Anytime there's a literal psyop going on Reddit, you in particular have 10 plus posts a day with 50 comments in less than 10 minutes. No, it's incredibly botted. It's botted into oblivion. LSF already is like,
But you know what's not botted? Our poll, chat. Our poll is not botted. And how can I tell? Because we only have 91 votes so far. And of those 91 votes, 32% are voting for the Barry Weiss, Bill Maher content. 31% for the drunk-ass Pisco versus a Hutch mod content. 21% for the internet anarchist and his alleged plagiarism. And 16% for clavicular Moggs, Michael Knowles. So...
owned and operated by a guy who works with Destiny. And not only that, but also they bought the at a post that they will literally take like edited clips, post it, upload it as is from the
Oh, wait a minute. Queeman covered this too, it looks like.
Stream.
It looks like Queeman's got drunk. That looks like drunk Pisco on his thumbnail. I can tell, chat. I can tell when Pisco has had too much too many Pisco sours.
And then they'll instantly bot it. That's why any kind of mention of me that they can present in a negative fashion will get like 10K upvotes. And then they'll sit there and be like, oh, it's because everybody hates you, dude. It's just strange because it doesn't happen like that on any other platform.
Oh, here they come, chat. I can hear the fireworks.
Weirdly enough, just Reddit. It's the smear farm operation. Yeah, every single post will get like 10K upvotes in less than an hour or 2 hours. But it is what it is. Anything not Hassan gets zero traction because the sub is dead. Yeah.
Healthcare here inside this building because we have so many
the best
options.
rates.
Who can we
here
talk
we
about
go.
getting the best healthcare?
Information to give us a rate. We're then met with the police.
Wait,
guys, hey, remember to pay your taxes.
Oh wait, no, it's here.
They're Somali providers that are
Yes.
fraudulent.
Okay.
So we're another Karen. Yep.
This is a area that we're allowed to enforce.
I'm sorry, what? Another Karen?
Yep.
And the Somali
Oh, because they called the cops.
is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it.
The thing is, if you look at what he's doing, it's literally Karen behavior. Maybe just harder to see from a white dude? I don't know.
And they don't want to talk, as you can see.
What would you have the police do instead if you were them? What would be your course of action? Genuinely curious. I would create a situation where the police would be afraid to defend these places because they would be worried about being persecuted. This would cause the police to leave and completely disband the police force. This would allow the companies and the people in the area to be effectively completely lawless and turn it into anarchy. That would...
The companies would turn it... What companies? Is he talking about the fraudulent companies? What?
Genuinely curious.
Community is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it, and they don't want to talk, as you can see.
Well, everybody's in on it. He's literally saying the quiet part out loud. These people deserve group punishment, right? Which is a crime against humanity.
Would you have the police do instead if you were them? What would be your course of action? Genuinely curious. I would create a situation where the police would be afraid to defend these places because they would be worried about being persecuted. This would cause the police to leave and completely...
So he said he would threaten the cops. I don't think they're going to feel that threatened from you, Asmongold, right? You want other people to threaten the cops, I'm assuming, right? Because you were a coward, and again, they're not going to listen to you.
Disband the police force. This would allow the companies and the people...
Yeah, it's kind of somehow more scummy than just a call to violence. It's like he's trying to, I don't know. Like a call for others to engage in violence that he would not and could not.
In the area to be effectively completely lawless and turn it into anarchy. That would make it completely chaotic, and these people would then become by the people that are in this community that they are somehow trying to enable, right? And so the goal is for that to happen and to make it as unpleasant and awful for them as possible.
Like this is as direct as I think call for and mass instability.
It's a call for a pogrom. That's what I hear him saying. I hear him calling for a pogrom.
As you can get, definitionally, okay? Like
For the best
demanding
rates
lynch mobs, demanding to harm the police.
The only thing that would make it more blatant is if he said it in German.
Right? Maybe you should stop streaming. Wait, what? Why? Why would I do that? The difference, of course, is that he is, ironically enough, everything that he claims that I have, like all the power that he claims I have, he literally has. But because the legion of sycophantic centrist slop tubers will never actually call it out, no one actually knows. Sees this, no one actually knows about it, no one actually cares about it. He just straight up gets to do literal calls to action to demand mass instability, demand harm to not only just like regular people, but law enforcement officers as well. And there's never any big movements on Twitter to be like, we got to get this guy banned. Calls to action, yeah, calls to violence, straightforwardly. It's not even like, I'm misunderstanding the position that he's maintaining here. Just straightforward. 18 more months and he'll be more left than you. Yeah, it's just, we just have to wait for the winds to shift.
Asmod is almost too cowardly to be considered a Karen. I mean, I was thinking about like Nick, Shirley, and David as doing Karen behavior, but yeah, I mean, Asmongold, that's just a day in his life, right? That's like every day that he is out there Karening.
Their direction, so we can, restructure his entire commentary around the new meta, which he will. He's already doing it. He's flipping already. I mean, there are obviously instances where he'll present himself as a straightforward white supremacist like this one. Meanwhile, for the record, Asmongold's calls to action have been heard. Plenty of people have been harassing random daycares all around the country, not even just in Minneapolis, but in Ohio as well. And it's so funny, like at most, slop tubers that will call out Asmongold will still use it as an opportunity to be like, but Hassan is still worse. It's truly psychotic. Yeah, wild have all these Israeli influencers of all the same interests in Somali daycare centers in the same week. Somali fraud investigation. Another influencer for Israel, Cam Higby, now doing the Somali fraud investigations. How strange. How strange. How interesting. Wonder how that happened. Do you really think it's him, not all the other coverage from major news? No, of course the other coverage plays a major role, chatter. I'm just saying that he is...
Happy New Year to all. Yeah, actually there's fireworks going on right now. I don't know if... I mean, I am in kind of a place with a lot of... like, maybe people are lighting fireworks when it's, like, midnight in their... But it's coming up for us, chat. It's like in... It just ticked midnight where you are. It's 4 hours away from midnight here.
He's leaning into it. Like he is... You think I'm responsible for any number of different things that take place? He makes it seem like I'm the singularly responsible person. Anytime there's a incident of, even if it's like ISIS and shit, he'll turn around and he'll have no issues claiming that I am the reason why this happened, right? He has no problem saying that, making it seem like I'm demanding violence against like random Jewish people or something. That's never something I've said. Whereas he is directly calling for the exact kind of violence that is currently taking place. You should ignore him. You're playing into it. It's really interesting. I like that this is another one of the Hassan, I'm a fan of you, but Asman's got a really good point type of chatter. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. So strange. No one can just come in and be like, listen, dog, I love Asman Gold and I don't like you. Yeah, you should look away. Yeah, I should look away at the guy who's getting retweeted demanding that every Somali person gets fucking denaturalized and deported. Get the fuck out of here. Didn't he blame me for the Australian beach shooting? Yeah, he did.
Generally, white liberals that live in gated communities vote to bring in...
Asmongold goes on the Minnesota Somali daycare fraud. There has never been a single moment where I've defended the... That's an Asman fan, scare the streamer, may get banned and want you to stop talking about it. Their streamer's not getting banned. Don't worry, chatter. Asmongold has twitched by the fucking balls because the moment that he gets banned will be a major reckoning, okay? The moment he gets banned, every single fucking right-wing group is going to be primed to say Twitch is so incredibly fucking biased as they did last time.
Steven Sayers says, it's Hassan's fault. Wait, what?
He got banned last time. Every single person was like, Hassan is still streaming on the platform. Anytime a random fucking VTuber gets banned, they talk about me. I don't even understand what the fuck I have to do with random VTubers, like as though I have any...
Now I've got that Katy Perry song stuck in my head. Oh my God, chat.
...control over who gets banned and who doesn't on this fucking platform. But yes, the moment Asmongold gets banned... Here, you want to know the truth? The moment Asmongold gets banned for any number of different things that he said about the Somalis, JD Vance is going to tweet about it. Everyone is going to be up Twitch's asshole talking about how Twitch actually shows favoritism to Hassan, to dangerous communist, socialist terrorists that are anti-Semitic, blah, blah, blah. All this shit. And Twitch knows it too. They will 100% do a mass propaganda, manufactured hysteria campaign to say, in spite of the glaringly obvious terms of service violations that Asmongold has committed over and over again with regular frequency, pretty much on a damn near daily basis, you know, fomenting violence, fomenting hatred, violating every single fucking terms of service that exists, terms of service rules that exist. The moment he gets banned, every single person down to like the vice president will be talking about how Twitch is...
You know, I never thought of this, but Asmongold turning into a Nazi this year or last year, whenever it was, it actually, it makes him unbannable. If he was still what I guess he used to be, which was like just kind of a know-nothing shitlib, then I don't think he would be, like it wouldn't be like if he broke terms of service, he would get banned, just like Destiny. I mean, it took a while, right? With Destiny, they gave him like multiple chances. At some point, they like demonetized. Or what did they do? They reduced him to affiliate, or they departnered and like demonetized his Twitch channel. But you know, he was using his website to get subs anyway, so it didn't really matter. But yeah, they did eventually ban Destiny, and I wonder if they would, if Destiny had been a full-on right-winger, maybe that would have been. I mean, I guess it would have depended on, you know, I mean, this is a special situation, right? Where you've got vice presidents thinking about Twitch streamers, right? And potentially, you know, the vice president, the richest man in the world, and more, like, freaking the fuck out and trying to make a big deal about it. If this guy breaks terms of service and gets, you know, what is, for most people, the result of breaking those terms of service. He did get banned, yeah, for 2 weeks for saying the Palestinians were subhuman. Yeah, and meanwhile, then, you know, Frogan and everyone got banned for a month for saying they don't like Sabra hummus.
Biased in the direction of anti-Semitic communist terrorists. Okay? Kick will roll out a deal for him. Brother, he's already a Kick streamer if you didn't know that. The fuck? Asmongold already is a Kick deal. He streams on Kick as well. And then
people are talking about Nick Shirley as if he's a future Charlie Kirk. I mean, they should be careful what they wish for. And also, as you know, full of rocks as Charlie Kirk's head was, he wasn't as vacant upstairs as Nick Shirley. I don't think Nick Shirley is capable of doing what Charlie Kirk did.
You have inside information on this? No, I don't need inside information. I have outside information. I have eyes and a brain. And not only that, but then they will find some other random bullshit to get me banned over as well. You know, he gets visibly frustrated when you cover him, and that's why he wants his fans to just say you're obsessed so you can stop covering him. Yeah, I'm not going to stop covering him. The more, if he keeps saying dumb shit like this, then I'm not going to stop covering him. If he stops saying dumb shit, if he stops saying violent shit, if he stops fomenting hatred towards random people and stuff like that, then yeah, I'll stop covering him. I don't give a fuck about covering him. Yeah, but if you want to know the truth, that's the truth. There's a reason why Twitch is too afraid to ban Asmongold, because contrary to what all these fucking dumbasses think, I run Twitch or whatever. No, Twitch is terrified of outside pressure. Okay? Twitch is terrified of outside pressure.
Yeah, and this was what ultimately sucks about Twitch, right? It's not, you know, it's not a game of favorites and insiders, outsiders, even though there is, you know, a degree of that in, you know, what we call like the Twitch royalty, you know, the communities of streamers that are on the very top of the, you know, statistics. But yeah, in terms of the organization itself, it is not playing favorites. It is utterly at the whim of, like Hassan said, outside forces. And with that, chat, with outside forces, let's take a look at the if outside forces have prevailed on today's bonus content poll. 92 votes. That's not that many votes. I feel like there's more people in here that haven't voted, but luckily for you, you still kind of have time, and it's pretty fucking close. Barry Weiss on Bill Maher, 33%. Drunk Ass Pisco versus Hutch's Mod at 30%. Guess the other two probably don't matter, but we do also have, let's see, so, you know, if I look at the bonuses, right, tonight is a night where the Vox Populi is actually higher. I believe the Vox Populi is actually higher than anything. So basically all this stuff gets zeroed out. And even though Barry Weiss has 11 points on it, no extra points for Barry Weiss. However, it does seem like Barry Weiss on Bill Maher is in first place. Shall we proceed, chat? Is that the content that we're gonna dive into for bonus content? We are like very close to the second bonus topic, I guess, which would be Drunk Pisco versus the Hutch mod. Hutch's mod. We're debating people's mods, chat. I really hope to never see a video of like Lonerbox debates NCC mod. I don't know. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to like make it sound like you're not allowed to do debates or whatever you please, but what a pleasant morning indeed. So yeah, it looks like the kind of pleasant morning where we're gonna jump into some bonus content, unless I hear different from anybody in chat. Looks like that content is gonna be Barry Weiss on Bill Maher. We're gonna go right to the part where they talk about TYT though, because that sounds like the most interesting thing that they talked about. Barry Weiss, Bill Maher, Club Random. I would not do well on Club Random, chat. If I was on Club Random, like, I don't think I'd be able to resist. He's got fucking weed. He's got some really good weed, like rich people weed even, on the table. So she's been on Real Time, seeing her video from 7 years ago. But can we find her? Yeah, she's been on Real Time a lot, it looks like. Not so they must be like old friends by now. "9 days ago, Milbar on viral Anna Kasparian Israel blow up. Dangerous." Okay, what is this? This is not. Anyway, I know where to find this. Club Random. For some reason, I thought he was quitting Club Random. Am I wrong?
Running your own business is not.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I am not seeing the content. Is this behind some fucking paywall or something? I thought Barry Weiss was on Club Random. Let me check on Twitter. You're not familiar with Club Random? Oh my gosh. Big Al Cake Mix, you're really missing out. Club Random is Bill Maher's. It's in his like basement, and he has the ugliest furniture, and like he's got a little like, you know, table in between the two chairs of himself and the guest, where he's got like every kind of liquor you could imagine, and like a shaker of ice, and like, you know, all kinds of accoutrements for heavy drinking, and then he's got like, he's usually got like, you know, a couple of joints on the table for himself and his guests to enjoy. However, you know, as you can imagine, since it is a public appearance, most guests don't indulge in the drinking or the smoking because they want to, you know, they're on there for a reason. They're promoting something, right? But Bill Maher, he just gets shit faced every single time. All right, let's try to see what Club Random, Barry Weiss. Where the fuck did I see that this was a thing? I thought I even like had it on. Oh my god, did somebody draw Ela Kleina's Gollum? That's terrible. Chat, how did I hallucinate this? Last thing Bill Maher quit was having a spine? Wait, what the fuck, chat? How am I'm like not seeing this. Did I? The Vanguard watched this. Maybe that's where I saw it. Should we just watch the Vanguard's video? How did they get it? I know that they have that like somebody has a membership to like TYT's paywall stuff or something, and they get that stuff. But how are they getting? Where even is this Bill Maher shit? Like, I'm not seeing it come up on the internet, right? It like does not exist. Maybe I typed her name wrong. Bari Weiss. On real time. God damn it. Not on real time. Anna Kasparian. Do I have to type in the Vanguard? Okay, let's take, if they have this. Yeah, this is it, right? 2 days ago. Maybe they took it, maybe he took it off this site. Maybe this is the only place we could see it. Oh well. Zach and Gavin, please don't sue me.
Cenk, he's also on the Young Turks, tweeted,
what the fuck? With free press, this is not okay. Yeah, it's what? Free press is on the. I'm so confused, chat. Did I see free press and think Barry Weiss? I swear to God, I think I saw this content. Maybe, yeah, I think it was like on the free press channel. Let's see what the fuck this is.
I think Bill Maher is the biggest racist in American media. I'm happy to challenge him to a debate on the issue of his favorite country in the world, his beloved Israel. How do you respond to that? I'm assuming you didn't even see this
Why
tweet.
doesn't he answer the question that she won't answer? Or that she didn't until finally she had to give in and say, yes, I would live in Tel Aviv.
Would you challenge, would you
Yes,
debate
well,
him?
I'd love to hear his.
And by the way, we're 38 seconds in and he already lied. Again, I think that Anna Kasparian did a pretty piss poor job in their exchange about Israel, unfortunately, even though she was right and he was wrong. But she did not concede at any point in that discussion or exchange that she would rather live in Tel Aviv. As Bill Maher just implied, she eventually
she
had to admit, I eventually did admit that I'd rather live in Tel Aviv than, any other country in the Middle East or something like that, or any other city, in the Middle East.
I think
So
he's
already fucking lying.
He's declaring a W because she's not. Oh my God, Taylor Lorenz just put out a video about clavicular, chat. God, I wish I'd had that up for bonus content. I don't even know what we're doing. I thought we had a Barry Weiss video, but it looks like we got the we got Liquid Berry, chat. This is Liquid Berry. We're looking for Solid Berry.
And again, I don't think that Anna Kasparian did a great job, but you don't have to lie about what she said in order to make that point, Bill. It's crazy.
Yep.
She won't answer. Or that she didn't until finally she had to give in and say, yes, I would live in Tel Aviv.
Would you challenge, would you
Yes,
debate
well,
him?
I'd love to hear his
Joe,
answer.
because
Well, there it
There
is.
no answer. Anybody who thinks that.
And if you just heard that, Bill Maher,
I don't understand. It looks like Club Random Chat, but it's on the free press. Like, what did they do? Pay him for an episode to take an episode off of his channel? I don't understand. Like, the benefit to film an episode of Club Random, put it up on the free press, and for him not to put it up on his own. Is this like old? Is that what I'm missing? Is this just like if I look at an old Club Random video, will I find this
running your
exchange? Let's see. It would have had to be after Anna Kasparian, right? There's no way that this happened. It wouldn't make sense for it to be before Anna Kasparian. If I type in free press. I don't understand the logic of the content decision. Woody Allen, oh geez. What's next, Roman Polanski? Anyway, yeah, here it is. God damn. I don't understand why this makes no sense to me. Maybe we'll figure it out.
Barr said yes, he would debate Cenk. Essentially, she says, would you debate him? And he says, yes, I would, because I want to hear him answer that question. And again, to give credit to Cenk Uygur, on the night Anna went on Bill Maher, they went live on TYT and they talked about this. And Cenk actually did give a pretty good answer to that question. He named off a bunch of fucking cities that were totally safe, not only for him, but for women to live in as well, you know, where they wouldn't be persecuted. Places like
You voted for me to pick something, Reality Bites, but I already get to pick the free half.
Istanbul in Turkey, a country that Cenk obviously knows something about. But yeah, there's a lot of places in the Middle East that you'd be totally safe that aren't fucking
What did Bill Maher say about Anna Kasparian? We're about to find out.
Lviv. It's totally
I haven't seen this before.
ridiculous. And again, Bill Maher seems to be open to the debate. Little does he know that Cenk,
I mean, it sounds like they're talking about her. He's saying she gave ground or gave in or essentially like on he poses a question to Anna Kasparian of like, where in the Middle East would you rather live than Tel Aviv, Israel? Name to me one place that is better, or even, you know, he's basically implying that there's nowhere in the Middle East that Anna would want to live in a million years other than in Israel, right? Joshua Keller says Beirut. Yeah, and apparently Cenk had some answers when Anna just was like, I am not, you know, Anna was just not playing his game. And so he took that as like a win.
has already answered that question and would probably fucking bulldoze him if he gets the chance to answer it to Bill's face.
100%. And another place we brought up, and I wish Anna would have had the, you know, wherewithal to bring it up, is right across the fucking border in Beirut, right? How far is Lebanon from Israel, right? Not far at all. In Beirut, you can dress however the fuck you want. You can drink alcohol if you want to, right? I've watched many Anthony Bourdain No Reservation episodes, it feels like, where he goes to Beirut and gets absolutely hammered and, you know, exists in luxury and talks about how it's a tragedy that there's so much bombing that's going off right in the distance. And that bombing is being done by fucking Israel, right? So right there across the border, it's not even far. You could easily get around and wear whatever the hell you'd like.
100%. So I guess before we watch the rest of this clip, Zach, do you think Bill Maher is fronting, or do you think we really have a Cenk Uygur Bill Maher debate coming down the pipeline to look forward to? Do you think it's actually something that's going to get set up, or will Bill Maher chicken out at the last minute, you know, only saying this to appear tough in the moment?
I think whenever there's a hot chick in the room, and not that this lady is a hot chick, but a young woman, I would say, I think you always have to imagine that there's like 50 to 75% front from Bill Maher. I think he's capping like a motherfucker. So I think he's, you know, peacocking a little bit here. He's like, I'll debate anybody.
Capping, fronting, peacocking. Yeah, he's mewing a little bit.
You know, I'll take them all on. Will he actually go through with it? I would say that I'm putting like a 25% chance we actually see Cenk Uygur on Club Random or something like that.
Wait, I'd be surprised if we didn't see Cenk on Club Random. Bill Maher is a messy bitch who loves drama. All right, so Bill Maher's not gonna have any problem with it, unless he said something just like, I don't know, like he called Cenk like a anti-Semite or a transphobe or something, right? I don't think Cenk is going to have, you know, enough of a problem to keep him off, right? Yeah, I would say it's more like 75, wouldn't you? And especially considering that Bill's already, I would say the only reason maybe that Cenk wouldn't go on there is that he's just not, he doesn't have quite as much pull as Anna. But if he's saying in this debate, or if he's like, you know, sounding like he's challenging Cenk to a debate, then yeah, absolutely. Either, you know, he'll make an appearance on TYT or, yeah, I'd say 75, 80% chance that Bill, that they get. Well, anyway, let's listen to it.
Justice activists, which these people do. And your number one issue isn't gender apartheid in the Muslim world. You're a joke. You're a joke. It's so obvious where the biggest amount of oppression is. You people who hate oppression so much.
Yeah. We only like real apartheid and actual fucking open air death camp, right? That's you know, that's peachy keen. That's cool. And also apartheid for you know, maybe trans people shouldn't live so freely in society. But no.
Thing to say.
Yeah,
Insane thing to say.
Both
Can you pause it?
like the whole.
It's an insane thing to say while children are literally starving to death. That the most important oppression to care about is gender oppression. When all you do in America is talk shit on that kind of thing, that as children and mothers and grown men as well.
And in fact, if you want to track like Bill Maher's trajectory as an edgelord, it probably starts from misogyny, right? It probably starts from, you know, the kind of way that he talks about women, the way that he treats women, and then that being noticed and cared about. And it probably all starts from the, oh, you don't think it's, you know, I thought that liberalism was all about free love. And free love means me imposing myself on you in the Playboy grotto, right? Because that's how they used to do it back in the 50s, right, Bill? I think it starts there, and then you just get like more and more grievance from this guy, right? Towards different groups, and it just builds up, and you get this shithead that is like, I'm the actual left. It's the left that changed, not me.
Starving to death, being bombed to smithereens at hospitals, going through the most unimaginable pain and trauma. But the greatest oppression is, you know, gender dynamics throughout the Middle East. Are you crazy? Like, I support gender equality globally, but I also understand a triage when I see one, and the most jarring atrocity that needs to end now.
Let me just see. I'm getting impatient here, chat. Do we have TYT? No. Do we have Anna? Oh wait, this is all about on viral Anna Kasparian. This is all about the Anna Kasparian. Try Anna with 2 N's. Nope. Anna with 1 N. There it is.
Because there's this word safe space that's been thrown around a lot the last 5 years. And mostly that word has meant excluding people who think differently than you. But you have a show where everyone from DNC chairs to Marjorie Taylor Greene come on. How did you build that?
You know, it grew out of, I mean, Real Time grew out of Politically Incorrect. You can tell by the name of that. It was on my mind in the 90s when that show started. So, Politically Incorrect always meant.
Actually, not really. He was fairly, you know, he was considered kind of radical left in his first show. He was known for criticizing people saying that the 9/11 terrorists were cowards, because he was like, they literally died for the, you know, fucked up ideals they believed in, right? How you can call that thing, you can call that a lot of shit, but you can't call it cowardice, right? That was his first take. That got him, you know, that was like politically incorrect, right? That, and I think got him like banned from television for a while.
No bullshit.
Also, he is fairly drunk. I am trying to figure out when this happened. Maybe this is an upcoming episode of, does he like make them listen to his guitar playing? His guitar is like within arm's reach of him, I'm noticing, right? There's tissues there, a couple of bottles of who knows what. Hopefully there's some water there too. But yeah, it looks like they were kind of interviewing him. I mean, that's what it feels like anyway.
And everybody likes to say that when they start a show.
He's wasted.
No spin zone. They're all lying. I've always been pretty much the only one politically who does that. I think there's now more
He's fucking wasted.
people doing it. That's good.
We really got him to open up.
It's always good when you have people who are not afraid to face the music if some of their fans don't like what they say. But Politically Incorrect started as a show that was universally thought to be a loser because talk show hosts never
Yeah, it's not on a stand. Good point, Burple.
like said their opinions. Leno did.
The 60-minute CCOT story, I wanted to cover that, and I found Cory Booker actually uploaded. I just don't know if I can safely cover it. Yeah, that's the problem. Reality Bites Back. It's been on my agenda because it is a really it is showing you exactly what Barry Weiss is there for, right? She is there to spike. She is there to catch and kill, right? Much the same role, unironically, the same role as his friend, what is his name, David Pecker from The Inquirer used to play for him.
Carson didn't let
Those funky, they're when you get a good look at those chairs, it's more than just funky. It's like
didn't. That just wasn't what they did because they said, well, you would alienate half the audience, and you would maybe, but I thought, well, let's give it a shot. And of course, the truth is that people can hear something that they don't agree with and still like you. So that idea that people can hear something and still like you, still be friends.
Yeah. Who knew that I didn't even know we had drunk Bill Maher. I would have put that up if I did, right? But yeah, drunk Pisco. We're almost getting both of those tonight.
I don't think we've ever had a guest.
Wait, I think somebody counted up. Maybe we are at 200
on the show. Hardly that ever left unhappy, liberal, conservative. Everybody comes to the green room after and has a drink. Everybody seems to be in
remember, this is the piece of shit that that yucked it up with Donald Trump, right? This is the piece of shit that described Donald Trump as an existential threat to democracy, and then went to have probably a nice drink. I mean, I don't think Trump drinks, but like, I'm sure that Bill Maher offered and accepted. Yo, Burple, thanks you for the gifted sub to Morebear. Morebear, you just got jellyfish. We're at 200 now. Let's do both of them. Drunk Maher and drunk Pisco. Let's go. And then chat, I got to make my plans for tomorrow, right? Because I want to do like an extra long subathon, like all the way until midnight and Pacific time. Like we'll set it up so it automatically goes till like midnight, maybe Eastern time, and then like if we can keep going for all of the New Year's Eves. Anyway, that's for you in the US. If you're in Europe or Asia like myself, then you'll be getting 2026 tonight.
I'm never mad at anybody if we argued about something. So, I mean, it's just always the only way I ever wanted to do it. I don't want to hate half the country. I don't hate half the country, no matter what side they're on. I always just wanted to talk to people and be real and laugh. And so it's not that hard, but man, in these partisan times, you'd think it was really hard for a lot of people.
Yeah, well, I think one thing...
Yeah, including you until you went to fucking eat with the guy, right? Now you just flipped. Did he buy you? Are you his bitch now, Bill? Are you part of... you're talking to the free press here, right? This is, Pravda, right? This is MAGA broadcasting that you're being a part of right here. Like, yeah, he better have another drink because he sold himself out, I think, more fully than a lot of us appreciate at the moment, right? I think history will show us, how hard this guy sold out to Trump. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do is like start kind of early. I don't know, because like I don't think I can stay up as much as I'd like to stay up through my New Year's onto your New Year's. I would be so like I'd have to do like half of the stream would just be like me like in bed next to my laptop. Like it'd be like half of the stream would be like a laptop stream from bed or something, which I don't think is very exciting. Although we used to do that by accident in the old days.
You've done is kind of
the sleep stream, the resident sleeper.
Challenge this really egregious idea, I think, that you can't platform someone that you disagree with. Last week, sitting here was Anna Kasparian, and you guys had a really
that got around.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, and her co-host, Cenk.
She's like, "Can I borrow a cup of drama?"
On the Young Turks, tweeted, "I think Bill Maher is the biggest racist in American media. I'm happy to challenge him to a debate on the issue of his favorite country."
Okay, maybe the Vanguard was right. The biggest racist in America. I don't know. Maybe Bill will be too insulted. Maybe he hit too close to home. You're East Coast New Year, so it would help. Yeah.
His beloved Israel. How do you respond?
I do intend to move the stream time up, right? Like, because it just doesn't. It seems like I'm starting. Like the current stream time is 1 o'clock Eastern. This is Barry 2.0. I said earlier this is Liquid Barry. We're looking. I thought we were looking for Solid Barry.
Respond to that. I'm assuming you didn't even see this.
Why doesn't he answer the question that she won't answer, or that she didn't until finally she had?
Chat, by the end of this, Barry Weiss will. I predict Barry Weiss will wear a Sonichu medallion
and say, yes, I would live in Tel Aviv.
Would you challenge? Would you?
Yes, well, I'd love to hear his answer, because there is no answer. Anybody who thinks they're a social justice activist.
I'm pretty sure he had an answer, didn't he?
This, which these people do, and your number one.
I kind of wanted to check. I wanted to. I also wanted to check in. I wanted to show you what Anna Kasparian and Cenk did, but yeah, unfortunately. This is going to be our coverage of Anna for tonight.
Issue isn't gender apartheid in the Muslim world.
Wait, I don't want to gas, Barry. Oh my God, you just gave me a flashback to the pyrocynical scandal, Big Al Cake Mix.
You're a joke. You're a joke. It's so obvious where the biggest amount of oppression is. You people who hate oppression so much. I saw the New York Post reprinted like the whole thing. And they showed, of course they have pictures. I don't have pictures here, but they show pictures of women in the full covered, the burqa of head to. I saw the front page of the New York Times yesterday was something about Syria. Maybe it was their 1-year anniversary or something. And this is Syria, which I, kind of think, well, it's not Afghanistan, it's not Saudi Arabia. Well, it's Syria.
You got to understand, chat. The limiting factor is that earlier in the afternoon for you is like earlier in the pre-dawn for me. That doesn't mean that I can't do it, right? Lots of people do. Lots of people that are like, that work remote or whatever will wake up, I mean, when I first got here, I was waking up pretty reliably at like 3 or 4 in the morning. So it was really easy to be on early. But as I've acclimated to the time here, I get up later and later. But yeah, no, I do think you're right that considering that my audience is going to be mostly, in the US or you should invite Foodie Beauty as a guest so they can talk about Syria.
It was the leader of the Muslim world.
What time is it right now? Where I am. Oh gosh, I think it is like 8:30. It's almost 9.
At some point, and
it's almost 9 at night.
But there's the women, and they were in the full, like I'm not even the eye slit, just
no, they can't see
the full black fumigation tent. If you're okay with keeping women in beekeeping,
this is the lowest fucking tier. This is the lowest tier of fucking Islamophobia. It's like, but the burqas, they look weird. What's going on with the burqas, though? That's not right.
Including in 100-degree weather. And this is just something that okay, well, what?
Stream is a wizard with a crystal ball for 2026.
Whatever. And I'm the racist. First of all, Islam is not a race, morons. It's an idea.
You're drunk, Bill. You're drunk. Hey, you can't be racist. Islam isn't a race. And here we're going to get into your we're rehashing what went wrong with the early half of the early quarter of the 20th century or the 21st century, right? We're rehashing where new atheists ran aground by being like, now that there's no new earth creationists to challenge us, I think we should take on Islam. We should decide that one religion is worse than all the other religions and call it the motherlode of bad ideas. And we should also take on feminism because those women need to be taken down a peg or two. God damn it! I mean, we're just rehashing the fucking failure that was the early 2000s. God fucking damn it, Bill! Must you bring us back to this? I love that we have like new atheists that have moved on, like Kyle Kulinski, and that did not turn into such magnificent fucking shitlords, right? Did not like go Dawkins, like the fucking Ouroboros eating its atheist tail by becoming a cultural fucking Christian. What an absolute tool.
Yeah, it's an ideology. People of all races follow it.
Yeah, exactly, Big Al. Right, yeah, until you go on your next daylight savings, John, I will be 12 hours apart from the East Coast.
It's just more fundamentalist than other religions in this century. That would not have been the case in the 14th century. But we don't live then. We live now. And
oh my God, he has to remind himself what century it is.
Like the fact that these Muslims in America, the way you live here.
I think the free press doesn't know how to run a YouTube channel because it sounds like they are fucking clickbaiting in the worst way, right? If this is all that he had to say about Anna Kasparian and Jink, right? If that's all he had to say, this is like, wow, you're selling this video on something that he hardly talks about.
Wouldn't live that way in most of these countries where your ancestors are from, and certainly your wife could.
He's still kind of talking about the question.
Your biggest issue as people who hate oppression.
See,
you're a joke.
The free press lady knows where the clicks are at, right? She's like, the only way that anybody's gonna watch anything we put out is if we fucking drama it the fuck up. So please talk shit about Anna, talk shit about Jinx. She's trying to lead him to the horse to water, but he is too fucking drunk to drink, chat. He's too drunk to drink.
So, you want to debate? Sure. I mean, I debated her.
I debate anybody. We have finally defeated Medicaid.
I'm bored. As I said at the end of that interview, I said, I'm bored.
Yeah.
At some point, we've been around this mulberry bush, and I'm kind of bored, and you have your story, and you're sticking to it. And I thought she did not look, everything else we talked about, she was so reasonable.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Omega Star with the 10,000 bits. Omega Star says he is just an old head spinning off into obscurity. Yeah, there for fortune go so many people, right? This is the nightmare, right? Is of how you do not want to age when you become a mockery of who you used to be. And Bill Maher wasn't that great of a guy to begin with, but god damn it, he would make his younger self cry. I am convinced. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies there, Megastar.
Came over to where I think is the center left, where I think I am. And on this one, first of all, she just wanted the fight.
Of course.
I feel like it's a credential thing for that generation. It's like they have
generation
be these useful idiots.
Oh my God!
Somehow, again, as the world's big liberals, found their way to this position of marching with the most oppressive people in the world. I mean, it's hard to wrap your head around.
I want to ask.
It's hard to have for a fucking for a piece of shit like Bill Maher, it's hard to wrap your head around a concept like moral consistency. A concept like supporting basic human rights for people, even if some of them might not be a fan of your identity, right? That's the shit that he got lost in. Just like Jink. Chat, you remember when Hank came on here and talked about like Jink's trajectory politically? That it's almost like he had found himself in a political cul-de-sac and he just plants his flag and decides, I am moving no further, all right? This is what the left is from now on. And if anybody goes further to the left, you're fucking crazy. You're max left, right? He just kind of, at some point, he was like, that is as open-minded as I'm going to get. And he was actually at one point, TYT was at least given lip service to the concept of trans rights after being really, really fucking transphobic. When nobody was talking about trans people, TYT talked about trans people and in some not so great ways, right? Basically using transgender as a insult. Even, you know, he talked about this cis cheerleader that had big muscles. It was like, oh, I don't know, she's looking a little transgender, if you know what I mean, right? Yeah, absolute pieces of shit. I think Bill Maher is like maybe a more somehow an even worse. If somebody looks at TYT and they think these guys are too woke, don't you understand that Muslims are this stereotype from my from the 80s movies that I grew up with, where they're like these savages running around with curved swords and turbans and yelling, oh, right? I mean, that's literally, that's where he's coming from. And he doesn't get how the rest of the world has moved on. Right? He's like, no, but Muslims bombed us in 2001. No, they are the stereotype, right? Every Muslim is like that. Yeah, no, definitely. Unable to look at Muslims as like individuals, much in the same way as, you know, the previous subject from the free half, Nick Shirley was unable to look at Somalis as individuals. His Jinx capitalism informs his every decision.
About another character, which is Tucker Carlson. What happened to Tucker?
I feel like a lot of people ask that question. I'm the last.
Wait, was there ever a time, like, he was the host of Crossfire, the conservative host of Crossfire, at the time of the Bush administration? I think he did have a show on MSNBC for a while. He was still, I guess, the nominal conservative of the network, but, you know, nowhere near where he is now. I don't know, it just feels like what happened to Tucker is what happened to the right. They went from neocon to Nazi. There you go. What more do you need to explain, chat? I don't think we need to explain anything more, and especially considering that we got double bonus content tonight, I got another reason not to let Bill Maher drone on, because I think this is the rest of the thing is about Tucker Carlson. There's precious little meat on the bone of drama that the bone that the Free Press was trying to pick with the Young Turks. It's kind of weird, right? Because I mean, I know I'm TYT is critical of Free Press, right? Are they? Please tell me they're critical. Please tell me. Like they've got to be against like each other. So I think this is what I'm gonna guess. This is what this is the, like, Free Press trying to pick a fight with TYT to get somebody to fucking watch them. What is there a purpose for the Free Press anymore, chat? Like, Barry Weiss is this like the Free Press without Barry Weiss? I feel like I didn't give you enough bonus content. Even if we hadn't hit 200, chat, I would still owe you some more bonus content, because this isn't very, like, I thought we were gonna get Barry Weiss here. We got Liquid Barry, and that's not the same. It must be known on the playlist somewhere. Oh God.
Okay. It does not matter what.
Did we watch that? This is the one. Wait, did it? Oh fuck. There's probably more. Fuck. Can I find the? There it is. There's Pisco. This is how his stream starts. No music. It's got a GIF that repeats itself. I don't know. What are we doing here? Horrorcore or something? Pisco's going over Supreme Court stuff. Is this where the convo starts?
when you want to chat, again, within the rules of my Discord and within
Yo,
communities you are saying.
Yo, am I good or am I good?
Things. But I don't think that it's respected.
Chat, we got drunk Pisco. Look, I am not throwing any shade, okay, about his drunkenness, all right? I have drank before on stream. I don't do it anymore for reasons, right? You know, especially when you're streaming from a trampoline, it's probably not good to stream drunk. You know, it's not something I do anymore, but if Pisco wants to indulge in this, especially over the holidays, you know, that, you know, have at it. I almost said have at it, Haas. That would be a very TYT way to say things, but yeah, no, have your Pisco sours, right? I'm not laughing at you. I'm not ridiculing you for that, all right? I am amused by your inability to leave this really toxic community that is, I don't know, persecuting you, brigading you, harassing you, making your life miserable, trying to disallow you any sort of agency, right? And your fucking knee-jerk, you know, reaction to anything to the left of, I don't know, like Bernie Sanders, right, is also kind of funny too, right? So, you know, this is not somebody that I agree with. You know, I don't understand why he stayed with Destiny for so long. I'm glad that he seems to be moving away, but god damn it, is he ever taking his time? Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, watch out for Doobie and his crew too. That's another, like, you don't need, you're a nice guy, Pisco. You seem like a nice guy, right? You being around this fucking, the like, internet equivalent of some kind of criminal underworld that DGG and these fucking shady discords represent, it just doesn't make sense, all right? It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, no shade at Pisco. You know, if I laugh, it's because you're funny, not because I'm laughing at you for being drunk, okay? That's all.
When people are patient and nice. I really don't, right? I've been saying for a while now, I think it is true that, like, people don't respect that. And for whatever reason, it doesn't get through. And so I certainly...
Yeah, we didn't watch his debate with Destiny. This happened after he debated Hutch about Ethan Klein and his choice of victims for his lawsuits, right? Hutch could not keep up with him. He embarrassed Hutch, so Destiny has to come on and try to embarrass Pisco to, I don't know, save Hutch. Like, I don't know what Destiny is, like Hutch's mom now? Is Destiny, like, wiping Hutch's ass for him? Is Destiny responsible to clean up Hutch's mistakes? But anyway, he comes on, berates Pisco, DGG goes, like, hog wild on him. I think from what I've heard, it ends in Pisco saying, hey, I just won't cover this drama stuff anymore, okay? I didn't know it was, like, all that. They're also mad at him about, like, a guy that super chats him, who, you know, is definitely bad news. And in my experience, I mean, Destiny's, you know, as bad of news as Destiny, but, you know, you don't really control who, you know, donates to you, and it does, like, you know, I don't know, like, Pisco's getting money off of this, right? So I can't really blame him for not banning a person who is actually a kind of sussy baka, but also kind of a mover and a shaker. And if I would say that orbiting him or being friends with him or associating with you know, with this guy and his you know, I don't think it's necessarily any worse than with Destiny. They're both bad ideas, but anyway, yeah, I mean, we have great hopes for Pisco, chat, because Pisco, he's not like the other DGGers. His takes are always, they're consistently better. They're not consistently great, but they're consistently better. And it seems like any time now would be a great time for him to move on and just get, you know, just get away from, like, all of these creeps, because you're, you know, you're a smart guy. You're a great analyst, especially of, you know, legal matters, and your future is gonna lie, you know, if you play your cards right, more in a place like Breaking Points, right? Pisco has a chance to make it for real. Yeah, Pisco has not yet gone sour, not yet. Well, I mean, he's had a few Pisco sours, possibly, but yeah, like, this guy could be, like, I don't know, fucking on, you know, mainstream. I don't even know what mainstream news is anymore, but whatever becomes the replacement of mainstream news, right? If they need somebody to analyze legal shit, Pisco is fucking intelligent and well-spoken. and he doesn't need to fucking, clout chase off of these scumbags to gain relevance, right? Anyway, we're hoping for better things for Pisco in 2026.
I'm not going to back down from opinions I actually hold. I think that the response has been shambolic and pathetic, and it shows in the character of the arguments, which are all personal, none of the merits. And when they show up, they fold like pretzels.
I have never successfully folded a pretzel. But then again, I've only eaten pretzels and never made one.
So that's going to be my approach going forward on those particular issues. But it has nothing to do with those issues. None of this has anything to do with those issues. All of this has to do with other stuff, right? These positions I've had on two discrete things, Hassan Global Entry, where we just read an opinion, and Ethan Klein lawsuit. These have been my positions, or at least most of the positions that people take issue with. There are aspects in which the Ethan one has changed a little bit, but by and large, this has been my position for months now. So none of this is like new breaking news.
Axis of Service says, nah, Buddy is kind of sour right now. Yeah, if he burps, it's about to get really sour.
And it relates not at all to it.
You could probably light his burp on fire at this point.
And my mission hasn't changed because of it. And I hope you guys, if you feel, I saw there was one comment. It's absolutely unhinged.
Did we miss like the very beginning of that or something?
It's really funny, but it gets.
I'm sorry, Pisco. I promise I am not intentionally trying to drunk watch you. Or I'm not drunk, obviously, but I'm not trying to watch you drunk in order to, present you as if this was, anything other than an abnormal stream for you. I feel like I missed something at the very beginning.
No one in stream disagreements. So I guess I'll just I'll talk at you for the last.
So yeah, it sounds like he's got something called stream disagreements. Maybe in his Discord, where if people disagree with him, they can sign up to come on and hash it out over voice. It's, pretty normal for a debate streamer.
Minutes here. Also, we got other people.
Uh-oh, chat. Is he drinking out of that thing, or is he spitting tobacco juice into it? Uh-oh.
I'm focusing my efforts always on the Trump administration and what's happening in politics, in the legal world. And I will continue to do that. That said, I don't really back down from people who want to take criticism of me in either my positions on anything else. I believe I'm correct about things I've stated, and feel free. I encourage people who disagree strenuously, hop into disagreements, to say what you want to say within the rules of my moderated communities regarding my position on stuff. I am not convinced in the slightest. Thank you so much. Is it fine if I say inane, infuriating things to troll? You can say what you want for the most part. Within the rules of...
Yeah, that's the other thing is, as far as his chat goes and people, Destiny or whoever asking him to ban certain people from his chat's just not very moderated, right? There's all kinds of people, they disagree. Sometimes they get, there's he just rolls with, I don't even think he's got, that's one mod on Twitch, but yeah, I don't think he even has that many mods on YouTube. It's just pretty laid back. The chat's not always laid back, but he's pretty laid back.
Communities, especially the Discord, where we made some changes. But notice, I'll just say from a substantive perspective.
Oh my God, Big Al Cake Mix. I accidentally drank from a beer bottle. Somebody was spitting tobacco juice into it once, and it haunts me. Yeah, no disagreements.
The nature of the argument and what people tend to focus on. And I will say the following. I am not at all convinced by, and I know I wouldn't be, right? It's not made for me.
People mostly do the tobacco-less pouches.
The kind of shit that is being levied at me with respect to some of the opinions that I've held. That any of these opinions relate to like, my attempts to curry favor with the community.
No, he's drinking.
That's
That's not tobacco.
No basis to say that whatsoever.
I think he was just maybe he's got his pisco sour in that glass. Maybe he's just kind of nursing it.
But also the character and nature of the detractors. I don't really see them in disagreements that often. And when they do, they fold like little pretzels. And so my strategy going forward is not to back down from any of these conversations. My interest is to focus more on Trump stuff, political stuff, legal stuff, no doubt. But I am going to, rule notwithstanding, right? The rule in the
random 3PO, people smoke cigarettes, I think, because it's cool, mostly because it's vaping and stuff, though. Mostly it's vaping. I feel like for some reason, vaping has become uncool. Anybody notice that? Like, I feel like there's low-key a cultural, like, that if you have somebody vaping in, like, a movie or something, like, you're signaling this is the douchebag, right? Kind of. And I say this as somebody who would, like, I don't want to vape, cigarettes or THC cartridges, but, like, if I had access, here to a vaporizer, I would definitely prefer using that to combusting anything, but not like, I don't mean like not like a classical vape, not like a vape pen, right? But yeah, I feel like whenever they show somebody vaping, it's like the low key message is like, this person is like, like vaping, maybe like it felt like maybe vaping was cool from like, I don't know, 2014 or maybe even earlier than that to like 2018 or so. At some point it seems like it changed. I'm not saying you're not cool for vaping, a megastar, and probably it's better than smoking. Like, it depends on like, what you're vaping and stuff, but and again, like, you can just straight up vape flower, and as far as I know, that's not bad for you. It's probably better than smoking flower. Vape for a long time, since high school, but I always wonder, like, if I were to get a vape, like, would I be uncool if I hit the vape on stream like I used to? There's probably plenty of videos of me vaping on stream, even cartridges occasionally. They made flavored vapes illegal in my state, so I have to drive to the next state over? Damn. I only use those huge fancy vapes that have, the huge, like the Vape Nation vape has the asshole association to it. What is Pisco talking about? Yeah, this is Pisco. He's well, first of all, he's like behind a quite a few Pisco sours at the moment. He's a little drunk. But yeah, I guess, well, he's in between a rock and a hard place, right? He's still tangential to the greater Destiny community, and yet he has takes that so often go against the the assumed takes of Destiny's community, right? Like, he calls out Ethan for his bullshit. He will say Hassan is right when he thinks Hassan is right, which is not always, but it's enough. And yeah, he's also, he's not, he's neutral to other parties, like the anti-Destiny, I guess, clout network that's sort of forming around J-Stalk and Quimon, right? And maybe if you believe what Destiny's saying, has some kind of Kiwi Farms like connection, although that is, citation needed on that one. I haven't seen there is one, sussy guy that was, hanging around Pisco and super chatting, but again, like I said, that's money in Pisco's pocket, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he's in the bag for. Like I definitely have had getting donos for I mean, you would have to like go out of your way to like refuse donos from somebody. And anyway, let's try to watch the end of this. I'm gonna try to get to sleep kind of early tonight so that I can get up fairly early and do some kind of bonus, like a subathon, do like a big stream for the end of the year.
The Discord is what the rule in Discord is. I'm going to get significantly more chippy and demanding in conversations.
I don't know what chippy means.
Because I honestly don't think, I think my patience, and it is patience, even though it's been sort of, I think, slimed as like, I don't know, perceived weaselness or something by exhaustively going through things and like.
Did he just say weasel?
Walking people through step 1 or 2. It's going to be a lot more just like right to the point every single second. And so if you want to have those conversations, I'm happy to do it. I'm going to ask probably that you guys like, when you get in, like, listen, this is for big boys if you want to do this.
Wait, chippy means gay? I thought it was zesty.
And if you're not interested in that, you don't have to have the conversation. You can continue like chatting what you want to chat, again, within the rules of my Discord and within wherever you are saying things.
That's the other thing I like about Pisco. He's very jolly.
I don't think that it's respected when people
it's got good vibes,
are patient and nice. I really don't. Right? I've been saying for a while now, I think it is true that like people don't respect that, and for whatever reason it doesn't get through. And so I certainly am not going to back down from opinions I actually hold. I think that the response has been shambolic and pathetic, and it shows in the character of the arguments, which are all personal, none of the merits. And when they show up, they fold like pretzels.
But yeah, I can see why people are having trouble following a little bit of what he's saying. I think he's about to get into a conversation with the Hutch mod here. Chippy is slightly cantankerous. I mean, yeah, you know, he can.
So that's going to be my approach going forward on those particular issues. But it has nothing to do with those issues. None of this has anything to do with those issues.
Oh my God.
All of this has to do with other stuff, right? These positions I've had on 2 discrete things, Hassan Global Entry, where we just read an opinion, and Ethan Klein lawsuit. These have been my positions, or at least most of the positions that people take issue with. There are aspects in which the Ethan one has changed a little bit.
So yeah, my understanding is that like the accusation is that he's somehow either trying to court like Hassan and his community, like I don't know, become a Hassan orbiter, or that like he's trying to court J-Stalk's people, which again, that's not a big community, right? That's a splinter DGG group, right? J-Stalk is a, you know, the DGG guy that when Destiny was found to be doing what he did to Pixie et al. Said, fuck this guy, I am burning the fuck out of this bridge, right? And, you know, as a result, only a few DGGers ended up in that camp. So there's not that many people to, you know, especially if you're not dual streaming on Kick, which I don't see any Kick chat here. So like if you're, I don't even know what the point it would be in going after that crowd if you're not a Kick streamer. I vape a mod with 2 21,700 batteries.
But by and large, it's been my position for months now. So none of this is like new breaking news. And it relates not at all to it. And my mission hasn't changed because of it.
Vape Nash.
And I hope you guys, if you feel, I saw there was one comment. It's absolutely unhinged.
All right, Pisco.
It's really funny, but like,
wait, he is doing something. He is like, he's got something under his lip, doesn't he?
To me, it like
can't tell.
Totally shows the nature of the response here. So I unsubbed you from you over the latest coverage you had of Ethan's lawsuit. I previously defended you against people that criticize you for simply examining his unhinged filing and criticizing him over his attempt at the savior complex. However, in the latest coverage you did, you've thrown away most of your values and morals in favor of dogmatically defending the defendants of these lawsuits.
If you are in the Destiny community, you do not understand what words like values and morals fucking mean. You would not know a vowel or a value or a moral if it bit you on the freaking ass. And send out like revenge porn of you to a minor.
Is that you make you a complete and utter hypocrite on now every previous conversation with a maggot regarding Donald and his legal woes. No explanation, right? No explanation whatsoever as to what the hypocrisy is. No explanation as to a dogmatic defense of these people. Dogmatic defense. In what sense? We're only examining the context of the justification, in which I'm absolutely ascribing culpability in some senses, not just in the sense that people seem to want me to say. But there's absolutely no doubt.
But I love this for Pisco. I love that he's not getting cornered. I love that he's not gonna, stop talking about shit just because like the DGGers are coming down on him.
Involved in these people.
This is Pisco Unleashed this year, okay? This is what we're dealing with.
And but the thing is,
he's been jailbroken.
It's highly emotional. It's highly emotional. And the person continues, not only have you gotten in the paint hard against your own friend Hutch over this, you used all the bad faith debate tactics to intentionally obscure each time with each unneeded analogy, parts of the actual case.
I don't know, chat. Does this just happen when you debate your friends? If you win, you're a scumbag? I feel a lot less guilty in that case. Is that true, chat? Maybe I've been blaming myself for,
Since you are smart enough to know that on facts and merit,
for just being good at debate,
you've got no chance in a debate on this subject. Not the case. Not the case. Those analogies, those things are meant to clarify. And first of all, I don't think Hutch feels any kind of way about it. We're totally cordial behind the scenes, totally like Merry Christmas. One of my friends in this party that we had was like, "Oh my God, you do a podcast with Hutch?" Like a longtime fan of Hutch. No explanation of bad faith debate tactics used.
If I got that, chat, I'd be disappointed. I'd be like, wait a minute, you know who Hutch is and you don't know who I am? God damn it. I'd take that as an insult.
Anyone describe a bad faith debate tactic?
That's like that commercial with Jennifer Aniston where everybody just wants to eat her potato chips, right? The Skinny Pop, or is it Skinny Pop? Yeah, I think she's got Skinny Pop, and she like people come up to her like, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed to ask you this," and she thinks they're gonna be like, "Can I have your autograph?" or like, "You're my favorite on Friends," or something like that. But instead, they're just like, "Can I have some of that Skinny Pop?" Right? I would be as pissed as Jennifer Aniston was in that commercial if somebody was like, "Can you introduce me to Hutch?" Like, I could. It wouldn't do you much good, but
used. The bad faith debate tactic was me saying, "Oh, instead of possible, plausible." Like that's a bad faith debate tactic, is to clarify what we mean by words. Like no examples used whatsoever. You have some of the worst takes of all time in the discussion. Which takes? Of which I do now hope and any and all Rob Noor types clip and hit you over the head with, whilst rightly accusing you of blatant hypocrisy partisanship. No explanation.
Chat, this is fucking juicy.
Partisanship? In what sense is this partisanship for any party or side? This isn't about like political view or expression. That's my whole point. That it's not about these things. And then it shouldn't be about these things. No explanation of hypocrisy whatsoever. It is now simply a fact that Ethan had legal grounds to sue the three defendants. Something I've never said he didn't, right? Had the moral high ground on them too for all the coordinated harassments their communities engaged in. And this, I think, is...
No, Reality Bites Back. If you don't know, there's a video from, 14 years ago where a guy pretends to design a vape with 200 batteries or something. I was just ripping off of the Vape Nation video.
The coup de grace. This guy, I don't give a fuck if you leave, by the way, in the subset. If this is the state of your mind where you're like, you're just so angry, you're unable to give any examples, you're hypocrite, you're partisan. Go, bro. I don't need you. I don't want you.
People love this shit. Like, right? I always worry that I'm too mean to chatters. even like chatters like the one that was asking me to explain Hassan to him, right? I don't want to be mean to people, especially chatters, but people fucking love it. If I tell a chatter that I do not care where the fuck they go, people seem to love that.
Y'all can fucking leave. I don't give a fuck. But the essence of all of this and what's been unveiled is this utter derangement on moderation standards that is so openly one-sided, so obviously ad hoc. I don't even need to say the words. I don't even need to make the comparisons. They make themselves. And so that's like everything. It's a state of absolute derangement and delusion. And I invite conversations with all these people. At some point we might need to get like a moderator involved.
Is this just me, or is this guy straight up, he feels like the ghost of Christmas present?
So we stay on topic. I challenge you. I
bet Pisco would like, you know, he'd like invite you to a feast.
I challenge all of you to take the time to actually segment the conversations and listen to what's being said. I think people actually struggle with it. All right, we have stream disagreement.
What if we could get 3 streamers to visit Ethan Klein, the ghost of Christmas past, the ghost of Christmas, like the, you know what I'm saying? What if we could get like the 3 holiday ghosts to visit Ethan Klein? We've already got one, chat. Now we got to figure out who's the ghost of Christmas past and the ghost of Christmas future.
Hello. This is Kalinda.
Oh my god, this is about to be your favorite person, chat.
Kalinda. Oh shit, you're coming out of the wrong ears. One sec. Kalinda, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hi. Pisco audio issues.
Yeah.
Gotta happen
every time. Hit me.
Well, the last time I was here, if I recall.
Damn.
Actually, you know what? If you don't mind, and I don't.
That looks like a strong drink.
I don't want to spend too much time on this because honestly, I'm about.
How strong did you mix that, Pisco?
I'm as sick of it as you probably are.
Past would be Sam Cedar.
Yeah.
Wait, Hassan could be a ghost of Christmas present too. Like, I think I actually depicted him as the ghost of Christmas present in the Keffels versus Xander Hall. It was like Keffels was going after Hassan and Xander Hall at the same time, and I had to cover all of it.
Yeah. Ask you a question about the Ethan Klein lawsuit shit because that owner had an interesting idea that he really wanted to put it. I guess that he just
Gooner?
Yes, Loner Box.
Loner. I thought you said Gooner had an idea.
Yeah.
No, I mean, same difference.
No, Boner Box.
Okay, got a boner.
Gooner Box. Yeah. He had an interesting idea about it. So I just have a hypothetical for you, okay?
Yeah. Oh no!
Even add a little bit to
oh no, we got a hypothetical. We got a hypothetical already.
So you know how Ethan called you a fake lawyer? I think he did that, didn't he?
Did he? Could anybody confirm this? I have not. Was this on Twitter? I know that Pisco's definitely talked about. Wait. Pisco's talked about Ethan. I didn't know that. I didn't know Ethan had called. I didn't know that Ethan had talked about Pisco. I didn't know he was aware of Pisco.
Me, a fake lawyer specifically, but I think he implied it.
He said some shit about Pisco.
Okay.
Wait, was this Ethan defending Hutch?
Well, let's say that
he said I was like LARPing, but I think it's implied.
Okay. Yeah, that was
Oh no, Future would be Keemstar. I think Future would be Keemstar.
Let's say that Ethan decided to
because that's Ethan's future if he continues on
to do that. To continuously call you that, like to like literally call you a fake lawyer.
Yeah.
And like, let's say that he decided to cover you and react to you over and over again continuously, or like comment on shit that you like. Let's say that he would decide.
I just unsubscribe from Pisco because of the racism. What in chat?
To go after you as obsessively as they say that he goes after Hassan. Okay.
Yep.
And then after that, you come out with some video about something, maybe something related to him actually. And he announces to his stream, and he's like, you know what? Fuck Pisco. I hate this guy. He's a fake lawyer. And we're going to watch this video. And I want you to come watch it on my stream so that I can take all his views away. Fuck him. And because I don't want him to make any ad revenue or money from this. And then he does it. Do you really think that you wouldn't be within your bounds to sue him for copyright infringement after he's
Okay.
that shit?
When you say so, this is something that I don't think a lot of viewers understand. All right. But as Twitch or as content creators, especially as streamers and commentators, we have a certain code of ethics practiced more or less by everybody in the platform, right? And it is for a very specific reason, the way that we behave, the way that we do when it comes to content, using, I don't know, YouTube's content system against other YouTubers, right? In general, we avoid it. And it's because we're adults. We're adults and we're professionals. And look, chat, if somebody gets viewers, if somebody says, watch it here so you don't have to watch it on NCC, and you would rather watch them shit on me, like saying something, than watch me say something, I gotta kind of suck that up and just I gotta eat that. Right? There's nothing I can do about it, right? You're not a real viewer then, right? If you're just as satisfied, watching somebody, shit on me as to watch me, do my thing, then you're not really my viewer anyway. And I'm not entitled to fucking ad money. And this is the narcissism of Ethan Klein, that he thinks he's entitled to the ad money from hate watchers, right? He has rage baited people. And he's like, no, I rage baited them. I got to get all the hate watch. I got to get all the hate watch. Nobody out there has that entitlement. And the reason that we don't, chat, is that it's a slippery slope. And once we start copyright claiming each other, it becomes unsafe for any of us to cover anyone's content. And the commentary scene dies. And there's no, there's no discourse. There's no back and forth. Everybody's afraid to cover each other's shit. Everybody is basically responding to like 10-second clips in order to make sure that we don't get copyright claimed. And even with a 10-second clip, maybe you could get claimed. I don't know what the official rules are, right? But the thing is, there just aren't very many rules about copyright. And so since we know that like it is theoretically plausible for any of us to claim each other for copyright if we react to each other, we abide by a code of ethics where we don't do that. And look, I'll take it so far, chat, and to say, even if somebody's reacting to me and they're not doing much of anything, let's say they're eating, let's say they're smoking, let's say they're playing a video game. If you'd rather see my videos with a fucking video game in one corner and an asshole in the other corner, then have at it. You're not my audience, right? You're not here for me. I'm not entitled to your view. You will pick the version of the video that you want to watch. And that's something that I, as a content creator, as a YouTuber, that's something that I have to accept. And sometimes it's not nice. Sometimes it hurts your ego and shit, right? But that's just the way that things are. And this is so fucking immature for Ethan to try to, insist that he is the special boy that deserves to get all that yummy ad money. Because he has lawyers that can make you hurt if you step on his toes, right? That's bullshit. Nobody lives like that, Ethan. And if people did, we'd blow up the world. It'd be Fallout. That's what's wrong with your content, nuke, Ethan. You nuked yourself. You nuked the fucking world. You ruin everything for everyone when you do shit like this. And you need to get visited by 3 holiday spirits and be convinced to drop your fucking lawsuits before it destroys the platform that we all make our money on, including you, asshole. Including you. But yeah, no hate on chatters for not understanding that. But it is important to explain that. And I wish more, YouTubers would break it down for you like that and explain what exactly is wrong with Ethan Klein, how, just a few years ago, this kind of shit wouldn't be accepted, and that the only reason that people are accepting it is because they fucking hate these 3 femoids, these 3 women that have broken the rules and made enough fucking incels feel sad in their pants, right? That I guess they deserve whatever the fuck, however Ethan wants to abuse them, however he wants to terrorize them, like, whatever fucking script he wants to shove down their throat and make them say, or money that he wants to take from them. I guess they deserve that, right? Because women on the internet, am I right? Anyway, chat, let's let Piso go off a little bit. I've got to drink something. I'm not going to do any kind of subathon if I am not.
You represent yourself.
When you say within your bounds, what are you referring to? Legality, morality, or what?
I mean, like, I guess what I'm asking is would you
need liquid refreshment, chat,
and also represent yourself while doing it, so you could, as a fuck you to him? Is that something that you could see yourself doing?
If you're asking me whether practically I would file a lawsuit on that basis, almost certainly not. But I'm assuming that's not what you're asking. I'm assuming you're asking me, like, if I wanted to file a lawsuit, would I be justified in doing so? I'm telling you, like, I would be probably more likely to do a DMCA thing or something like that if I was really pissed about it, or pissed about him doing shit like that. But just be aware of what question you're asking me, because it might just be obviated by some other predominating concern, which is, I don't want to fucking file a lawsuit for some shit I don't really care that much about, which is him being petty towards me. But if you want to ask something different, which is, if I did, would it be justified? Then ask that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it was Loner's question technically, so, but I thought it was a good question.
What's the question?
Like, that was mainly the question that the thing that he was getting at was, like, would you not be justified in filing a lawsuit against somebody who had basically spent, like, the past several months? And actually, I guess you could further even add to it. And, like, every time you had a stream, his fans were showing up in your chat and, like, spamming shit or whatever.
Yeah.
So, to, like, further it. Yeah.
You're asking, would it be justified on that view, right? And my answer is, if I didn't care about the underlying infringement or preventing infringement, I think the answer is no.
Okay. I mean, would you care? I wonder if you would, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like like, maybe you might just a little bit, or like you might be annoyed at the fact
there might be some there might be some infringement that I cared about. But if I didn't care about the infringement, if I don't actually feel like the infringement matters to me, in fact, if I want the infringement, I don't think I would be ethically justified, if that's what you're asking. Is that what you're asking?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is, I guess.
Okay.
I mean,
because I can this is so trivial, because if we change this to Lonerbox and Hassan, everyone understands. Okay. So if you have seen Lonerbox do reviews of Hassan's content in which he's, like, not doing much in the given moment, right? I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah, although, yeah, I
Yes.
guess so. I mean, Lonerbox's reacts always, but yes, I understand what you're saying. You're going to say that basically, technically, like, any React content you could sue for copyright infringement. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm not saying that you can sue for copyright infringement. We're just talking now about the justification. All right. The justification, like, if Hassan sued Lonerbox for those instances, you would say, right, it's not justified. Assuming he didn't care about the infringement. Yeah. Assuming he didn't care about the infringement. Assuming that he is saying, oh, I'm only suing him to support the socialist Marxist revolution, and all the proceeds I'm going to do, and he's lying, or, like, is to that end or something. And it's to protect the React community, the socialist React community. If he said something like that, and if you didn't think that he actually cared about the copyright, would you say, yeah, that's totally ethically justified for him to sue my boy Loner?
Well, no, I wouldn't. But I would also add to that. I would also say, fuck that, because I would. I mean, this is going beyond the bounds of your hypothetical, because I would say that what Loner does counts as fair use. And to be honest with you, like,
all of it,
you think? Yeah, given the length of
that's
her
delusional.
I feel like
that's delusional.
I feel like. Oh, is that not true? Like, is that not how, I don't know how fair use works. So.
I've seen Lonerbox streams where he's reviewing the content and, like, sporadically commenting in between, like, playing a video game where it's okay, it's a step up from, like, a chair react, but on fair use grounds, it's fucking cooked.
Okay. You're talking about stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Usually when he reacts to Hassan, he has a lot to say.
Not always, though. What I'm saying is not always. In the case in which he's not doing that, when it's not fair use, that's the case in which we want to examine. And the truth is, and I don't want you to grant it, if the roles were reversed, everyone would be on the opposite side. You must agree with that, right? The 95%. I won't say everybody. 95.
Or you mean like all the people that are shitting on you right now?
Correct. If I was shitting on his, of course. And so what does that tell you? It's Kalinda, right?
Yes. Well, no, I know. I understand. Like,
yes. So
I get it. So
it's not principled, right? It's not principled. They're not principled. I'm principled. They're not. Because they're inventing some shit. They're inventing some shit about intentional malicious siphoning and all that stuff. That's all made up.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I'll be honest with you. I just want to ask you that question because I thought that it was interesting that Loner put it to it. I'll be like, I don't actually care that much about the Ethan Klein lawsuit and whatever his underlying motivation shit was or whatever.
I appreciate you saying that. No, that's fine. You don't have to care about everything. But this is why I ask people, and I get glad with this too, if they care about it. Because if you don't care about it, that's cool. The thing is, people do care about it. They very, very much care about it. The fact that they're talking about it and they're so pissed, they're calling me tanking supporters, they care about it. And the reason I ask do you care is because people will say they don't.
All right, I got my water now. Look, this is the part that is really important to me. Like the of course, it's when I step away.
Malicious siphoning and all that stuff. That's all made up.
I know. I understand. Like,
yes. So
I get it. There's a
Lonerbox, right? Does Lonerbox, is his React content, is that fair use? Now, I'm going to say for me, yes. All right. If Lonerbox reacted to a stream where he thought I was just making a fucking fool of myself, I'm just acting ridiculous and it's going to be evident to everybody, and he just wants to play his little WoW or whatever video game he plays now in the corner and not say anything and let the content speak for itself, that's okay. I'm not going to sue you, Lonerbox. You can, can do that. Yeah, I mean, like, as pathetic as that is, and here's the whole thing. Here, you noticed what Pico said, she was like, I think Lonerbox, contributes a lot to the content that he's reacting to. And Pico's like, does he do it all the time? Because that's the standard. And you got to understand it. That's the standard that the 3 defendants were judged on, were selected on, right? Was that they, Ethan found one example of each of them engaging in a behavior that he can claim as, representing not non-transformative content. For Casey, it was a clip where she's watching the video, she's smoking, and the only time that she stops the video to talk is she's talking about her joint or something, right? So he's like, well, that's, she's not commenting on the video, okay, that's, less than you would expect from a React channel, right? But again, that's just a moment. That's one moment in her stream, right? But what Ethan wants you to think of is that moment is just representative of the whole stream. And you really can't know that without watching Casey Tron's stream, and nobody's going to do that because it would mean watching the content nuke again. And I think everybody's even Ethan probably does not want to watch that piece of garbage again. Like, everybody's tired of it, right? Everybody's seen enough of it, right? It's been recycled into all kinds of content. So that's Casey Tron. Frogan, Ethan presents a clip of Frogan going to the bathroom and leaving the video on, right? So Frogan committing the unforgivable crime of answering nature's call and having to pee during stream, right? And he would probably say that she should have she could have put on some copyright-free music or a previous stream or video of hers or anything, but since she chose to put Ethan's video, then therefore she's guilty of copyright infringement right in that moment. And that's all they have to see, because they just assume that, well, I guess Frogan was in the bathroom the entire video, right? Was just, right? I don't know, but it's cherry picking, right? That's what cherry picking is. It's when you pick a cherry and you say, this cherry is representative of the whole tree, and maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's one rotten cherry on a big tree full of juicy, awesome cherries, and you're claiming that the tree is rotten. Should we cut down the tree? Maybe not. Maybe we should check the other cherries first, right? But not, no, take Ethan's word for it, right? Then we got Denham's, right? And Denham's sin is not Ethan finding her failing to react to the content, because as she often emphasizes, I believe her video, her reaction to the content nuke was about twice as long as the nuke itself, right? So you can't say that she wasn't contributing. What he says instead is that she was siphoning views, right? Which Pisco was saying isn't a thing. I'm not sure if he's agreeing, echoing, because like I'm saying, Chad, I didn't make this up. This is how YouTube is. This is the ethic that YouTubers used to somewhat live by. And yeah, not everybody did, but if you did, like if you were Matt Haas, there's a reason that people thought Matt Haas was a piece of shit. Yo, Lithium, thank you for subbing, and welcome to Weird Champs, and thank you for reminding me that I need to also get a drink of water.
So it's not principled, right? It's not principled. They're not principled. Unprincipled, they're not. Because they're inventing some shit. They're inventing some shit about intentional malicious siphoning and all that stuff. That's all made up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you. I just want to ask you that question because I thought that it was interesting that Loner put it to it. I'll be like, I don't actually care that much about the Ethan Klein lawsuit and whatever his underlying motivation shit was or whatever.
I appreciate you saying that. No, that's fine. You don't have to care about everything. But this is why I ask people, and I get glad with this too, if they care about it. Because if you don't care about it, that's cool. The thing is, people do care about it. They very, very much care about it. The fact that they're talking about it and they're so pissed, they're calling me tanky supporters, they care about it. And the reason I ask, do you care, is because some people will say they don't care. But the truth is, Kalinda, your lack of care is, just be honest, it's because you don't like these people. If you liked them, you would care, right?
No, I mean, I don't care that much about Ethan's motivation, and I don't even know if I support the lawsuits or whatever. The thing that I care about within this whole thing is the extent to which that Ethan has been harassed. And I'm not saying that you're doing this, what I'm about to say, but unfortunately, a lot of the people, and I think maybe this is why you've got roped into this, a lot of the people who are
do you know what we're gonna hear? I want to give anybody in chat a chance to say what she's about to say, if you know it before she even says it, because I know what she's gonna say, and I've heard it so many times before, and this is what it always boils down to. Anybody want to predict? He is talking to a mod for a streamer named Hutch, who he debated on on Ethan's rationale for suing the people that he did, and kind of embarrassed, right? That's what started this whole back and forth, this whole targeting of him by the Destiny community. Yep, CPS, skulls, snark, exactly. Yeah, it's like this list of grievances, right? And everybody that is against him is somehow guilty for all of it, right? Like, the idea is, without people reacting negatively to the content that he himself puts on the internet, right? This isn't like us looking into Ethan's personal life and disapproving, right? This is Ethan putting out a show and people reacting. And he is pathologizing this and turning it into I don't even know, a neologism. Are you snarking? Good. You better not be a snarker community. I heard there was Was there any snarking going on in this chat? Chat, I was just contacted by Ethan's top mod. They said someone was snarking in the chat. Certainly we wouldn't have any snarkers in here, would we? We can't allow the snarkers. It's fucking madness, isn't it? It sounds like a cult. like somebody that's like, oh, you got to watch out for the snarkers. That's fucking madness. That is not normal shit. That is not normal shit. You cannot like make your fucking like, you know, detractors into this thing. Into this thing that is just like, you know, bad by nature.
Who are supporting or who are against Ethan filing the lawsuits or whatever are people who are against it on the grounds that they also like deny the severity of the harassment that Ethan has faced and like the craziness behind it and the reasons behind that harassment, or they're okay with it because they think that Ethan is an evil, disgusting Zionist genocide supporter and that his wife is like the raider of Ramallah and all this other insane shit. Like I care a little bit more about like the way in which everybody basically came at him because he did not toe the line 100%.
Yeah, because he didn't deserve that criticism, right? He didn't deserve those kinds of attacks.
No, I don't think that he deserved that criticism, and I feel like
YouTube is hella filtering my comments about Giardia Sasi Sasa. Wait, is that like, is YouTube anti-snark? Is it detecting the snark and trying to weed it out? We can't have any snark in chat. No talking about Giardia. Even though Ethan himself brought it up. No acknowledging the fucking dog shit covered state of his house that he describes on the reg. Right? He can say it, but we're not allowed to say it back, right? This is, otherwise it's snark. You don't want to be snarking, okay?
it was a waste.
I don't want to catch any of you snarking in chat. Like, it sounds like the guy from Rick and Morty, who's the like cat alien that likes to like squanch. Yeah, he likes to squanch in the Squanchy. I think his name is Squanchy. I believe his name is Squanchy, chat. I think I'm thinking of the character Squanchy from season 2 of, no, actually I don't know what season. I don't know. I'm not comic book guy, chat. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the season. Okay, I'm not a Rick and Morty expert. I don't know everything about the transformations, the 64 forms of Pickle Rick. Okay, I can't do it right now. No, I was thinking of Squanchy. I was definitely thinking of Squanchy. Anyway, goddamn.
Like it just, I guess it said so much about the online left if this was going to be their focus, attacking.
Here we go.
A liberal over this
the goddamn online left.
Dumb shit instead of like trying to do something.
But doesn't everyone kind of fucking know that lefties are cooked as fuck on the Israel stuff and that they take these like insane
cooked as fuck, yeah,
positions? Even
making those L's
with respect to people who are sensible allies, like they've always been against liberal Zionists. Always. This is not something that the thing, and they say vicious things to liberal Zionists. I just don't understand what the basis of surprise is.
I love that we're operating under the assumption that Ethan just exists. And then the internet like freaks out and it's like, liberal Zionists, you must perish. Right? Like at every turn, it was like Ethan attacking people. It was Ethan waking up and choosing violence day after day after day after day. And people like Hassan ignoring it, excusing it, right? Assuring his chat that Ethan is not a bad guy. Right, he just doesn't quite understand, right? So good faith. Yeah, I mean, but anyway, I mean, what do you expect? Yeah, it's hard for people to figure out why is Pisco talking to this random person. Apparently, they're a moderator for Hutch. Hutch was the guy that he debated on this subject, and I guess he won too hard. Yeah, it's like a demon mama kind of thing, right? You know, you debate somebody, you cook them real good, and then you get in trouble because they're they're big and their ego can't take it, and so they got to call in destiny, right? Or they are destiny in Demon Mama's case. Anyway, chat, we're not talking about ancient history. We're talking about the future. We're talking about 2026. We're talking about the next year in content. What will it bring? How will we decide? Possibly during a subathon where I pick chat's brain to find out what this stream should become.
These kinds of unhinged views.
I debated her off the internet. I feel like I defended her more than I debated her. But yeah, probably at some point I debated. We went back and forth. We disagreed about something.
Regarding liberal Zionists or two-state solutioners who believe in Israel as a Jewish state. That is like not new. That is as old as apple fucking pie. And so the basis that, oh my God, they all turn on the liberal Zionists. Yeah, the left is unhinged on this shit a lot of the time. And that shouldn't be a basis of surprise. Now, is it unhinged and still wrong for them to do the kind of malicious attacks where they're either lying about him or they're, I don't even agree with snarking in the first place, where you have this kind of like obsessive focus on a particular person. I have no issue saying that.
I hate it.
But there's this thing where like two wrongs don't always make a right, right? Just because, and I think you would grant this.
Look, the thing about groups of people is they don't make a conscious individual choice because they're not pluribus, right? Even if Ethan might look at them as if they were a hive mind, right? Even if Ethan may really have a type of persecution complex and it, at times to seem as if he thinks he is being gang stalked, right? But like, you can't control the crowd, just like you can't control voters, right? If you want to change the way the votes are going, I always say change the candidate, because you're not going to shame somebody into eating a shit sandwich that they refuse to eat, even if it is objectively better than the other shit sandwich, right? You're going to have a lot more luck pressuring the candidate to be better, to be able to get more of the voters that would otherwise be voting for them, separate of their bad policy. I think that the same is true for streamers, for YouTubers, for podcast hosts like Ethan, that you can change your behavior, Ethan, and that could affect the audience. But the idea that you can kind of like iron knuckle any sort of you're creating the Streisand effect. Like, why does it go on? Why do people still talk about fucking Ethan Klein? Because he has yet to let it go. He has yet to let it go. And he being a person actually has the ability to consciously choose, like, right, what to focus on, and who to attack. And like I said, day after day after day after day, this guy chose violence from the very get-go. And I don't think it would take very much of not choosing violence for this to die down. But yeah, he's got to get the last word in, doesn't he? I mean, that's what these lawsuits are about. He wants to have some objective, monetary, quantitative W to like wave in people's faces when he burnt his fucking community to the ground over this, right? It doesn't matter if he wins a lawsuit. He is still a loser of phenomenal, we can't imagine, like, people like you and I, chat, can't imagine ever gaining the kind of audience clout, reputation that Ethan Klein has lost so far. So yeah, a loser you shall remain, Ethan.
If they're lying about him,
God, I'm extra mean right now.
Do you think that we should lie back in response?
Oh no, I don't
Right.
think that
So
like we
so
should,
just
honestly I don't
just knowing
think
that a
it's
party is being
necessary to
wronged,
lie about these
just knowing that a
people.
party is wrong doesn't resolve the answer. That's what, like, there's two parts of the equation. First is, were you wrong, and is your retaliatory action justified? You have to consider both. And anyone who soys out, I don't really care about the justification part. I just care about the initial aggression and not whether or not the reaction is justified in light of the initial aggression as to the means by which the response is dictated and the target of the...
The thing is, you can't actually target Snark. And like the best that he's done is like target, you know, 3 fairly random female streamers. Right? And I guess he's gonna try to target some Reddit mods. But it's just like, any way you slice it, Ethan's response for, you know, some way that he feels that he was wronged, whether it be the CPS thing or the skulls thing or whatever, right? And in every case, it's actually hard to verify. But yeah, like his inclination is to just like, oh no, punish everyone. Everyone who disapproved of me is responsible for my my suffering, which I still, you know, like, there's no way that he can tell himself that this response, right, you know, this financial harm that he's doing to these women is in any way proportional to what they did to him, even in his darkest, most persecutory dream. It's just, yeah, it's hard to imagine him as anything other than, you know, anyway.
That is just an excuse not to think. That's just being a coward fuck. I'm not saying you, but like, I'm just saying people who say, I only care about that, I don't want to consider other things. They're just being coward fucks who don't, and it's the opposite of what they accuse me of, right? You get plenty of bonus points for staying in line and for saying all the right things according to whatever the in-group preferences of your specific community. I have the opposite approach. It's like, let's consider it even if it pisses off your own audience. So it's actually, ironically, I think the opposite. And as you sit here, is there anything that I just said that you disagree with?
I mean, not like super a lot. Like, I guess the main thing that the main thing that's kind of frustrating, or like where I sort of feel for Ethan, is like, it's kind of like a question of, well, what the fuck is he supposed to do? How is he going to stop these people from constantly? Because like the level of unhingedness is like, it's off the charts. You know, the CPS call, mailing skulls to his house, the doxing, and I mean, like, really, the H3 snark.
Wait, the doxing?
Shit, he's been dealing with that for years. It seems like at least part of this lawsuit is him trying to like find the H3 snark mods.
Wait, are they talking about people like finding the business location or whatever?
Maybe so that he can sue them for something else. Although he did complain in the past about the fact that they...
Wasn't it just on Google? Does anybody remember what the story is with this? I legitimately forgot. I am not remembering all of my Ethan Klein history tonight.
We're like stealing his members only content and then like restreaming it in other places.
I don't understand that either, because like, okay, so if there's a justification, a purported justification that wasn't actually given in the video, right? So what you're saying here, what people will do is they'll do this post hoc rationalizations of the lawsuits that aren't included in the announcement of the video, right? So one that they've done is the CPS call, not included in the video, justifying the trap.
Oh yeah, no, he didn't.
Yeah, right. So another post hoc explanation is discovery rationale, not included in the video. It's unclear to me, why we should credit an explanation that isn't actually offered by Ethan and just give like potential justifications. But even if I granted it, do you think it would be fucking justified as a exercise of a fishing expedition to get discovery material on an unrelated case to do the case initially?
No.
Regardless? Yeah, so no.
Of course not.
Yes. So
no,
this, it doesn't
of course
even.
not. That's not. Yeah. That, like I said, I just kind of like I'm not. I told you like I don't necessarily have a super strong opinion about like whether or not the lawsuit was a misuse of the legal system or any of that stuff. I'm just saying that like I don't know what the hell else he's supposed to do to get these people to leave him the fuck alone.
Listen, I sympathize, but just because there's no quote unquote solution doesn't mean that what you do is therefore justified, right? Suppose that
like the whole thing is like, as far as leaving him alone goes, when I see Ethan Klein content in my feed, it's like Ethan Klein's Instagram post. It's not something that like Snark has generated. It's not somebody saying something bad about Ethan Klein. It's Ethan Klein usually saying bad things about other people. Right? That's how it gets injected. So yeah. The way to stop that like content cycle, which is really what it's become, the way to stop that drama cycle is for him to, you know, stop giving it fuel. Because that is what, you know, fires it off, right? If I see a, you know, anything Ethan Klein on my feed, it's like Ethan Klein just went off on Taylor Lorenz at 3 o'clock in the morning on Instagram.
The solution to get them to shut the fuck up is to run them over with your Tesla. It wouldn't make it justified. So the lack of alternative, yeah, go for it.
Wait,
I'm just curious. Like,
is he referring to clavicular there?
Because you know more about law stuff than I do. Like, is there actually a legal recourse that he could take that's not like some crazy shit like DMCA stuff? Like, only other one I can think of is defamation.
Does she mean that this is DMCA stuff, and is she like admitting that this is some crazy shit? Like this is an this is a disproportionate response, right? I would love if I could have Ethan Vance admit, at the very least, that this is a disproportionate response. It's about to be 2026. Yeah, in 2 hours? Holy shit. For me. How long is Ethan gonna cry? I'm sort of bored. I'm like not sort of bored. I'm very bored. Ethan Klein will have to do something very outrageous and entertaining in 2026 to get me to cover him. Unfortunately, the guy is an innovator. When it comes to just sheer, like, what the fuck, Ethan is kind of the king. He always has been. Like, this shit, like the fucking Giardia story. Like, who the fuck goes, you know, who goes on the air and says that shit and then expects it just to be like, yeah, no, funny story about infecting my family with a parasite through my own negligence. Yeah, no, that's really good stuff, Ethan. Great move, Ethan.
But that doesn't really work, or does
to what, right? Like to the CPS call? Let's take each of the
things,
no, not
right? To that.
Oh my God.
I think honestly at this point, I think that Bad Empanada could absolutely be sued for defamation.
And why hasn't he?
Definitely by Loner.
Because he's a fucking Bad Empanada is like a I don't know, he's like some kind of a like Bad Empanada moves invisibly. You know what I mean? You can't find him, even if you tried. He exists in a multiplicity of dimensions and is not confined by what we know as the laws of physics, right? You literally could not, serve Bad Empanada unless Bad Empanada wanted to be served.
Then why hasn't he sued him for defamation?
I don't know. Apparently,
there's a lawsuit, right?
It's probably because he's not in America. It's because
I think he's in Argentina, but like here, yes, it's easier to.
Bad Empanada may not even exist for all we know. All right, the man that we call Bad Empanada might in fact be the conglomerate of any number of leftists out there that that collaborate on to create the content phenomenon, the cursed being that is Bad Empanada. Yeah, he's a chameleon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw suckers on his fingers, you know? He can climb vertical surfaces, chat.
To these other people because they're domiciled in America. They're in places where it's easy to do service of process, but there is this thing called the Hague Service Convention, and Argentina is a party to the Hague Service Convention, and you can absolutely serve people.
Is Pisco going to be like the Elliot Ness to like Bad Empanada's Al Capone? Is that what we can expect in 2026?
Uruguay?
I don't know that Uruguay.
Oh my God, somebody's a Bad Empanada knower. That Hutch mod knows exactly that Hutch mod is watching Bad Empanada's every move.
Bad Empanadas in Uruguay now.
Didn't Bad Empanada legitimately get like, I don't know, like IRL stalked or something by some weird dude named Kraut? Or no, I don't know if it was by Kraut, but it was like, I think Bad Empanada had like some far right weirdos after him at one point.
Now,
You know
that's
this?
where he ran.
You know this?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yes, I know this.
And then I always wondered, do you know that? Have you, I mean, okay, so Ethan will occasionally refer to a Discord that is like the survivors of Bad Empanada or something like that, like victims of Bad Empanada. And yeah, I think it's like Kraut and Aristocracy, and like just like it's like a fucking rogues gallery of like Bad Empanada like enemies from years yore. And they're apparently in a Discord together with Ethan Klein plotting their revenge, right? I don't know. That sounds like a Chad, I thought shit like that only happened to me. Anyway, yeah, no, it happens to Bad Empanada, and at a pretty insane level. I mean, it's not entirely random. Like, it's understandable that, you know, I mean, I wouldn't, you know, Argentina is, I don't know if it's going to get out from under the fucking chainsaw guy. Right, Trump basically bought off the midterm vote or something.
If he's in Uruguay, you know, I'm not sure. There might be some other process that Uruguay provides.
But yeah, Pisco's gonna hunt Bad Empanada down.
For out of country people. Has he even tried to look into that? I mean, if he has, and there is no,
he's gonna be like the Interpol guy.
No feasible alternative, then that still doesn't help.
Because we all know that Bad Empanada is is an international criminal. He's like.
Help you, right? Because you have to sue the people who are responsible for the thing. And on the defamation case,
yeah,
there could be a case depending on what the statement is at issue.
Dude robs museums, okay? Straight up Jackson Pollock, okay?
And I think that we should,
he steals art.
Analyze it when the argument is made. When the like that's the thing, right? Everyone brings up these other things.
Yeah, exactly, Purple. He's like a gender-swapped Carmen Sandiego.
Like, oh, he's frustrated. He can't get to these people. Well, let's talk about maybe what he can do to get to those people. What kind of
Pisco, I don't think the answer is like, let's get Bad Empanada. I don't know. I don't know if that's not, is that the move you want to make in 26? That's certainly not the move I'm trying to make. Put myself in those in the crosshairs of the Bad Empanada. I don't know why you want to do this, Pisco. Look, if one of his guys, what is the Untouchables thing? If, oh my God, I'm gonna have to look this up. It's the thing where they're like, you put one of theirs in the morgue or something. They pull a knife, you pull a gun. He sends one of yours to the hospital, you send one of his to the morgue. That's the Chicago way. All right, that's how you gotta. That's how it's going to be in 2026 between Pisco and Bad Empanada. That's my prediction, chat, for the year. Pisco is going to try to bring Bad Empanada to justice for all of his very real crimes. He will be brought to international justice.
But the mere lack of alternative doesn't by itself justify everything. And that's another, like,
No, I know.
Okay. So talk me out. Like, you're saying you don't have a strong view on this case. Do you have any view on this case?
Well, no, what?
Do you have any view on this case?
Oh, on the case. I mean, not. I mean, like, honestly, I could go either way on it, but like, mostly I'm just tired of hearing about it. Like, it's kind of just been a thing that I've been sort of popcorn giving about. And I do feel bad for you because of the fact that people keep coming at you and the way that you've been misrepresented, especially by like people in DGG. I think that's kind of.
Oh, yeah. I mean, here was the position. The position was that when I said at the start to Hutch, do you care about this fucking issue? That was bad faith. That when I clarified between possibility and plausibility, that was bad faith. When I asked, don't you have the burden to show that she neglected her chat and read it and chose not to moderate her, that was taken as bad faith. All these things that if it were done in a different context against a different target, people would celebrate, like, oh my God, I fucking owned it. Like, and then the ascribing of he's audience captured, hopelessly audience captured by people who have no fucking clue what a principled bone is, have no idea how to maintain consistent positioning. And
I think he was trying to say people who don't have a principled bone in their body.
Includes a lot of the commentary class who have examined that video. And I encourage you to go through that video and try to see the examples of bad faith. It's so laughable and preposterous. And I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep speaking my mind. And if people disagree, the great thing is they're allowed to come into stream disagreements and debate it and actually see where you
disagree. I'm not tired of talking about this already.
In a sense, I am, but I'm very baitable in that in another sense. And here,
state that's untouchable, like Elliot Ness. Chat, I have to choose when I come back to America. Knock on freaking wood. Knock on wood that I'm able to, right? Should I live in California or New York?
Here's the thing. If people continue to question and undermine, fuck yeah, I'm going to talk about it. And they can come in debates. The thing is, when people come into the disagreements channel, what ends up happening is they say things like, I don't really have strong views on it or whatever. I don't really have strong views on what's happening. And the people with strong views don't come and don't talk about it. And so I'm looking for all the people with strong views on it. All the people say that I'm per se bad faith. And when I say they have a perfect opportunity to come and have a conversation.
Is Pisco big enough to get a lot of media attention? Not by himself, but he has been platformed on channels like Breaking Points, right? Because he does have some pretty valuable expertise. He doesn't have like a huge following or anything, but he is somebody that could really be, I don't know, like I could see him like a guest on the Majority Report, right? He's got his knowledge on law, like in particular, makes him an interesting guest for any number of big time political shows. So yeah, I feel like he could be going places, but honestly, the Destiny is a fucking anchor around this guy's like leg, right? That whole community, like just having to worry about them, like anytime you disagree, being up your ass, right? And also, I don't know to what degree the association, the stink of Destiny is gonna follow him. Hopefully, it won't linger too long. Never considered moving to California. Too much driving. I mean, it'd be the closest for me, other than what, Alaska or Hawaii would be the closest maybe. But I mean, I'm not like, gonna begrudge like a few extra hours on the plane or a second like flight or whatever, if it's, taking me to a cool place.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, does I don't know, did Kafka have strong views on it?
No, right? He
Seems
said
like
it was
kinda
he said it
does.
was morally neutral, that because of apathy, he doesn't support it, and that because he doesn't think it's in Ethan's benefit, he wouldn't advise it. That doesn't sound like a strong view, right? In terms of the moral implications.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a
Well,
correct summary of his views. And how was that
Kafka's
taken?
also an attorney too, so I'm sure he probably has more information on this than like I do. Like you and he are probably on a similar level, I'm assuming, when it comes to knowledge about copyright and shit like that.
Yeah, but the
I-
thing is, the copyright issue isn't disputed. They're strong cases. What's disputed is
Yeah.
my reason.
I should be a real rebel and consider moving to Indiana. Emily, do you realize that would be moving back to Indiana? Just like the song. I'd literally have a theme song if I was gonna move to Indiana, because it would be moving back.
For talking about this at all, as though that makes any sense whatsoever, given the parties involved and what people want to criticize, namely the ethics of any given situation, including and especially lawsuits. I'm actually going to say a step stronger every time, right? Not only do people sometimes consider the ethical justification of lawsuits, they often do. And not just criminal cases, also civil cases. Both sets of cases, people will judge the ethics behind them. And I'm tired of actually pussyfooting around. I'm actually now going to be more aggressive in taking these people on and challenging, their views about it. Listen, you don't have.
I love that Pisco is getting this off his chest. I feel a little bit bad for the Hutch mod. That like he's just like he's lecturing, who obviously doesn't like really care much about the the legal aspects of the case. Maybe not even so much the ethics of what Ethan is doing here. But is just really mad about all the awful harassment that's happened to Ethan, and how what is he supposed to do? How else are you supposed to make it stop? You gotta turn into like a some kind of villain in order to deal with the evil of society. I don't know.
Have strong views about them. You're saying basically you could be convinced one way or the other, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that if someone makes a good argument, like I don't know, I would probably have to think a bunch about this. Mainly, like I said, the main thing that I care about, and it's not even necessarily related to the lawsuit. It has more to do with the harassment that Ethan faces and like the reasons behind it.
It's
and
deplorable.
Yes, you said all that stuff about how we knew that the left was going to be unhinged on this, but I mean, it's probably I don't know the extent or how much you knew about Israel Palestine before October 7th or whatever. Like I knew a little bit about it, and like I've since learned way more since October 7th. But I feel like
yeah, I wonder, random 3PO, if I could even live in a if I could. I don't even know if I could live in a place that wasn't warm. Right, I've been spoiled. Right now is the coldest part of the year, and I don't know, it gets down to like at the least, like 58 Fahrenheit, right? That would be like the lowest temperature. Yo, Zara, thank you for resubscribing, meow. Meow. The left is unhinged, yeah, definitely. California, yeah. I mean, I don't think I could. I mean, like even California would be like cold to me, right? Like it's actually not. I mean, the worst you have to deal with here is the rainy season, and as long as you're not, like it can be scary if you're close to the ocean, but oh my god, how am I so thirsty, chat? I'm about to just like completely finish off this 1.5 liters. Happy New Year's, more and more people moving into the new year. And I am thinking about doing a subathon. I would love to start it tonight since like New Year starts for me in what is it? Like, oh geez, it's like less than 2 hours. 1 hour and 45 minutes. It's when New Year's starts for me, but I'm thinking it might be the better part of Valor since I've streamed for almost 9 hours now to just check your electrolytes. Yeah, I don't know. Is it move to the Sun Belt and save money? Wait, what is the Sun Belt? Is the Sun Belt like what? Like Georgia to Arizona?
I don't think it felt like everybody was taken by surprise by the way that the left reacted to October 7th and the amount of like the number of people who were cheering it on. And like it was the same thing with when Russia invaded Ukraine. There was also a surprise by how people on the left reacted to that and how like they either justified it or they were indifferent to it or they didn't think that America should support Ukraine or like all of these sorts of things. Like this sort of exposure to that was something that I think kind of it took a lot of people were surprised by that. I remember Lonerbox mentioning that he was surprised when he saw that leftist reaction to Russia and Ukraine. And like it wasn't just because it was a small number.
I feel like these people will see like 1 or 2 pro-Putin leftists and will just kind of say, yep, that's what the leftists are saying. They're saying Russia good because Soviet Union good. Without really doing the math in how we get to Russia equals Soviet Union. Is the Sun Belt where the sun bears come from? So, like Oklahoma, Southern California, Arizona? Yeah, I don't know if I could do cold anymore. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I could. Maybe you just get warm shit. If you live in the cold, I just like
number of people is because it was so ubiquitous across like
I
so
am
many
not
platforms.
surprised
Like,
at
yeah.
all. Well, first of all, I think that there's this like lack of support for Ukraine among a certain segment of either the tanky left or the very hard left. And
like the biggest place I've seen the Putin love is actually from the third positionist left. In other words, the Nazis LARPing as leftist, aka American Communist Party, Patriotic Socialist, MAGA Communist, whatever the fuck these people call themselves. They are pieces of shit. And I don't know. Do you want to blame the left for that? That kind of seems like some far right shit that is trying to LARP with the I don't know, that is trying to use the aesthetics of the Soviet Union to fuel its but anyway, yeah, these are Haas, this is who we're talking about. For the most part, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's people that are. I just don't like it. To be a leftist, right, puts you at odds with almost everything Vlad Putin stands for. Like, he is like the fucking king of the oligarchs, right? Whatever the fuck he's doing over there has less to do with like Soviet communism than the United States, or I don't know.
but that is totally consistent with the left's myopic, and here when I say left.
So yeah, just in case you were thinking, you know, I don't know, is Pisco becoming based now? Not really. Not really, but I do think that maybe at least he'll, I don't know, have some better company going forward. I mean, you know, he's still, the whole live and learn thing keeps him attached to the Destiny orbit in a pretty big way.
I mean, the hard lefts, and I think totally stupid view of international politics relating
Foreign
simply
policy, yeah.
to imperialism, and mainly through the lens of imperial aggression and colonialism, which I think is a limiting way to see these conflicts, and oftentimes a reliance on America bad foreign policy. And this is not at all new. It's not at all new in the context of Russia or Eastern European politics, where these people have been around for decades, and specifically on Israel-Palestine. I mean, the criticism of liberal Zionists is this is as old as the conflict in many respects. And so yeah, this is not like, yes, October 7th absolutely intensified, brought to the forefront in a way that we haven't seen before, even the development of technology. And I do put these kinds of delusioned views on the extent of culpability by liberal Zionists on the nature of the conflict. I view that as in keeping with a larger pattern of delusion on the issue, and I think misplaced aggression. Basically, that anyone who signs on to the project, the Zionist project, but by which I don't consider myself in any respect a Zionist, but I don't think that liberal Zionists are the problem.
I am starting to feel drunk now. Anybody else? Like, for some reason, listening to Pisco, like, I am feeling a little, like, I don't know. I don't want to say like woozy, but like, oh yeah, speaking of rumors, isn't there a new dry what is her name? The Dre dossier? I think there's a new Dre dossier conspiracy video. Right? This is maybe going to be a thing. Inebriation by proxy? Yeah. Too much coffee counteracting that for me. Yeah, I'm I don't know. I'm definitely not the coffee part of the day. Oh my god, chat. No, I was just listening to these two trolls for so long. Yeah, I think there's only so long you can listen to them for. I don't know. Do they have anything else to say?
The way that a lot of these lefties do, but that's just like not new. Like, this has often been a way by which liberals in America have been ostracized and pushed out of otherwise.
Oh, liberals have been ostracized. Oh my god. It's not like they went along with the McCarthy period. It's liberals. It's liberals, chat. Who knew? Liberals got ostracized. I guess leftists, they must have had it in for liberals, and since they had so much influence in the government, then for years liberals were persecuted and blacklisted, right? Is that how that worked? Is that how history was, Mr. Lawyer? Mr. Lawyer guy, do you know history?
Wise lefty communities.
Happy New Year, and thank you for resubscribing. Yeah, Zara and Albert, a Kiki fan. Oh, this is breaking me, chat.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you just said something about Zionism that I kind of want to move to in a second. But first, I'm going to ask you another question because I'm curious. Because I think that it was the number of people that kind of surprised everyone. Like, unless maybe my perception of it was wrong. Do you consider Kyle Kalinske to be like the hard left?
I think.
Oh yeah, Kyle Kalinske is a tanky. Not a lot of people realize this, right? But he is actually the leader of the new vanguard of the communist the secret communist party that is coming to a, like, I'm sorry, this is it's too much. It's too much, chat. It's too much. Tanky Kyle is okay. Let's go. What is? Tell me about Tanky Kyle.
Like a little closer for sure. I think he's very skeptical. I've heard him say things about Russia Gate in the context of the revelations regarding Trump that I hugely disagree with, and that I would actually want to talk to him about at some point. I haven't heard him as much in recent streams be critical of Ukraine specifically in the funding. Maybe I've missed those things, but to the extent that he says that, I'm totally against it. I would say he represents.
Oh no, I'm not asking you whether or not you're against it. I understand where you stand on Ukraine. I just was curious as to which people, because I think like part of this was that we were surprised that it wasn't just people that we consider to be tankies. Kyle Kalinske is like anti-NATO, and he had a debate with Vosh, I think. I don't remember if it was before or after the war started. I think it was after, where he was basically blaming NATO for the war. And yeah, like it
yeah, that's horrible.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that, right? But that isn't by itself, right? That position is one I disagree with. There are a lot of political positions that I disagree with, and mere agreement.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I'm aware. Like I know where you stand on Ukraine.
Yeah, I want to expand NATO. Not only do I want to protect NATO, I want to expand NATO to include other parts that are on, like allies that are in the Pacific. All right, so I am a NATO expansionist. I think that America should be involved more in world affairs and should, gleefully accept these international obligations so as to impose our vision, our structure, which I think is preferential. Now, I don't agree with I want it to be voluntary. I don't want us to do like Iraq style shit, or like Vietnam style shit. But yeah.
To the North Atlantic Pacific Treaty Organization.
just keep it NATO and just don't worry about the Pacific part. But all I'm trying to say is like your view.
Chad, I can't take it anymore. I gotta raid you out. It's been almost 9 hours. Thank you everybody for being here. I'm gonna raid you into Shonda Black, who is now streaming on Twitch. I have streamed way too late. I've streamed too deep and too right. I've opened up a rabbit hole and unleashed something truly evil upon the world. And it is getting more and more cursed as the night progresses. And I think that we got, Pisco cooked a little bit for a while there. I mean, he sort of, I don't know. He's still the same, shitlib DGG lawyer, but I don't know, maybe he'll be slightly less DGG'd up in the new year. Sounds like he's not gonna let them push him around. So anyway, I should read off my Patreons. If you support me at Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out go to user JMB Brian, go to Emily French, Big Al of the Cake Mix and Remix, Direful, Sarah, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Anonymous, Infallible Fowl, World's Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noape, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabby, Jules K, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out goes to Sherry Saphira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zerix. With that being said, chat, Happy New Year. It's gonna be a new year in a little while for me on here. I almost wonder if I want to like do a phone stream from outside. I'll probably stay up until it's New Year's, which is in less than an hour and a half, but I need to hydrate. I need to do stuff. I will most likely see you early tomorrow, and we'll go forward with the subathon, and we'll see how many, we'll see how many New Year's can we celebrate, because we'll celebrate every New Year tomorrow, which will be a bunch of New Year's, potentially. if we can keep the subathon up. So we'll see, chat. We'll see. And I will have a lot of different kinds of content for you tomorrow. So much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other. I am not, believe it or not, inebriated, but I feel like I am after having watched Pisco, you know, stumble through that last little bit there. That was, I think we were all a little bit slower after listening to that. Anyway, much love, everybody. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for liking the stream and therefore getting the stream out to more and more people. And did you know you also help get the VOD out to more and more people when you like the stream? So thank you for doing that. It means a lot to me, and it really helps me. We're going to try to have a lot of growth in 2026. So we'll get started on a good note tomorrow. Until then, I will see you. Bye-bye.